£40,000. That's what it cost her before she told me. 8 months, 8 payments, £40,000 pulled out of a farm she'd spent 9 years keeping alive. And she sat across her own kitchen table from me on those alternate Sundays and never said a word. I drove up every fortnight. I ate her food. I talked about nothing much. I drove home on Sunday evenings thinking she seemed tired or quiet or just Diane being Diane. I don't know how she did it. I genuinely don't. Diane is 53. She farms 700 acres outside Swaffham. Sugar beet, winter wheat, land that belonged to her late husband's family for 3 generations before it became hers to run alone after he died of a heart attack at 51. People said she had no business doing it. Not unkindly, mostly. Just with the quiet certainty of people who know what a farm that size demands and what a woman who'd spent 20 years teaching primary school in King's Lynn is likely to bring to it. She proved them wrong over about 4 years of work I watched from a distance and found both exhausting and extraordinary. By the time this happened, she knew that land better than anyone. Better than her husband had, if I'm honest, though I'd never have said that to him. She's not a dramatic person. Dry, warm, private. In the way of someone who's been self-sufficient long enough that it's stopped feeling like a choice and just become who they are. She walked the fields every morning regardless of weather, had done since the first year after her husband died, said it was the only way to know what was actually happening rather than what everyone was telling you was happening. She had 2 labs who were completely useless and whom she loved without reservation. Radio 4 on whenever she was in the kitchen. Elaborate, unnecessary food at the harvest time that the farmhands looked forward to and probably didn't fully deserve. She liked bad television and cooking properly and being left alone to get on with things, which is not a complicated set of requirements and which the farm mostly allowed. These are the things I know about her because I was paying attention to them. The other things, the things that mattered last autumn, I wasn't paying attention to at all. She'd been seeing someone. I'll say it plainly because it's necessary and because there's no version of this that works if I dance around it. His name I'm not putting here. I'll call him R. He worked in agricultural supplies, came to the farm regularly through the business, and he was married, not to her. The relationship had been going on for about 2 years. She hadn't told me, which I understand. She was private. It was complicated. And I think she felt something she wouldn't have called shame, but was somewhere in that direction. The particular discomfort of knowing your own behavior doesn't quite match your own standards. None of that is what this is about. I want to be clear about that because there's a version of this story where the relationship becomes the problem, and I'm not telling that version. What was done to her was done by other people. The relationship was just the mechanism they found to use. Someone had photographs, taken without either of their knowledge, in circumstances the investigation later described as consistent with a device placed inside the property and retrieved at a later date. Where exactly? How long it had been there? These were investigated. The answers were inconclusive, which is a phrase that has followed me around for 14 months, and which I have yet to make any kind of peace with. The first email arrived in October. 3 photographs, a demand, an account number. The amount was moderate, calibrated apparently, to be payable without requiring the kind of disruption that might prompt someone to reach out for help. She paid. She told nobody. She hoped it would stop. It didn't stop. It never stops. I know that now. She probably suspected it at the time and paid anyway, because hope is a very hard thing to argue with when the alternative feels unmanageable. I need to explain something about the weeks before she told me, because I've been through them so many times in my head that I want to account for them accurately rather than in the way that makes me look better. She was slightly quieter than usual from about March onward. I noticed it. I registered it as tiredness, or the particular weight that settles on people who run things alone and have been doing it for a long time. She deflected a couple of questions about the farm's accounts in ways that were unusual for her. She was normally straightforward about the financials, had no reason not to be. Once, in April, I asked how she was sleeping, and she said fine in a way that meant something other than fine. And I noted it, and I didn't push, and I drove home that Sunday telling myself she'd talk when she was ready. She wasn't ready until June, and by June, there were 8 months of it behind her, and £40,000 gone. I'm not going to tell you I should have caught it. I've asked myself that question enough times to have reached an answer I can live with, which is that she was managing what I saw with a great deal of care and skill, and that I trusted her to tell me what mattered, and that the decision not to tell me was hers to make even if I'd rather she'd made it differently. That's the version I can function on. It's also, I think, the accurate one. The fens in autumn are something particular. I know that drive well, up through Cambridgeshire and into Norfolk, the landscape flattening progressively, until you're somewhere that feels genuinely exposed, the sky taking up more of the view than seems reasonable, the horizon visible in every direction, with nothing between you and it. Diane grew up with it, said it made her feel like she could see things coming. You can't be ambushed in a flat landscape, she used to say. She meant it as something close to a comfort. She was wrong about that. Between October and June, she paid 8 separate demands, each one larger than the last, but never by enough to feel like a crisis rather than a step she could manage. That's the design of it. Keep each increment within what a person can absorb, so the breaking point keeps receding, so the person keeps making individual decisions rather than facing the totality of what's happening to them. The totality, assembled, was £40,000 and 8 months and a farm being quietly dismantled from the inside. She was selling assets to cover it. Equipment first, which is easy to explain in farming because equipment turns over regularly and nobody questions it. Then a parcel of land she'd been planning to develop for additional storage, part of a machinery holding. She told people she was restructuring, which is the kind of word that stops further questions because it sounds considered rather than desperate. It landed. Nobody pushed. I didn't push either. She mentioned the land sale on a Sunday in April, briefly, in passing, almost as a footnote to something else. And I asked something, and she answered it sideways, and I let it go. I'm not going to claim I should have seen it. I don't know that I should have. What I know is that she was very good at managing what I saw, and I trusted her. And the trust was not misplaced so much as it was used by her to protect me from something she decided I didn't need to be carrying alongside her. I've thought about that decision of hers a lot. I understand it. She'd been self-sufficient for 9 years. Her default response to something difficult was to solve it, or manage it, or contain it within her own life rather than distributing it into the lives of the people around her. That's who she is. It's also probably what they counted on. June, a Sunday evening, the dogs in their beds, the kitchen quiet. She sat across the table and told me everything, in order precisely, in the methodical way she goes through the farm accounts at year end. No drama, no tears, which is typical of her and which somehow made it harder rather than easier to hear. There's something about composure under that kind of weight that is more distressing than distress would be, because you can see what the composure is costing. Just the facts, arranged so I could follow them. The emails, the amounts, the asset sales, the 8 months of managing it alone, while I sat across this same table eating her food and noticing nothing. I listened. I asked questions when I needed to and didn't when I didn't. When she'd finished, I sat with it for a moment. Then I asked what she wanted to do. She wanted to go to the police, but she was frightened. She named the specific things she was frightened of. The photographs being distributed, her employer contacts finding out, the community she'd built her reputation in over 9 years of running this farm. The fear was not abstract or general. It was itemized, the way she itemizes everything. I said I'd come with her. We went the following morning. What the investigators found, working through the emails and the payment trails and the technical aspects that I don't fully understand and don't need to, was a structure. Not just Diane. A framework of operations, multiple targets, similar profiles. People with something to protect, enough resources to pay, enough to lose to make silence feel like the rational choice. The photographs of Diane were stored on infrastructure the investigators described in terms I've tried to research and couldn't fully follow. But the essential point is that they were held and accessible by multiple people rather than one. Not a private operation. Something organized, with divisions of function. The obtaining, the storage, the distribution, the contact with targets. A structure in which different people had different roles and no single person was responsible for the whole thing, which is useful if you're trying to avoid accountability and which makes the investigator's job considerably harder. The person who sent the emails was not the person who'd originally obtained the photographs. The photographs had been acquired, valued, passed between intermediaries, and arrived at the person running the demands as a piece of usable inventory. That's the word that keeps surfacing when I think about it. Inventory. Someone assessed what they had on my sister and entered it into a ledger alongside everything else they had on everyone else. And the value assigned was a number, and the number determined what she'd be asked to pay. Diane was traded between people who had never met her, who understood her entirely as a quantity, what she had, what she'd pay, what she could be made to do to protect what she'd spent 9 years building. At no point in that trading did she appear in anyone's thinking as a person. She was an asset with a yield. I'll say what I think about that, then I'll stop. The person who placed the device went into her house, set it up, came back for it, processed what it had recorded, decided what it was worth and passed it on. That's a sequence of deliberate actions, each one a considered choice. And at no point in the sequence does the person appear to have experienced anything that functioned as a reason to stop. I've thought about what that absence looks like from the inside of a person, and I can't construct it. I can't find the angle from which that sequence of choices is available to someone who thinks of other people as people. So what that person had, in place of that, I genuinely don't know, and I've stopped trying to understand it because trying to understand it from the outside is like trying to describe a color you've never seen. Moving on, the investigation produced 2 arrests. I was told this at intervals by a liaison contact who was thorough and patient, and who communicated in the careful, measured language of someone who has learned what information helps and what information doesn't. I've followed the process through to where it currently sits, which is not concluded, and which I'm not going to detail because it's still moving, and I don't want to say something inaccurate about active proceedings. What I'll say is that 2 arrests is not the end of the network, and Diane knows this, and she has reached some kind of accommodation with that reality, which I find remarkable, and some distance behind her on. She's still on the farm. The land she sold is gone, a real loss, not recoverable, restructured around with the same methodical pragmatism she applies to everything that can't be changed. The farmhands don't know what happened. She told them she'd made some investment decisions she was adjusting for. which is true as far as it goes. She sees a counsellor in Swaffham. Mentioned it once in passing a few months after it was all out in the open. Hasn't mentioned it since. I've decided to read that as a sign she's managing it, rather than a sign she doesn't want to talk about it, because I need to read it as something, and that's the version that lets me drive home on Sunday evenings, without the whole thing sitting in the passenger seat beside me. R was informed by the police rather than by me, which is as it should have been. I have thoughts about R that I'm not going to put here because they're not entirely fair, and this isn't the place for unfair thoughts. Diane's position on him is more measured than mine, and she's the one it happened to, so she gets to set the position, and I follow. Last Sunday, lamb dish with about 12 components. That was completely unnecessary and completely excellent. The way her cooking always is when she's decided something is worth the effort. The dogs were idiots, as always. One of them got into the vegetable rack while we were in the sitting room, and she discovered it with the specific resignation of someone who has been discovering this same thing for years and has made peace with it. We talked about a contractor dispute that had been running for a couple of months, and about a program she'd been watching, and about the state of the autumn planting. She had opinions about all of it. Dry, specific opinions, delivered in the way she delivers them, with the slight air of someone who has thought carefully about a thing and expects the conclusions to speak for themselves. On the way home, I came through Swaffham as the light was going. The fenland in the late afternoon in October is a specific thing. The sky doing something complicated with the remaining light. The land flat and dark beneath it. The horizon clean and far in every direction. She grew up looking at that landscape, built the second half of her life in it, said it made her feel like she could see things coming. They got her inside her own house, in the closed, private room of a life she thought was entirely hers. The flat landscape didn't help with that. Nothing about the view from the fields protected what was inside. She walks them every morning still. I know, because she mentions the weather when she rings, the same as she always has. What it's doing over the fens, what it means for the week ahead, what the light was like at 7 in the morning. The dogs are still useless. Radio 4 is still on in the kitchen. 14 months on, and she sounds like herself. I think she is herself. I think the thing they did to her didn't take anything fundamental, just money and time and a portion of the ease she'd built, and that those things can be rebuilt even if they can't be recovered, and that she's the right person to rebuild them, because she's rebuilt things before and she knows how. I'm getting there too, just slightly behind her as usual. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for something disturbing online. Sometimes what you find in the deeper corners of the internet finds you back. I was 17 and in my final year at sixth form when I got invited to the group chat that changed everything. Not that I thought of it that way at the time, of course. Back then, it just seemed like another place where people shared content that was too extreme for mainstream platforms, the sort of thing that gets removed from social media within hours of being posted. The invitation came from someone I'd met on a forum dedicated to banned films and censored documentaries. He went by the username Deep Diver and seemed to know about obscure content that most people had never heard of. After a few weeks of exchanging messages about hard-to-find footage, he asked if I wanted to join a more private discussion group. I should probably have asked more questions about what exactly they discussed in this private group, but I was curious and figured it couldn't be worse than some of the content I'd already encountered online. Plus, being invited to something exclusive felt like validation. that I was serious about this stuff, rather than just another casual browser. The group used an encrypted messaging app that automatically deleted messages after a few hours. There were maybe 15 or 20 regular participants, all using pseudonyms, discussing everything from leaked police footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. Most of the conversation was fairly mundane. People sharing links, discussing whether particular videos were authentic, debating the ethics of viewing certain types of content. The sort of academic discussion you might expect from film students, except focusing on material that would never appear on any university syllabus. But occasionally, someone would mention red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as urban legend, technically impossible to maintain and too risky for anyone to actually operate. The group participants seemed split on whether they actually existed. Some claimed to have accessed genuine streams. Others insisted it was all elaborate fiction designed to waste people's time and money. The debates could go on for hours without reaching any conclusion. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some of the participants seemed about the technical aspects. They discussed hosting infrastructure, streaming protocols, and audience management with a sort of detail that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who called himself Stream Watcher, claimed to have documented evidence of multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share recordings and screenshots with serious researchers who could prove their legitimate interest in the subject. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have exclusive access to rare content, and most turned out to be attention seekers or scammers. But Streamwatcher's approach was different, more cautious, more professional, focused on documentation rather than sensationalism. After several weeks of proving my interest through detailed discussions about other extreme content, Streamwatcher finally offered to share some of his archive material. Not direct access to live streams, but recordings and evidence that would allow me to evaluate whether red rooms were genuine phenomena or elaborate hoaxes. The files he sent were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been genuine documentation of real events, or sophisticated fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills and resources. What convinced me the material might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating fiction. Background sounds that suggested urban environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times when cross-referenced with other sources. Streamwatcher explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services hosting red rooms changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations to access, and operated on schedules that weren't publicly advertised. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real or fictional, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. Viewing recordings of questionable content was one thing, but participating in a live stream felt like crossing a line into more serious territory. But I was curious, and Streamwatcher assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating access codes, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the live stream, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. a video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed a concrete room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and restrained in that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes before anything significant occurred. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, with participants displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, jeans, plain shirt, nothing theatrical or costume-like, no mask or distinctive features, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera equipment, checked various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They moved with the practiced efficiency of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. People were making requests in multiple languages, sharing previous experiences, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. I realized I needed to stop watching before the situation escalated further. Whatever was about to happen would cross ethical boundaries that no amount of academic curiosity could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had shifted slightly, revealing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a poster, a promotional image for a local music festival that had taken place in Birmingham the previous summer. I recognized that poster because I'd been to the festival, had the same promotional image saved on my phone from when I'd posted about it on social media. It was distinctive enough that there couldn't be any mistake about what I was seeing, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere near Birmingham, possibly from Birmingham itself. I took screenshots of the background details and compared them to images I could find online. The poster was definitely from the Birmingham Festival, but there were other details too. A section of brick wall with a particular pattern. Fluorescent lighting fixtures that looked like standard commercial installation. The combination of elements suggested an industrial or commercial space rather than a residential property. Somewhere with concrete floors, basic lighting, and walls where someone could put up posters without worrying about damage to decorative surfaces. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Birmingham connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property listings for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that matched what I'd seen in the stream. The other group chat participants seemed impressed that I'd spotted local details in the background. Streamwatcher in particular was interested in my analysis, asking detailed questions about the Birmingham area and whether I recognized any other elements from the video. His questions made me uncomfortable. Rather than being pleased that I'd provided useful information, he seemed focused on how much I knew about local geography and whether I spent time in industrial areas of the city. That's when I started to wonder whether my invitation to the group chat had been as random as I'd initially assumed. I went back through our early conversations, looking for anything that might have revealed my location or personal details. I'd been careful not to share identifying information, but there were probably enough clues in my posts for someone determined to work out roughly where I lived. My concerns increased when Streamwatcher offered to share access to another live stream, this one specifically described as being broadcast from the Midlands. He seemed particularly interested in whether I'd be able to identify the location from background details. Instead of accepting the offer, I decided to test whether the group participants knew more about me than they should. I posted a message mentioning that I was planning to visit London the following weekend, then watched to see if anyone reacted to the false information. Within a few hours, Streamwatcher had sent a private message asking about my London plans and suggesting places I might find interesting to visit. His recommendations were specific enough to suggest he knew the city well, but generic enough that they could apply to any tourist. But then he mentioned a particular bookshop in Camden that specialized in rare and unusual publications, the sort of place that someone interested in extreme content might find appealing, but not somewhere you'd recommend to a casual visitor. I'd never mentioned any interest in books, or Camden specifically. The recommendation felt like someone demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have about my interests and preferences. That night, I noticed a car parked outside my house that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local number plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my bedroom window. I watched from behind my curtains for about an hour, but no one approached the car or gave any indication of what they were doing there. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. Post delivered slightly later than usual, as if someone had intercepted and then replaced it. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved minutely from where I'd left them. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or coincidence, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing suspicions about the group chat. I decided to test my theory by posting false information about my weekend plans, claiming I was visiting relatives in Manchester when I actually intended to stay home. Then I watched to see if anyone showed unusual interest in my supposed absence. On Saturday morning, while I was supposedly in Manchester, someone knocked on our front door. I watched from my bedroom window as a man in ordinary clothes had a brief conversation with my mother, showing her what appeared to be some kind of identification. From the distance, I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but my mother seemed to be answering questions rather than just providing directions or information. After about 5 minutes, the man left and my mother returned inside. When I went downstairs later, I asked her who had been at the door. She said it was someone from the council asking about planning applications for the street, checking which properties might be affected by proposed development work. Nothing unusual about the conversation, though she mentioned that he'd seemed particularly interested in which rooms faced the rear garden. That evening, I received a private message from Streamwatcher asking how my Manchester trip had gone and whether I'd found anything interesting to do there. I hadn't mentioned Manchester specifically in the group chat. I'd said relatives in the northwest, but the specific city had only appeared in a private conversation with one other participant who'd asked for more details about my travel plans, which meant either that participant had shared my information with Streamwatcher, or Streamwatcher was monitoring my private conversations more closely than the group's security protocol should have allowed. I stopped participating in the group chat after that. Didn't make any dramatic announcement or explain my concerns, just gradually reduced my posting frequency until I was effectively lurking rather than contributing. But the messages from Streamwatcher continued. Not threatening or obviously suspicious, just casual check-ins asking about my interests and activities. The sort of friendly contact that would seem normal from someone you'd met through shared hobbies. Except for the increasing specificity of his questions about my local area and daily routine. 2 weeks after I'd stopped participating in the group chat, I found a USB stick in my college bag. Not obviously placed there, just loose in the bottom of the bag like it had fallen out of a textbook, or been forgotten after borrowing someone's laptop. The sort of thing that happens regularly in college environments where everyone's constantly sharing equipment and files. But I couldn't remember putting it there, and it didn't belong to any of my course mates when I asked around. The USB contained a single video file with no identifying information about its source or creation date. When I opened it, I found myself watching footage of my own bedroom. Not recent footage. The timestamp showed it had been recorded several months earlier before I'd rearranged my furniture and redecorated. But it was definitely my room, filmed from an angle that suggested the camera had been positioned near my window. The recording showed me sleeping, completely unaware that I was being watched and documented. Several hours of footage covering an entire night, edited down to highlight moments when I'd moved or changed position. At the end of the recording was a title card with a single line of text and a date 1 week in the future. Next episode, live. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Going to the police would require explaining how I got involved with the group chat in the first place, and I'm not sure they'd believe a story about being targeted through discussions of extreme online content. Moving away isn't realistic when I'm still in sixth form and living with my parents, and I'm not convinced it would help anyway if these people have been planning this for months. The date from the USB stick is tomorrow night. I don't know whether that means another recording will be made, or something worse, but I do know that I should have been more careful about who I trusted online, and what information I shared with people whose real identities I never bothered to verify. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for disturbing content. Sometimes the most disturbing thing you'll find is that it was looking for you all along. I want to share something that happened to me about 6 months ago. I've been debating whether to tell anyone, but after seeing a similar underground cinema club being advertised in another city, I feel obligated to warn people about what might be happening behind those unlocked doors. This experience fundamentally changed how I view artistic boundaries and made me question the nature of entertainment in ways I never imagined possible. For context, I work as a film studies lecturer at a small university in Leeds. My specialization is in extreme cinema. Films that push boundaries of taste, morality, and acceptability. I've spent years analyzing how filmmakers create authentic-looking violence, from Hitchcock's chocolate syrup blood in Psycho, to modern digital effects that can make almost anything appear real. This academic interest occasionally leads me down unusual paths, including studies of banned films and censorship history. Last January, one of my postgrad students mentioned an exclusive film club operating in an abandoned warehouse district. According to him, they screened controversial works that couldn't be shown in mainstream venues, experimental films, banned international releases, and underground productions that circulated primarily on the dark web. As someone who regularly monitored certain dark web forums for my research on film censorship, I was immediately intrigued. These spaces often discussed fringe productions that existed in legal grey areas, and I'd written several academic papers on how the dark web had become a distribution channel for extreme cinema that couldn't find conventional outlets. My student provided me with a link to a tour site that served as the club's digital front door. The site itself was minimalist but professional. Black background, white text, no images except a stylized eye logo. It described an immersive viewing experience for discerning audiences and promised performances that transcend the boundaries between cinema and reality. To receive an invitation, you had to complete a questionnaire that tested your knowledge of extreme cinema history and submit the cryptocurrency equivalent of £200 as a membership contribution. Academic curiosity got the better of me, and I justified the expense as research for an upcoming paper on underground distribution networks. 3 days after submitting my application, I received an encrypted email containing an address, date, and time, along with instructions to arrive alone and bring no recording devices. The location was in an industrial area outside the city centre, the kind of place that had once housed textile factories, but now contained a mixture of art studios, rehearsal spaces, and abandoned buildings awaiting redevelopment. I arrived on a particularly cold Friday evening, following directions to what appeared to be a disused printing facility. The entrance was unmarked save for a small red light above a metal door, where a man in black checked names against a tablet. After confirming my identity and running a handheld scanner over me to check for recording devices, he ushered me into a dimly lit corridor that sloped downward into the building's basement levels. The screening room itself was surprisingly sophisticated. About 50 black leather seats arranged in a semicircle faced a proper cinema screen. The walls were covered in sound-absorbing material, and professional-looking lighting rigs hung from the ceiling. Perhaps 30 people were already seated, most middle-aged or older, predominantly male, all dressed well. Not the crowd of edgy students or counterculture types I had expected. They had the quiet confidence of the genuinely wealthy, the kind of people who collect rare art rather than those who merely consume it. A woman in a tailored black suit distributed what appeared to be program notes, expensive paper, minimalist design, containing only titles and running times, no directors or cast information. The evening would consist of 4 short films collectively titled Veracity, each approximately 20 minutes long. The notes explained these were part of an ongoing series exploring the ultimate authenticity in performance. The lights dimmed, and the first film began without introduction. The production quality was immediately striking. This wasn't the shaky camera amateur work I'd expected from an underground screening. The cinematography was precise, the lighting meticulous, the sound design immersive. The content depicted what appeared to be an interrogation scenario. A person bound to a chair in a concrete room, being systematically tormented by an unseen questioner. What stood out was the performers' reactions. Their fear seemed unnervingly genuine, their pain responses physiologically accurate in ways that even the best actors typically can't replicate. I remember thinking how impressive the performance was, how the actor captured the subtle progression from defiance to terror to resignation. I noted technical details, how the camera never cut away during the most extreme moments, how the sound captured every labored breath and whimper with perfect clarity. As an academic who had studied cinematic violence for years, I appreciated the technical achievement while remaining emotionally detached. The second film featured a different setting, a sterile white room with medical equipment, but similar themes of confinement and suffering. By the third film, however, something began to feel deeply wrong. The consistency of the performances across different scenarios, the absolute commitment of the subjects to their roles, the complete absence of any cinematic relief or distancing techniques. It all began to suggest something beyond mere acting. I glanced around at the audience, expecting to see others sharing my growing discomfort. Instead, I observed people watching with intense concentration, some taking notes, others occasionally nodding in apparent appreciation. A few were using tablets, seemingly adjusting settings or parameters while watching. One man near me was recording detailed timestamps alongside written observations. The fourth and final film removed any doubt about what I was witnessing. It began like the others, but progressed to a conclusion that could not possibly be simulated. No special effect, no matter how convincing, could replicate what I saw. No professional actor would or could endure such an experience. No ethical filmmaker would create such content. This wasn't extreme cinema pushing boundaries. It was actual violence being presented as art. I felt physically ill, my academic detachment shattered by the inescapable realization that I had been watching real people suffering and dying, not performances. The audience's appreciative murmurs around me took on a horrifying new context. These weren't film enthusiasts admiring technical achievements. They were connoisseurs of actual human suffering. As the lights came up, I struggled to maintain composure, to appear as though I was simply processing challenging artistic content rather than reeling from evidence of actual crimes. A man in a dark suit approached the front of the room and thanked everyone for attending, mentioning that feedback interfaces were available in the adjoining room for those who wished to contribute to future productions. I followed the crowd, desperate to maintain my cover while looking for an exit. The adjoining space resembled a gallery with tablets mounted on pedestals. Attendees were providing detailed feedback on the performances they had just witnessed, and more disturbingly, suggestions for future productions. Some appeared to be bidding on specific scenarios they wanted to see realized. On one screen, I glimpsed what appeared to be a selection interface for performer characteristics, age ranges, physical attributes, even personality types described as resistant, compliant, or volatile. My horror deepened when I noticed a section of the room separated by a glass partition. Behind it, technical staff worked at computers displaying what appeared to be dark web interfaces. One screen showed a chat where users were discussing what they had just watched, alongside cryptocurrency transaction records. Another displayed a global map with viewership statistics. This wasn't just a local screening. It was being streamed to paying viewers internationally, with this select audience serving as a live focus group for future content. I needed to leave immediately, but the exit was monitored by security. I forced myself to approach one of the feedback stations, pretending to input responses while desperately trying to appear unaffected. The tablet asked detailed questions about which elements of the performances I found most compelling, which physical reactions seemed most authentic, and how future productions could be enhanced. After approximately 10 minutes of this charade, I casually made my way toward what appeared to be a bathroom, then slipped down a service corridor and eventually found an emergency exit. The alarm that sounded when I pushed through the door was almost a relief, providing cover for my escape into the cold night air. I spent the next week in a state of moral crisis. I knew I should report what I had witnessed to the police, but several factors gave me pause. I had no evidence beyond my testimony. I had willingly paid to attend. I had accessed the dark web to find the screening. Most significantly, I feared that the organization behind this operation had recorded everyone who attended, including me, creating a mutual assured destruction scenario where reporting them would implicate myself as a knowing viewer. When I finally worked up the courage to make an anonymous report, I discovered the building had been completely vacated, professionally cleaned, and put up for lease 3 days after the screening. The tour site had disappeared, the email address was defunct, And I had no names, just faces I might not even recognize in daylight. 2 months later, I received an unmarked envelope containing a USB drive. Against my better judgment, I checked it on a secure computer. It contained only 2 items: a high-resolution still image of me sitting in the audience, looking distressed during the final film, and a text file with a list of my personal details: home address, university office number, parents' names and addresses, and my regular jogging route through the park. Below this information was a simple message: your feedback was noted. Your discretion is appreciated. A new screening series begins soon. I've since moved cities and changed jobs. I no longer research extreme cinema and have abandoned my academic interest in the dark web. But I remain haunted by the knowledge that somewhere these productions continue, with audiences of seemingly respectable people gathering to watch actual atrocities under the guise of exclusive art. Most disturbing of all is how quickly I recognized the technical quality of what I was seeing before recognizing its reality, how my academic training to analyze fictional violence initially blinded me to actual violence presented in the same context. It makes me wonder how thin the line really is between simulated and real horror, and how easily that line can be crossed when something is framed as art or entertainment. Last week, I saw a poster for an exclusive underground cinema experience in Birmingham with the same stylized eye logo. I tore it down, but I know it's futile. These screenings will continue as long as there are people willing to pay to watch. People who tell themselves they're appreciating extreme art rather than participating in actual atrocity. And somewhere in that audience might be another academic, another film enthusiast, another person who doesn't realize what they're really watching until it's too late. People always say, "Don't look too hard." Like that actually stops anyone from diving deeper into things they shouldn't be investigating in the first place. I was in my first year at Cardiff studying journalism when I decided to tackle red rooms for my digital media assignment. The brief was to investigate an internet urban legend and either debunk it or find evidence it might be real. Most of my course mates were picking safe topics like whether those viral parkour videos were staged or if social media influencers actually bought their followers. Red rooms seemed more substantial. For anyone who doesn't know, they're supposedly live streams on the dark web where people pay to watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Some versions claim viewers can even control what happens through chat commands or donations. Most journalism about them was clearly written by people who'd never bothered to look beyond Wikipedia and Reddit threads. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing actual research and write something that demonstrated proper investigative technique, rather than just repeating second-hand information. The sort of piece that might actually get noticed beyond student publications. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about hidden services and illegal content distribution. Most scholarly work focused on drug marketplaces and financial fraud rather than violent material, but there were enough references to suggest that streaming illegal content was technically feasible if someone had the resources and motivation. From there, I moved into online communities where people discussed extreme content. Not the mainstream forums where people shared obviously fake videos, but smaller, more specialized groups where participants seemed to have genuine knowledge about hidden parts of the internet. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to documenting banned media. He went by Archivist X and seemed to have access to material that most people only heard rumors about. After exchanging messages for about 2 weeks, he mentioned that he'd encountered what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details initially, which actually made his claims seem more credible. Scammers and attention seekers usually overshare immediately, while people who've actually seen disturbing content tend to be more reluctant to discuss it casually. Over several conversations, Archivist X described accessing streams that showed real violence in what appeared to be purpose-built rooms. The production quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting organized operations rather than random individuals filming content on their phones. He offered to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I demonstrated serious academic interest rather than morbid curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove I wasn't a journalist fishing for quotes or law enforcement gathering evidence. The material he eventually shared was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What made me think it might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archivist X explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations, and operated on irregular schedules that weren't advertised publicly. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My assignment was about investigating urban legends, not witnessing potential crimes in progress. But proper journalism requires getting as close to primary sources as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence either way. The access process was complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with legitimate research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 300 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal chair positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the chair was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just sat with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour before anything significant occurred. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, steel-toed boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any manual labor job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing technical aspects of what they were watching. The viewer count had climbed to over 400. About 10 minutes into the preparations, the camera angle shifted slightly and I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a calendar, one of those promotional ones that businesses give out to customers. The calendar was from a plumbing supply company in Cardiff. I recognized the company name because their shop was about 20 minutes from the university, in an industrial area where students sometimes went to buy cheap furniture from warehouse clearance sales. I'd been there myself a few months earlier looking for a desk lamp. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the room was being used regularly rather than set up specifically for this stream. Someone had been operating from this location for at least several months. I took screenshots of the calendar and cross-referenced the company details online. The business was legitimate, established about 15 years ago, with good customer reviews and no obvious connection to anything illegal. Just an ordinary local company whose promotional material had ended up in a room where people were broadcasting real violence. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Cardiff connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property records for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The calendar detail bothered me more than the violence itself. Seeing something genuinely local in that context made the whole thing feel immediate and real rather than distant and abstract. This wasn't happening in some foreign country or anonymous urban wasteland. It was happening in my city, possibly within walking distance of where I lived. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Student claims to have found evidence of murder streams based on spotting a local calendar in an online video that may or may not have been genuine. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time and potentially compromising any future investigation. Instead, I decided to research the plumbing company more thoroughly. Their website showed they supplied both residential and commercial customers, with a particular focus on industrial installations, the sort of business that would have contacts throughout Cardiff's commercial districts. Their customer testimonials included several warehouse and factory owners, which gave me a list of potential locations where someone might have obtained one of their promotional calendars. Most were legitimate businesses, but a few properties appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on recent planning applications and business listings. One address particularly caught my attention: a former automotive repair garage that had closed down 8 months earlier, located in an industrial estate about half an hour from the city centre. The property was owned by a company that seemed to exist only on paper, with no obvious business activities or employee records. I drove out there on a Saturday afternoon to see what the location looked like. The industrial estate was mostly active businesses, engineering firms, logistics companies, small manufacturing operations. But the former garage was clearly abandoned, with boards over the windows and weeds growing through cracks in the car park. From the road, it looked completely derelict, but when I walked around to the rear of the building, I noticed that one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar despite appearing secured from the front. There were also fresh tire marks in the car park, suggesting recent vehicle access despite the abandoned appearance. I should have left at that point and reported my suspicions to the authorities. Instead, I found a gap in the boarding over one of the rear windows and looked inside. The garage had been converted into what looked like a filming studio. Professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked exactly like a television production facility, except for the restraint equipment and metal furniture positioned where you'd normally expect to see comfortable seating. The space was currently empty, but there were clear signs of recent use. Equipment was plugged in and powered up. Cameras were positioned and focused. Computer screens displayed what appeared to be streaming interfaces ready for activation. And pinned to the wall near the computer stations was the same plumbing company calendar I'd seen in the stream. I took photos through the window gap, trying to document as much as possible without actually entering the property. The evidence was clear enough that police would have to take the situation seriously, even if my story about finding the location through an online stream sounded bizarre. As I was taking the final photos, I heard a car pulling into the front car park. I moved away from the window and tried to leave through the rear of the property, but the industrial estate was surrounded by fencing that would take time to climb. Instead, I hid behind a skip and waited for whoever had arrived to go inside the building. 2 people got out of the car, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes like they were going to any normal job. They let themselves into the garage through the front entrance, suggesting they had legitimate access to the property. About 10 minutes later, I heard the sound of equipment being activated inside. Generators starting up, electronic devices powering on, the sort of preparation noise you might hear from any film production getting ready to begin work. Then I heard a 3rd car arriving. This one parked at the rear of the building, much closer to where I was hiding. The driver got out and opened the boot, then seemed to be helping someone else out of the car. I couldn't see clearly from my position, but the second person appeared to be having difficulty walking steadily. They entered the building through the rear loading bay, and a few minutes later I could see lights coming on inside the main garage space. The filming area was being prepared for use. I realized I was about to witness the creation of another Red Room stream, potentially with someone who had been brought to the location against their will. I should have called the police immediately, should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. But I knew that by the time officers arrived and obtained warrants to enter the property, whatever was going to happen would probably be over. Instead, I called the emergency services and reported a suspected kidnapping at the garage address, then stayed hidden to see what would happen. The response was faster than I'd expected. Police cars arrived within about 15 minutes, followed by what appeared to be specialist units and an ambulance. The industrial estate was suddenly full of emergency vehicles and personnel. I watched from my hiding place as officers surrounded the building and began coordinating what looked like a planned entry operation. This wasn't a routine response to a suspicious activity report. They were treating it as a serious incident with potential for violence. The entry itself was quick and professional. Officers went in through multiple access points simultaneously, and within a few minutes I could hear shouting from inside the building. Not panicked shouting, but the sort of coordinated commands you hear from police operations on television. About 20 minutes later, 3 people were led out in handcuffs and put into separate police vehicles. I couldn't see their faces clearly from my position, but one appeared to be injured and was receiving medical attention from paramedics. The scene was secured, and various specialists began documenting the interior of the garage. From the amount of equipment being carried in and out, it was clear they'd found something significant. I waited until most of the emergency services had left before making my way back to my car. The local news that evening reported that police had disrupted a serious criminal operation following an anonymous tip, but no details were provided about what exactly had been discovered. Over the next few days, I monitored news reports and court listings to see if any charges would be announced. 3 people appeared in magistrate's court on various charges related to false imprisonment and production of illegal content, but the details weren't made public. I never submitted my assignment about red rooms. The research had moved far beyond academic investigation into active involvement in a police operation, and I couldn't write about it without potentially compromising legal proceedings. Instead, I switched to a different topic and tried to pretend the whole experience had never happened. But I kept thinking about how close I'd come to witnessing something genuinely horrific, and how many other similar operations might be running in ordinary-looking buildings in cities across the country. The most disturbing part wasn't the violence itself, but how normal everything had appeared on the surface. An abandoned garage in an industrial estate, used by people who looked like they could be anyone's neighbors or colleagues, creating content for an audience of hundreds of people who treated real suffering as entertainment. I still drive past that industrial estate sometimes when I'm heading out of Cardiff. The garage has been properly secured now, with new boarding and security fencing, but I can't help wondering about the other vacant properties I pass, and what might be happening behind their abandoned facades. Isn't it strange how sometimes the thing that gets you banned from everywhere respectable is exactly what prepares you for places where respectability would just make you a target? I was 24 and living in a bedsit in Newcastle when I got permanently banned from the last mainstream poker platform that would accept UK players. Not for cheating, I wasn't good enough at the game to cheat successfully, but for what they politely called persistent antisocial behavior in chat rooms. Turns out that calling other players idiots when they made obviously stupid moves violated community standards, even when you were demonstrably correct about their lack of skill. After about 18 months of warnings and temporary suspensions, they decided I was too disruptive for their family-friendly environment. The problem was that I'd gotten addicted to the thrill of high-stakes games against players who thought they were cleverer than they actually were. Losing access to legitimate platforms meant either giving up poker entirely or finding alternatives that operated outside normal regulatory frameworks. The dark web had plenty of gambling sites that didn't care about your previous behavior on mainstream platforms. Anonymous rooms where you could play against people from around the world without worrying about identity verification or community standards. The sort of places that attracted players who'd been banned elsewhere or preferred to keep their activities private. I started with straightforward poker rooms that functioned exactly like legitimate sites, except for the lack of regulation and player protection. The games were often higher quality than mainstream platforms because everyone there was serious about gambling rather than just casual entertainment. But the anonymous nature of these sites meant they attracted more than just poker players. People shared information about other hidden services, discussed activities that wouldn't be tolerated on the regular internet, treated the whole dark web like a private club for people who didn't fit into conventional online spaces. After about 6 months of regular play, I started hearing about rooms that offered more than just card games. Places where you could bet on real events happening in real time, often with the ability to influence outcomes through collective audience participation. The concept seemed like a natural evolution of online gambling. Instead of betting on the outcome of artificial games with predetermined odds, you could wager on genuine events with unpredictable results. The sort of authentic uncertainty that serious gamblers were always seeking. One player I'd gotten to know through regular games mentioned that he'd accessed rooms where you could watch and bet on what he called live action streams. Events broadcast from various locations where viewers could place bets on outcomes while they were happening. He was deliberately vague about the specific nature of these events, but his description suggested they were considerably more intense than typical sports betting or casino games. The sort of content that would explain why they needed to operate through hidden services rather than legitimate platforms. After proving my reliability through months of regular poker play, he offered to share access details for one of these live action rooms. He warned me that the content might be disturbing for people who weren't prepared for genuine uncertainty and real consequences. I should have asked more questions about what exactly I'd be watching and betting on. But the thrill of accessing something exclusive and potentially profitable overrode my caution about getting involved in activities I didn't fully understand. The access process was similar to the poker rooms I'd been using, just with additional security measures that suggested the content was more sensitive than card games. When I finally connected to the live action room, the interface was more sophisticated than anything I'd encountered before. Multiple video feeds showed different locations, each with associated betting options and viewer participation features. The quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting serious investments in equipment and infrastructure. Most of the feeds showed empty rooms or static scenes, but one was obviously active with something happening in real time. A basement or converted garage space with someone strapped to a metal table in the center of the frame. The betting options were unlike anything I'd seen before. Not simple win-lose propositions, but complex wagers on specific outcomes, duration of events, audience participation effects, the sort of sophisticated gambling mechanics that would appeal to serious players rather than casual observers. I placed a small bet on the duration of the current event, thinking I was wagering on some kind of performance or staged competition. The other participants in the room seemed experienced, placing larger bets with the confidence of people who understood what they were watching. About 30 minutes into my observation, someone entered the video frame and began making preparations that made it clear this wasn't a performance or competition. This was real violence happening in real time, with an audience betting on specific aspects of what was going to occur. I should have left the room immediately and tried to forget what I'd seen, but the gambling mechanics were genuinely engaging, and I found myself placing additional bets despite being disturbed by the content I was watching. The other participants treated it like any other form of gambling, discussing odds and strategies with the clinical detachment of professional players. Their casual approach to extremely disturbing content was somehow more unsettling than the violence itself. Over the next few weeks, I found myself returning to the live action rooms regularly, not because I enjoyed watching violence, but because the gambling was unlike anything I'd experienced before. Genuine uncertainty combined with immediate results and the ability to influence outcomes through betting patterns. The rooms hosted different types of events on different schedules, all involving real people in real situations with unpredictable outcomes. The production quality varied, but the gambling mechanics were consistently sophisticated and engaging. What bothered me most wasn't the violence itself, but the gradual realization that some events appeared to be happening locally rather than in distant foreign countries. Background details that suggested British locations, architectural features I recognized, even glimpses of packaging or signage that looked familiar. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for incidents that might correspond to events I'd seen in the live action rooms. Without specific dates or clear geographic indicators, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained incidents than you'd normally expect. One case particularly caught my attention because it involved someone who'd gone missing from Newcastle, not far from where I lived. They disappeared after leaving a pub in the city centre, and despite extensive searches, no trace had been found. The physical description and age matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the live streams, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the timing and circumstances were consistent enough to be disturbing. The possibility that people from my own area might be involved in the events I'd been betting on made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract gambling on distant events. It could be involving people who lived in my city, used the same pubs, walked the same streets. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Former poker player claims to have found evidence of live violence streams while gambling on illegal platforms. They'd probably assume I was making up stories to deflect attention from my own illegal gambling activities. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running these rooms discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world events. I'd been participating regularly for weeks, placing bets and contributing to room discussions in ways that could potentially be traced back to me. I decided to be more cautious about which rooms I accessed and how much personal information I revealed through my betting patterns. But I also found myself unable to stop participating entirely, partly because of the gambling addiction, but also because I've become fascinated by the mechanics of how these rooms functioned. The betting systems were remarkably sophisticated, suggesting serious technical expertise and financial investment. The video quality was professional, the streaming was reliable, and the audience participation features worked flawlessly, despite the obviously illegal nature of the content. Someone was running what amounted to a high-tech gambling business based on real violence, with all the infrastructure and technical sophistication you'd expect from legitimate online casinos. The sort of professional activity that required significant resources and long-term planning. About 2 months after I'd started accessing the live action rooms, I received a private message from someone who claimed to be interested in my betting patterns and analytical approach to the events. They said they'd noticed my consistent participation and wondered if I might be interested in additional opportunities that weren't available to casual participants. More exclusive rooms with higher stakes and more sophisticated gambling mechanics. The offer felt like a natural progression from regular participation to VIP access, the sort of reward system that legitimate gambling sites used to retain valuable customers. But something about the tone of the message made me uncomfortable. It suggested they'd been monitoring my activities more closely than I'd realized, tracking not just my bets, but my overall approach to the content. The level of surveillance implied either sophisticated technical capabilities or dedicated human observers. I didn't respond immediately, telling myself I needed time to consider whether I wanted to become more deeply involved in activities that were obviously illegal and potentially dangerous. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect by people who demonstrated they had access to considerable resources and weren't constrained by normal legal boundaries. The next evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was out buying groceries. Inside was a single piece of paper with information that made my hands shake as I read it. It was a printout of my betting history from the live action rooms, showing not just the amounts I'd wagered, but detailed analysis of my patterns, preferences, and successful predictions. Information that should have been private, but had obviously been compiled by someone with complete access to the room's records. At the bottom of the page was a handwritten note. with a simple message. We should meet. No signature, no contact details. Just those 3 words that made it clear someone wanted to discuss my participation in person, rather than through anonymous online messages. The note was accompanied by an address in Newcastle city centre and a time the following evening, a location I recognized as a legitimate business area rather than anywhere obviously dangerous or suspicious. I spent the rest of the evening trying to decide whether to attend the meeting or disappear entirely from the dark web gambling scene. Either choice felt risky. Meeting unknown people who demonstrated extensive surveillance capabilities, or refusing contact with individuals who clearly had significant resources and few legal constraints. In the end, curiosity and concern about the consequences of non-compliance made me decide to attend the meeting. But I also made arrangements to have someone check on me if I didn't return home by a specific time. The meeting location was a coffee shop in a busy part of the city centre, the sort of public space where nothing obviously threatening could happen without witnesses. I arrived early and positioned myself where I could observe the entrance while appearing to read a newspaper. The person who approached my table looked completely ordinary. Mid-30s, well-dressed, the sort of professional you might see in any business district. Nothing that would make them stand out in a crowd or suggest involvement in illegal activities. They sat down without introduction and began discussing my participation in the live action rooms with the casual familiarity of someone reviewing performance metrics with a valued employee. My betting patterns, analytical skills, ability to predict outcomes that other participants missed. The conversation felt like a job interview disguised as social interaction. They were evaluating my suitability for something more involved than passive participation, though they remained vague about what exactly that involvement would entail. After about 20 minutes of discussion, they made an offer that confirmed my worst suspicions about how deep I'd gotten into something I didn't understand. They wanted me to help select participants for future events. Not directly involved in violence, they assured me, just providing input about which types of people would create the most engaging content for gambling audiences. My analytical skills and understanding of what made events unpredictable would be valuable for improving the quality of their streams. The offer was presented as a natural progression from successful gambling to behind-the-scenes involvement, with financial compensation that was considerably more attractive than my current benefits and part-time work income. I told them I needed time to consider the opportunity, hoping to end the conversation without committing to anything, while also avoiding outright rejection that might have immediate consequences. They seemed to accept this response, mentioning that they understood such decisions required careful consideration. But they also made it clear that my previous participation had already made me part of their community in ways that couldn't be easily undone. As they left, they handed me a mobile phone and explained that they'd be in touch about my decision within the next few days. The phone was for communication purposes only and shouldn't be used for any other activities. I took the phone home and spent the evening trying to process what had just happened. My casual gambling on illegal platforms had somehow evolved into recruitment for activities that went far beyond passive participation in online betting. The phone remained silent for 2 days, during which I convinced myself that maybe they decided to pursue other candidates and I could return to normal life without further complications. Then it rang. The voice was different from the person I'd met, but the message was clear. They'd selected a potential participant for an upcoming event and wanted my input about whether this person would create engaging content for their audience. They provided an address and asked me to observe the location for a few hours, noting daily routines and habits that might be relevant for planning purposes. Nothing directly harmful, they assured me. Just gathering information that would help them make better decisions about content development. I should have thrown the phone away and moved to a different city immediately. Should have contacted the police despite the risks, to myself, and tried to prevent whatever they were planning. Instead, I found myself walking past the address they'd provided, observing someone who looked like they could have been me in different circumstances. Someone living alone, following predictable routines, vulnerable in ways they probably didn't even realize. I never reported back about what I'd observed, and I never answered the phone when it rang again over the following weeks. But I also never threw it away or tried to escape the situation entirely. Because part of me knew that people who went to such lengths to recruit assistance wouldn't simply accept non-cooperation as a final answer. And another part of me was curious about how far this could go, how much control they really had, whether someone like me could find a way to benefit from association with people who clearly had resources and opportunities that weren't available through legitimate channels. The phone is still in my flat, charged and waiting. Sometimes I think about what would happen if I answered it, what they might offer now that enough time has passed for them to assume I've had adequate opportunity to consider their proposition. But mostly I think about the person I observed and whether they're still following the same routine I documented, still unaware that someone has been watching them with professional interest. Six months ago, I considered myself pretty tech-savvy. I've built my own computers since I was 15, worked in IT for a few years before switching to graphic design, and thought I knew the difference between the regular web and the darker corners of the internet. Turns out I had no idea how quickly you can stumble into something terrible when you're not paying attention. I'm 32, recently divorced, and was going through that classic post-breakup phase where loneliness hits hardest late at night. My ex and I had been together since university, nearly 10 years, before she decided we'd grown in different directions and moved out last autumn. After the split, I threw myself into freelance design work during the day, but the evenings stretched endlessly in my too-quiet flat in Bristol. I'd never really dated as an adult, having met my ex in a philosophy seminar when I was 21, and the whole online dating scene felt overwhelming. One Friday night in February, after a couple of beers and a particularly depressing attempt at cooking for one, I found myself browsing dating sites. Not the mainstream apps everyone uses, but increasingly obscure ones I discovered through Reddit threads and tech forums. I told myself I was just researching the user experience as a designer, but really, I was lonely and curious about how people connected online now. Around 1 a.m., after falling down a rabbit hole of increasingly dubious dating platforms, I clicked a link that promised unfiltered video connections with no corporate censorship. The site looked professionally designed but had an edgy aesthetic, dark background, red accents, minimalist interface. It required no sign-up, just an agreement to terms of service I admittedly didn't read, and access to my webcam, which I allowed without much thought. In my slightly buzzed state, the lack of registration seemed convenient rather than suspicious. The site's landing page displayed thumbnails of what appeared to be webcam feeds, mostly women in dimly lit bedrooms, some wearing lingerie, others in casual clothes. It resembled any number of cam sites that exist in that grey area between dating and adult content. I remember thinking it was probably one of those pay-to-chat services and was about to close the tab when a notification popped up. User Diamond Girl 92 has invited you to a private room. The thumbnail showed a woman with dark hair, face partially obscured by shadows, but smiling in what looked like a bedroom. Something about the spontaneous invitation appealed to my ego. The idea that someone had chosen to connect with me specifically. I clicked accept without hesitation. The video feed that opened was grainy and underlit, showing a woman sitting on what appeared to be a bed with dark sheets. The room behind her was sparsely decorated, just some plain walls and what looked like a closed door. She waved at the camera and typed something in a chat box that appeared beside the video. "Hi there, thanks for joining. Can you hear me?" I typed back that I could, and she explained her microphone was broken, so she'd communicate by text, while I could use my microphone if I wanted. This seemed reasonable enough. Plenty of legitimate users have technical issues. She asked basic getting to know you questions. My name, I gave a fake one. Where I was from, I just said UK. What I did for work. I answered vaguely, still maintaining that cautious online anonymity, but feeling increasingly comfortable as the conversation progressed. After about 15 minutes of this seemingly innocent chat, her messages took a flirtatious turn. She suggested we could have some fun and asked if I'd like to see more of her. Again, this seemed like the typical progression on sites like this, usually leading to requests for payment or registration. I was curious how the scam would play out, so I went along with it, typing that I was interested. What happened next was the first real warning sign, though I didn't recognize it as such at the time. Instead of the expected request for payment, she asked me to verify I wasn't a cop or scammer by clicking a verification link. The link opened what appeared to be a standard verification page asking for my IP to be checked against a database of known law enforcement IPs. This should have immediately set off alarm bells. No legitimate site would need such verification, but my judgment was impaired by alcohol and the late hour. I clicked the link without thinking, and a loading bar appeared, supposedly scanning my connection. After a moment, a green checkmark appeared, with verification successful, and I was returned to the chat. Looking back, I realized this was almost certainly installing some kind of tracking software or malware on my system, though I didn't know it then. The woman seemed pleased with the verification and began to undress slowly. The video quality remained poor, which she apologized for via text, explaining she had bandwidth issues. As she removed her top, I noticed something odd, what looked like faint marks or bruises on her shoulders and arms. I typed asking if she was okay, and she quickly responded that she had sensitive skin and bruised easily. Something felt off about the interaction, but I couldn't quite place what. The video occasionally stuttered or froze, and sometimes her movements didn't quite sync with her responses in the chat. I began to wonder if I was watching pre-recorded footage being manipulated by whoever was typing to me. About 30 minutes into the date, the tone shifted dramatically. The woman looked over her shoulder suddenly, as if hearing something off camera. Her expression changed from flirtatious to what appeared to be genuine fear. The chat box pinged with a new message. Special request show about to begin. Premium viewers are bidding. Current high bid, 0.35 Bitcoin. I was confused, wondering if this was part of some roleplay scenario. The camera angle shifted abruptly, widening to show more of the room. What I had assumed was a bedroom now looked more institutional. The bed, more like an examination table. The walls bare concrete rather than painted. A door opened in the background, and a figure in dark clothing entered the frame. With sickening clarity, I realized what I had stumbled into. This wasn't a dating site or even a standard cam site. It was what's known in dark web terminology as a red room, where viewers pay to watch actual harm being inflicted on non-consenting individuals. The verification I had completed wasn't checking if I was law enforcement. It was validating my connection to a dark web stream, likely through a series of proxies I hadn't noticed. I frantically tried to close the browser, but it wouldn't respond. New messages appeared in rapid succession in the chat box. Usernames I didn't recognize, placing bids alongside horrific requests. The woman on screen was now clearly terrified, no longer maintaining any pretense of a consensual performance. When I tried to force quit the browser, a new window popped up with text that chilled me to the bone. Your IP has been logged. Your webcam is active. Disconnection will be interpreted as hostile intent. Payment of 2.0 Bitcoin required for secure disconnection. I realized with horror that my own webcam light was on, had been this entire time, and whoever was running this stream could see me, had been watching me watch them. The verification process had likely given them access to my system, possibly recording everything. In a panic, I physically unplugged my laptop from the wall, not even bothering with a proper shutdown. I sat in my dark living room, heart pounding, wondering if what I'd seen was really happening, if someone was really being hurt while people watched and paid for the privilege, if I had just witnessed the beginning of something unspeakable. After a few minutes of absolute terror, I plugged the laptop back in and booted up in safe mode, running every security and antivirus program I had. They detected multiple intrusions, keyloggers, remote access tools, webcam hijacking software. I wiped the hard drive completely and reinstalled the operating system, then spent the rest of the night researching what had happened, using an old tablet connected to my neighbor's Wi-Fi rather than my own network. What I discovered was truly terrifying. The site I had accessed was likely a front end for a dark web operation, designed to appear as a normal dating site on the surface web, but actually serving as a gateway to illegal live streams. The verification process had routed my connection through Tor nodes without my knowledge, connecting me to a hidden service while simultaneously compromising my system security. I spent the next week in a state of constant anxiety, jumping at every notification on my phone, every knock at the door. I changed all my passwords, got a new IP address, even considered moving flats. I debated going to the police but feared implicating myself in something I'd accidentally accessed. What if they didn't believe I had stumbled into it unknowingly? What if the malware had downloaded illegal content to my now wiped hard drive? 3 weeks after the incident, I received an email to an account connected to my real name, an account I hadn't used during the interaction on the site. The message contained only a still image from my webcam showing my face as I watched the stream, my expression changing from interest to horror as I realized what was happening. Below the image was a Bitcoin wallet address and the words, "For your privacy." I never paid, never responded. Instead, I created new email accounts, changed my phone number, deleted all social media, and started using advanced security measures like VPNs and Tails OS for all my browsing. I even grew a beard and changed my hairstyle, irrationally afraid that my image might be circulating in places I couldn't access or control. It's been 6 months now. Sometimes I convince myself it wasn't real, that it was an elaborate scam designed to extort money through fear rather than an actual crime being committed. But late at night, when I can't sleep, I remember the woman's expression changing from performed seduction to genuine terror, and I know what I saw was real. The most disturbing part isn't the extortion attempt or even the violation of my privacy. It's the knowledge that these hidden corners of the internet exist where people pay to watch actual suffering, and how terrifyingly easy it was for me, a relatively knowledgeable internet user, to stumble into one without even realizing where I was. The line between the everyday internet and its darkest depths is thinner than most people realize, and sometimes all it takes is a single careless click to cross it. I still use dating apps now, carefully vetted mainstream ones only. But every time I see a webcam icon or a verification request, my heart races, and I remember that night. And sometimes, when my webcam light illuminates unexpectedly during a system update or video call, I can't help but cover it immediately, wondering who might be watching from the other side. I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 8 months now. I haven't told anyone about it. Not my friends, not my family. Definitely not any professional who might be obligated to report it. But it's eating me up inside. So maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar and can tell me it gets better. I don't know. I'm a software developer living in Bristol. Pretty ordinary bloke. Studied computer science at university. Worked a few jobs in London before moving back to my hometown for a better quality of life. I've always been the cautious type when it comes to technology, using different passwords, keeping my antivirus updated, that sort of thing. Ironic, really, considering what happened. It started when I was cleaning out some old accounts. I'd been reading about data breaches and decided it was time to close down any dormant accounts I wasn't using anymore. I made a list of old email addresses, social media profiles, and forum registrations I'd abandoned over the years. Most of these dated back to university or even earlier. Accounts I'd created in my teens and eventually outgrown. One of these was an old Hotmail address I'd used primarily during my first year at uni, around 2008. I hadn't logged into it for at least a decade, and I was surprised it even still existed. I expected it would be deactivated for inactivity, but when I entered what I thought might have been the password, it actually logged me in. The interface had changed completely since I'd last seen it, but there was my inbox, filled with ancient newsletters, spam, and forgotten conversations with people I no longer spoke to. Out of curiosity, I started scrolling through some of the old emails. Most were mundane. Assignment discussions with classmates, sign-up confirmations for websites that probably no longer existed, promotional emails from companies I'd forgotten about, nostalgic, but nothing particularly interesting. I was about to log out and submit the account for deletion when I noticed something odd. There was a new email at the very top of the inbox, received just 3 days earlier. The subject line was simply a string of numbers and letters that looked like some kind of code or identifier. The sender's address was equally cryptic. Just another alphanumeric string, followed by a domain I didn't recognize. My first thought was that it was probably just sophisticated spam that had somehow made it through the filters. Still, it seemed strange that a decade-dormant email account would suddenly receive something like this. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The body of the email was brief, just a single line of text saying they were next unless I watched, followed by what appeared to be a link to a website with a .onion domain. Below that was a countdown timer, actively ticking away, showing just under 18 hours remaining. I knew enough about technology to recognize that .onion domains were part of the dark web, accessible only through specialized browsers like Tor. I'd never actually been on the dark web myself, though I'd heard plenty about it. Illegal marketplaces, hacking forums, and worse things that most people preferred not to think about. My first instinct was to ignore it and continue with deleting the account. It was probably just some bizarre phishing attempt targeting old, potentially compromised email addresses. But something about the countdown timer bothered me. It wasn't a static image or generic animation. It was actively synced to real time, ticking down second by second. That level of sophistication seemed unusual for random spam. Out of professional curiosity, more than anything else, I decided to do a bit of research. I didn't click the link, but I did search for information about similar emails or scams involving countdown timers and .onion domains. Most of what I found was fairly innocuous. Discussions about phishing techniques, warnings about dark web scams, that sort of thing. Then I came across a thread on a cybersecurity forum where someone described receiving an almost identical email. They had clicked the link and been been taken to what they described as a red room, a live stream showing someone being held captive. According to their post, the stream ended abruptly when the countdown reached 0, and they received another email shortly after with a new link and a new countdown. I told myself it had to be an urban legend. Red rooms were widely considered to be myths, the stuff of creepypastas and internet horror stories, rather than actual dark web content. The technological infrastructure required to stream high-quality video through Tor would be impractical, and the risks for anyone operating such a site would be enormous. Still, the similarity to what I'd received was unsettling. I closed the forum and went back to the email, staring at that countdown timer as it continued its relentless progression. 17 hours and 26 minutes remaining. What if it wasn't a myth? What if there really was someone on the other end of that link whose fate somehow depended on people watching? I tried to rationalize it. Even if such things did exist, how would my viewing or not viewing affect anything? The idea that someone's life could depend on whether random recipients of a strange email clicked a link was absurd. It had to be a sick psychological game at best, a scam to drive traffic to malware-infected sites at worst. I closed the email and tried to forget about it, went about my day as normal, worked on some freelance projects, went to the gym, met a friend for drinks. But throughout it all, that countdown kept nagging at the back of my mind. By the time I got home that evening, I found myself logging back into the old email account. The timer now showed 9 hours and 12 minutes. I don't know exactly what made me download the Tor browser that night. Curiosity, concern, some misguided sense of responsibility. Whatever it was, I found myself following online guides to set it up securely, telling myself I was just being thorough in my investigation before dismissing the whole thing. With about 8 hours left on the countdown, I clicked the link. I expected it to lead nowhere, or perhaps to some crude scam site asking for Bitcoin. Instead, it took me to a minimalist page with another countdown timer matching the one in the email, and beneath it, a video player that wasn't yet active. A message indicated that the stream would begin when the countdown reached 0. There was also a viewer counter showing 41 people currently on the page. That detail made it feel more real somehow. Not just a personalized scam targeting me, but something multiple people were experiencing simultaneously. I closed the browser immediately, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. I tried to sleep, but couldn't stop thinking about what might happen when that timer reached 0. Would nothing happen, confirming it was just an elaborate hoax? Or would something unspeakable begin? Something I could perhaps have prevented by watching, as the email had implied. At around 3 a.m., with roughly 3 hours left on the countdown, I made the decision that still haunts me. I reopened Tor, clicked the link again, and waited. The viewer count had risen to 126. I left the tab open and tried to distract myself with work, checking back periodically as the minutes ticked away. When the timer finally reached 0, the video player activated automatically. The footage was grainy but clear enough to see a person bound to a chair in what looked like a basement or cellar. Their face was partially obscured by a hood, but I could tell they were conscious, struggling against their restraints. A figure moved in the background, just out of frame, only occasionally visible as a shadow or partial silhouette. For several minutes, nothing happened beyond the captive's continued struggles. Then text appeared at the bottom of the screen, stating that the required viewer threshold had been met and the session would proceed. Another message followed, thanking everyone for their participation and explaining that without sufficient witnesses, there would be no purpose to the demonstration. What happened next is something I've tried desperately to forget. The shadowy figure moved into frame, carrying what looked like ordinary workshop tools. The violence began slowly, methodically, with an almost clinical detachment. There was no dramatic monologue, no explanation or justification, just systematic escalating brutality. I wanted to close the browser, to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but a notification had appeared on screen, warning that any viewer who disconnected before the conclusion would automatically be added to the next session's notification list, with their own personal contacts as potential subjects. So I watched. For 47 minutes, I watched. When it finally ended, the stream didn't immediately disconnect. Instead, a message appeared thanking viewers for their compliance and promising another session in the near future. Then the browser tab closed itself automatically. I was physically sick afterward, vomiting until there was nothing left but bile and self-disgust. I spent the rest of the night in a state of panic, alternating between convinced I needed to go to the police and terrified of the consequences if I did. What if they thought I was somehow involved? What if reporting it put me on the radar of whoever was behind it? By morning, I'd convinced myself that it must have been an extremely realistic horror simulation, some underground shock site using excellent special effects to create the illusion of actual violence. The alternative was too horrific to contemplate. For a week, I checked the old email obsessively, both dreading and expecting another message with another countdown. None came, and I began to breathe easier. Perhaps it really had been a one-time thing, a bizarre digital experience that I could eventually file away as an unsettling memory. Then exactly 1 month later, I received a new email in my current, active email address, the one I use for work and everyday life. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters from before. The body contained a new link, a new countdown set for exactly 24 hours, and an additional message informing me that my previous participation had been noted and that continued compliance was expected. Below that was a list of names and email addresses belonging to people I knew, colleagues, friends, family members. At the bottom was a simple instruction: choose one recipient for the next viewing invitation, or all would receive it automatically when the countdown expired. I've been caught in this cycle for 7 months now. Each time, I tell myself it will be the last. Each time, I'm given another impossible choice. I've tried using burner emails, VPNs, different devices. Nothing helps. They always find me. The only small mercy is that I've been able to select people I don't know personally from random email databases as the next recipients, though I'm consumed by guilt at the thought of passing this burden to strangers. I don't know who's behind it or what their purpose is. Is it some kind of psychological experiment, a depraved form of entertainment, an elaborate blackmail scheme waiting to be activated? All I know is that I've become an unwilling accomplice to something unspeakable with no clear way out. Sometimes I wonder if there's a pattern to who gets selected as victims in these streams, if there's some connection I'm missing that could help me break free of this nightmare, or if I'm just one link in a vast chain of trapped viewers, all of us silently watching horrors we can never speak of, all to protect ourselves and those we care about. If you ever receive an email with a countdown timer and an onion link, don't open it. Don't click anything. Delete the account entirely if you can. I don't know if that would have saved me, but I wish more than anything that I could go back to that day and close that old email account without ever opening that message. The most terrifying part isn't just what I've been forced to witness. It's knowing that somewhere out there, someone is watching me too, monitoring my compliance, perhaps even considering me for a future role beyond mere witness. Every email I receive now fills me with dread. Every countdown makes me wonder, when will it be my turn on the other side of the camera? You'd probably be surprised how easy it is to see things you're not meant to, especially when you're looking for them with academic purpose. rather than just morbid curiosity. I was in my first year at Manchester studying journalism, living in one of those cramped student flats near the university, where the heating barely worked and you could hear everything your flatmates did through the paper-thin walls. The course was mostly what you'd expect: media law, ethics, how to structure articles properly. But our lecturer for digital journalism had given us an assignment that seemed more interesting than the usual fare. We were supposed to investigate an internet urban legend and write a piece debunking or confirming it. Most of my course mates picked safe options, like whether those viral videos of people doing impossible stunts were real or staged. I wanted something with more substance, something that would actually demonstrate proper investigative skills. Red rooms seemed like the perfect topic. For those who don't know, the basic premise is that there are live streams hidden somewhere on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most articles about them online were clearly written by people who had never bothered to look for themselves, just repeating the same urban legend details without any actual investigation. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing proper research, maybe find some evidence that they were technically impossible or economically unfeasible, then write a solid debunking piece, the sort of thing that might actually get published somewhere beyond the student newspaper. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about dark web marketplaces and hidden services. Most of the scholarly work focused on drug sales and financial fraud, rather than violent content, but there were enough references to suggest that if someone wanted to host illegal streaming content, the infrastructure certainly existed. From there, I moved to online forums where people claimed to have encountered red rooms. Most of the stories were obviously fictional, full of dramatic details that sounded like they'd been lifted from horror films. But a few accounts had the mundane specificity that usually indicates someone describing something they've actually experienced rather than invented. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. She went by the username Archive Digger and seemed to have genuine technical knowledge rather than just repeating things she'd read elsewhere. After exchanging messages for about a week, she offered to help with my research. She explained that finding specific content on hidden networks required more than just browsing randomly. You needed connections, recommendations, invitations to private areas, the sort of access that took time to build up and couldn't be rushed. Over the next few weeks, Archive Digger introduced me to various people who claimed to have seen disturbing content online. Most turned out to be time wasters or attention seekers, but a few seemed legitimate. They spoke about the technical aspects in ways that suggested real familiarity rather than guesswork. One contact, who called himself Documentary Maker, claimed to have accessed multiple Red Room streams over the past year. He was willing to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I'd proven my serious academic interest rather than casual curiosity. The proof he provided was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction, scenes from unreleased films, or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams myself, I couldn't make a definitive judgment. That's when Documentary Maker offered to arrange access to a live stream. I should probably have declined at that point. My assignment was to investigate whether red rooms existed, not necessarily to witness one firsthand. But journalism requires getting as close to the source as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence one way or another. The access instructions were complex, but not particularly technical. Specific software, rotating passwords, designated times to connect. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers, while allowing serious viewers to find what they were looking for. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat area below, viewer counter on the side showing about 400 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. Concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, industrial atmosphere. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. She was conscious but not moving much. Occasional struggles against the restraints, periodic attempts to look around the room, but mostly just lying still with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, placing what appeared to be bets on various outcomes. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about 30 minutes before anything significant happened. The woman would occasionally test her restraints or try to speak, though no audio was coming through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, treating her like entertainment rather than a person. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, nothing distinctive or theatrical. No mask or costume, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just an ordinary person moving around the space with practiced efficiency. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera angles, checked equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They seemed to be following a routine that suggested this wasn't their first time doing whatever they were about to do. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. Comments appeared more frequently, with people making requests and suggestions. The viewer count had climbed to over 500. I realized I needed to stop watching before things went further. This was clearly going to become genuine violence, and witnessing it would cross ethical lines that no university assignment could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had panned slightly, showing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the table was a section of wallpaper, an outdated floral pattern in faded blues and greens. It was the sort of decorative choice you might find in an older house that hadn't been renovated in decades. I recognized that wallpaper, not from anywhere recent, but from childhood memories. My grandmother's house in Stockport, where we'd visit every few months when I was growing up. The same pattern had been in her spare bedroom, the room where I'd sleep when we stayed overnight. Gran had died 3 years ago, and the house had been sold to cover care home costs. I'd helped clear it out, remembered stripping that wallpaper from the spare room because the new owners wanted everything neutralized before they moved in. But here it was, in a video supposedly showing a live stream from somewhere on the dark web. Either this was an incredible coincidence, or something was wrong with what I was seeing. I took screenshots of the wallpaper pattern and compared them to photos I had from helping clear Gran's house. The match was exact. Same design, same fading, even the same small tear near the ceiling where the paper had started peeling away from the wall, which meant either the stream wasn't as live as claimed, or it was being broadcast from my grandmother's old house. I checked the property records online. The house had been sold to a couple from London who'd planned to renovate it as a rental property. But according to the electoral register, no one had actually moved in yet. The property appeared to be standing empty. The next day, I took the train to Stockport. Gran's old street looked the same as I remembered. terraced houses built in the 1930s, small front gardens, the sort of respectable working-class neighborhood where everyone knew each other's business. Her house was about halfway down, distinguishable by the newly installed double glazing and front door that the buyers had fitted before apparently abandoning their renovation plans. I walked past several times, trying to see if there were any signs of occupancy. No cars in the drive, no lights visible through the windows, no indication that anyone was living there. But that didn't necessarily mean the property was empty. Someone could be using it without officially living there. The rear of the house backed onto an alley that ran behind the entire terrace. From there, I could see the spare bedroom window where that distinctive wallpaper had been. The curtains were drawn, but there was a faint glow visible around the edges that suggested lights were on inside. I should have contacted the police at that point. If I was right about what I'd seen, there was serious criminal activity happening in that house. But I had no concrete evidence beyond a wallpaper pattern that could have been coincidental, and I knew how that conversation would sound to a duty officer. Instead, I decided to watch the house for a few hours to see if anyone came or went. I positioned myself in a cafe across the street with a clear view of the front door and settled in with a book and several cups of tea. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened. No movement, no visitors, no signs of life from inside the property. Then, around 4 in the afternoon, a car pulled up outside. 2 people got out, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes that wouldn't have attracted attention anywhere. They looked like the sort of couple you might see in any supermarket or walking through any town center. Nothing distinctive or memorable about their appearance. They let themselves into the house with keys, suggesting they were either the legal owners or had legitimate access. I watched for another hour, but they didn't come back out. That evening, I checked the streaming site again. The same room was visible, the same wallpaper in the background, but the table was empty now, and the lighting was different. Someone had clearly cleaned the space and reset it for future use. The chat was active with people asking when the next session would begin. Comments suggested this was part of a regular schedule rather than a one-off event. People were discussing previous streams, comparing what they'd seen, making requests for future content. I should have left it there, reported what I'd found to the authorities, and let them handle whatever was happening in that house. My assignment was supposed to be about investigating internet myths, not getting involved in potential criminal activity. But I kept thinking about that room, about what I'd witnessed, about the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as entertainment. Someone needed to document what was happening, to provide evidence that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. I decided to go back to the house. This time I went after dark, parking several streets away and approaching through the back alley. The spare bedroom window still showed that faint glow around the curtain edges, and I could hear the low hum of electronic equipment running inside. There was a small gap in the curtains where they didn't quite meet properly. From the right angle, I could see a slice of the room interior. The space had been completely transformed since I'd last been inside it 3 years ago. The furniture was gone, replaced by industrial equipment and camera gear. Lights on stands, cables running across the floor, the metal table I'd seen in the stream positioned in the center of the room, and sitting at a desk in the corner, facing multiple computer screens, was the man I'd seen get out of the car earlier that afternoon. He was monitoring what appeared to be several different streams simultaneously. Chat windows scrolled with comments in various languages. Viewer counters showed hundreds of people online. Video feeds displayed different rooms that all looked similar to the one I was looking at. This wasn't just one red room. It was some kind of operation running multiple streams from different locations. As I watched, the man picked up a phone and made a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his body language suggested he was giving instructions or coordinating with someone else. After ending the call, he stood up and left the room. I should have left then. Should have gone straight to the police with what I'd seen and let them handle the investigation. Instead, I stayed by the window, curious to see what would happen next. About 10 minutes later, the man returned with someone else, a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, walking unsteadily as if she'd been drugged or was injured. They positioned her on the metal table, and the man began setting up camera equipment for what was clearly going to be another live stream. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the aftermath of criminal activity. I was watching it happen in real time. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I moved, my foot slipped on the wet ground and I knocked over a dustbin in the alley. The noise echoed between the houses, and I saw the man in the room look up sharply towards the window. Our eyes met through the gap in the curtains. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he smiled, not a threatening expression, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give to any unexpected visitor, and reached for something on his desk. I ran, made it back to my car and drove straight home to Manchester, hands shaking as I tried to process what I'd witnessed. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to call the police, but found myself struggling to explain what I'd seen without admitting to trespassing and potentially compromising any investigation. In the end, I made an anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the Stockport address, providing enough details to justify a welfare check without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, I checked local news websites to see if there had been any police activity in the area. Nothing appeared initially, but 2 days later, there was a brief story about a house fire in Stockport that had completely destroyed a property and left 2 people in hospital with smoke inhalation. The address matched my grandmother's old house. I never found out what the police discovered when they responded to my tip, or whether the fire was connected to what I'd witnessed. The couple who'd been hospitalized weren't named in any of the news reports, and no charges were ever mentioned in follow-up stories. The streaming sites I'd accessed went offline within a week of the incident, whether that was due to police action or the operators simply moving their activities elsewhere. I couldn't determine. I ended up writing my assignment about the technical feasibility of red rooms, rather than claiming to have found definitive proof of their existence. Got a decent grade for the research methodology, though my lecturer commented that the conclusion seemed somewhat evasive given the depth of investigation I'd apparently conducted. I never mentioned the Stockport house in my final essay. Sometimes I wonder whether I should have done more to investigate what happened after the fire, whether there were other locations, other victims who could have been helped if I'd been braver about providing detailed information to the authorities. But mostly, I try not to think about that night at all, about the casual way the man had smiled when he saw me watching, about how many other people might have been in that room, in other rooms, in other houses that look perfectly ordinary from the outside. The woman on the screen was still breathing when the countdown timer appeared. 30 minutes. That's how long she had left before whatever was going to happen to her began. I didn't know it then, but that's also when my normal life ended. I've never told anyone this story before. Not properly anyway. I've alluded to it when people ask why I switched universities in my second year. but I've never felt ready to relive it in full until now. I suppose sharing it here, anonymously, feels safer. My therapist suggested writing it down might help process what happened, but I couldn't bring myself to do that either. Somehow, telling it like this, as if I'm just recounting it to a friend who wasn't there, makes it more manageable. I was studying computer science at a university in northern England. Not one of the fancy Russell Group ones, but decent enough. The campus was this odd mix of brutalist 1960s concrete blocks and sleek glass buildings that had been added more recently. Our main computer lab was in one of these newer buildings, all gleaming surfaces and ergonomic chairs. The kind of place that's supposed to inspire innovation and creativity, but mostly just made me worry about leaving fingerprints on everything. It was mid-October, about 6 weeks into my first year. The excitement of my first weeks had worn off, and the reality of the workload was setting in. I remember it was raining that day, not the dramatic, thunderous kind, but that persistent, miserable drizzle that seems to seep into your bones. The type of weather that makes you want to stay indoors, which is exactly what I was doing. I had a 2-hour gap between lectures and decided to use the time to work on a programming assignment due the following week. The computer lab was busier than usual because of the weather, but I managed to find a spot near the back. I always preferred sitting there, fewer distractions, and I didn't have to worry about people looking over my shoulder at my screen. The computers in the lab were these high-spec machines that the university had recently invested in. They were set up so that students could log in with their university credentials, and everything would be saved to their personal drive on the university network. Personal USB drives weren't necessary, but many students still used them to transfer files between home and university. I was about halfway through my assignment when Professor Harris walked in. He taught our Introduction to Network Security module and was known for being somewhat eccentric but brilliant. He was in his 50s, with a perpetually rumpled appearance, the stereotype of an academic who cared more about ideas than presentation. Professor Harris was setting up for a lecture that would be held in the lab later that afternoon. He was connecting his laptop to the projector and muttering to himself. I didn't pay much attention. I was struggling with a particularly frustrating bit of code. But then I noticed him searching through his pockets and bag with increasing urgency. He'd clearly lost something. Eventually, he approached the teaching assistant who was supervising the lab and had a brief conversation I couldn't hear. The assistant shrugged and gestured around the room. Professor Harris looked annoyed but resigned. He left shortly after, presumably to retrieve whatever he'd forgotten from his office. I returned to my assignment, but a few minutes later, I noticed something under the desk where Professor Harris had been standing. A small black USB drive. Without thinking much of it, I picked it up, assuming it contained his lecture slides for the afternoon. I thought I'd be helpful and plug it into his laptop so it would be ready when he returned. This is the moment I replay in my head constantly. The moment where if I'd made a different choice, if I'd just left the USB drive at the reception desk or waited for Professor Harris to come back, everything that followed might not have happened. But I didn't. Instead, I walked over to his laptop, which was still connected to the projector but had gone into sleep mode. I wiggled the mouse to wake it up and plugged the USB drive into one of the ports. I expected a File Explorer window to open, showing the contents of the drive so I could find his lecture slides. Instead, the screen remained black for a moment. Then, without any prompt from me, an application launched automatically. At first, I thought it was some kind of video player as a dark window opened, filling the screen. I realized with horror that what I was looking at was being streamed in real time. The image was grainy and poorly lit, but clear enough to make out a room with bare concrete walls. It looked like a basement or cellar of some kind. In the center was a young woman, tied to a chair. Her head was slumped forward, but I could see she was breathing. She appeared unconscious, not dead, which was somehow both a relief and more terrifying, because it meant whatever was going to happen to her hadn't started yet. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Part of me thought, hoped, it might be some elaborate setup for a horror film or an extreme performance art piece. But deep down, I knew better. There was an authenticity to the crudeness of the setup that no staged production would include. The feed had no sound, which made it even more unnerving. I could see the woman's chest rising and falling with each breath, but the silence made it feel distant and surreal, like watching a security camera feed. A ticker at the bottom of the screen was counting down from 30 minutes. It was at 28:47 when I first noticed it. I should have immediately unplugged the USB drive and reported it. That would have been the sensible, ethical thing to do. But shock kept me rooted to the spot, staring at the screen. I couldn't reconcile what I was seeing with the ordinary university environment around me. The cognitive dissonance was paralyzing. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the background of the video, barely visible in the poor lighting, was a small table. On it was a copy of our university newspaper, folded open to show the front page. I recognized it immediately because I'd read it that morning. It was the current issue, published just 2 days earlier. This wasn't some old video file stored on the USB. This was happening now, somewhere close by, somewhere on or near our campus. Just as this realization hit me, the lab door opened and Professor Harris walked back in. Our eyes met, and for a split second, there was nothing unusual in his expression, just mild curiosity about why I was standing at his laptop. Then his gaze shifted to the projector screen, which was large enough that anyone in the room could see it clearly. His face changed, not with shock or horror, as mine must have been, but with something cold and calculating. His eyes narrowed, his jaw tightened, and in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that this was his USB drive, and he knew exactly what was on it. I looked around the lab, expecting others to be reacting to the disturbing image now projected for all to see. But most students were focused on their own screens, headphones on. Oblivious, the teaching assistant had stepped out. Only one other student, a girl sitting a few computers away, was staring at the projection with a confused expression. Professor Harris moved quickly. He reached the laptop in 3 long strides and ejected the USB drive. The screen went black immediately. He pocketed the drive and turned to me with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Curious about the dark web, are we?" he asked, his voice low enough that only I could hear. "That's a dangerous habit. People who poke around where they shouldn't tend to find themselves in uncomfortable situations." I mumbled something about finding the drive on the floor and thinking it contained his lecture slides. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. He didn't believe me. I could tell by the way his eyes hardened. But he maintained that artificial smile. "Best forget what you saw," he said still quietly. "It's not real anyway. Just a simulation for my advanced cybersecurity class. Special effects. Impressive, aren't they?" I nodded, desperate to escape the conversation and the lab. I returned to my computer, saved my work and logged off. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely navigate the mouse. As I packed up my things, I glanced at Professor Harris. He was watching me, that same cold calculation in his eyes. I left the lab as casually as I could manage. But once in the corridor, I nearly ran to the nearest toilet, where I was violently sick. My mind was racing with implications and possibilities, none of them good. If what I'd seen was real, and the university newspaper in the background strongly suggested it was, then Professor Harris was involved in something truly horrific, and he knew that I knew. I spent the next hour hiding in a cafe on campus, trying to decide what to do. Report it to the police? But what exactly would I say? That I'd seen a disturbing video that could have been faked? that a respected professor might be involved in something criminal based on a few seconds of footage and my interpretation of his reaction. It sounded ridiculous even to me. I decided to go back to my accommodation and think it through properly. I needed to gather my thoughts, maybe research if there had been any reports of missing women in the area. I convinced myself that approaching this methodically was better than rushing in with wild accusations. That was my second mistake. When I reached my room, the door was unlocked. I was certain I'd locked it that morning. I always did. Inside, nothing seemed obviously disturbed, but there was a sensation in the air, like the molecular structure of my personal space had been rearranged slightly. Someone had been there. On my bed was a university newspaper, the same edition I'd seen in the video. It was folded open to a specific page, one I hadn't paid attention to that morning. In the corner was a small advertisement for a student mental health service with the tagline, "Feeling watched, anxious, paranoid? We can help." It was a message, a warning. I packed a bag with essential items and left campus that evening. I stayed with a friend in Manchester for a week, claiming a family emergency. When I returned, I switched all my modules to avoid Professor Harris's classes. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the university authorities or the police. But each time I worked up the courage, I remembered that newspaper on my bed. He'd been in my room. He knew where I lived. And he clearly had connections to something much darker than academia. For the rest of that term, I felt eyes on me constantly. Sometimes I'd glimpse Professor Harris across the campus, watching me. Once, I found a USB drive identical to the one I'd found, sitting on my desk in the library. I left it untouched and moved to another floor. I never saw its owner collect it. I transferred to a different university for my second year, using family issues as an excuse. I haven't been back to that campus since. Sometimes I search local news archives for reports of missing women around that time, but I've never found anything conclusive. I don't know if what I saw that day was the prelude to a murder or part of some elaborate underground streaming service catering to sadistic viewers. I don't know if the woman in the chair was rescued or if she became another missing person statistic. I don't know how deep Professor Harris was involved or how many others at the university might have been part of it. What I do know is that the dark web isn't just some abstract concept or urban legend. It's real, and it touches our ordinary world in ways we'd prefer not to acknowledge. The barrier between the two is thinner than most people realize, sometimes as thin as a small black USB drive left on a computer lab floor. I still use computers, obviously. I had to continue my degree, but I never use public computer labs anymore. I never plug in USB drives, I find. And I never, ever open files or applications I'm not 100% certain about. Some doors, once opened, can't be properly closed again. They leave a crack through which the darkness can always find its way back to you. Why didn't I say something the first time I saw it? The answer isn't complicated. It's just not one I'm proud of. I didn't say something the first time I saw it because saying something would have been difficult, and I am, at my core, someone who finds difficult things uncomfortable enough to postpone them indefinitely. I've known this about myself for years. I'd always filed it under pragmatism rather than cowardice, which is one of those reframings you do in your 30s and then spend your 40s quietly revising. My name is Sophie. I'm 44. I'm a senior accounts manager at a mid-sized financial services firm with offices in the city, which means I spend most of my working life managing other people's money and the documentation that surrounds it with a level of care and attention to detail that I do not, apparently, apply with equal rigor to the things happening immediately around me. I live in Clapham, have done for 12 years, in a Victorian terrace I bought with my partner James and which is now mine alone following a separation 2 years ago that was mutual and undramatic, and which I am still, if I'm honest, processing in the background of everything else. No children. A cat called Gerald, who is not friendly but is present, which counts for something. I commute to the city most days on the Northern Line, which is a fact about my life I have not made peace with and do not intend to. I run on Saturday mornings along the Common. I have 2 close friends from university, both in London, both with children now, and therefore somewhat less available than they used to be, which is no one's fault. I cook properly 3 or 4 nights a week, because it's the activity that most reliably quiets whatever is running in my head, and I drink wine on Fridays with a frequency that I'd describe as moderate, and a therapist would probably describe differently. This is all relevant because the thing I'm about to tell you happened inside a life that felt, before it happened, extremely ordinary and sufficiently full. I wasn't lonely. I wasn't at a low point. I wasn't doing anything that made me a target in any obvious way. The person it happened to wasn't me. That's the other thing I need to say up front. It happened to my colleague Priya, and I found out about it by accident. And what I did with that knowledge and what I failed to do with it are the 2 threads this whole account hangs on. Priya is 31. She joined the firm about 3 years ago, working in the compliance team 1 floor below mine, and we became friendly in the way you become friendly with someone you see in the kitchen every morning at roughly the same time, gradually, without deciding to, through the accumulation of small conversations that eventually cross a threshold into something that functions like genuine warmth. She's sharp and funny, and has the specific quality of seeming entirely unimpressed by things that impress most people, which I find restful. We had lunch together probably once a fortnight. I knew about her family in some detail, about the relationship she'd ended the previous year, about the flat she shared with 2 friends in Brixton. I didn't know about the photographs. I found out on a Tuesday afternoon in March. I was at my desk, working through a set of compliance reports that Priya's team had sent up for review. Routine, nothing interesting. And one of the attachments in the shared folder had been misfiled. Not maliciously, just an organizational error. Someone on her team had uploaded something to the wrong location. The file name didn't indicate anything. A string of numbers, the kind of auto-generated name that comes from a phone camera. I opened it because I thought it was a document I was looking for. It wasn't a document. I closed it. Immediately. I sat at my desk for a moment, and then I went to the kitchen and made tea I didn't particularly want, and stood at the window looking out at the street below, and thought about what I'd just seen. The photograph was of Priya. She was clearly unaware it had been taken. The setting looked like her bedroom. I'd seen photographs of her flat on her phone, enough to recognize the specific shade of a wall. The photograph had the quality of something taken through a window or with a hidden device rather than openly. The angle slightly wrong, slightly elevated. Not the angle of someone standing in a room. She was in a state of undress. The photograph was not ambiguous about what it was. I closed the folder, went back to my desk, opened the compliance reports and sat in front of them for 40 minutes without reading a single line. Then I made a decision that I've since categorized as the first of several wrong ones. I decided to wait and see. Wait and see is not a strategy. I know that. I knew it then. But my brain, which is good at financial compliance and not always good at things that are personal and complicated and have no procedural framework, needed time to construct a response. And waiting felt like time rather than avoidance, even though it was avoidance. I told myself several things over the next few days, that I didn't know the context, that Priya was a grown adult, who was presumably aware of the situation better than I was, that the photograph could have an explanation I wasn't party to, that inserting myself into something I'd come across by accident, in a folder I'd only opened by mistake, was not obviously the right thing to do, that she might find it humiliating if I raised it, that I might be wrong about what I'd seen. None of these things were entirely without logic. Collectively, they added up to an excuse, which I understood even at the time and chose to act on anyway, because the alternative was a conversation I didn't know how to start. Priya was fine those first few days, normal. We had lunch on the Thursday, and she talked about something her flatmate had done that had annoyed her, and about a program she'd been watching, and about a problem she was having with a landlord over a dam patch, and she was Priya, completely. No sign of anything wrong. I ate my sandwich, and I listened, and I said the things you say, and I went back to my desk, and I sat with what I knew and what I wasn't saying, and I told myself again that she was clearly fine. I was reading her the wrong way. I understand that now. Someone in the early stages of being extorted is not going to present as visibly distressed in a lunch conversation with a work friend. They're going to do what Priya was doing, which is perform normalcy with considerable effort, because the alternative is having to explain something deeply private to someone who might react in any number of ways. I know this because she told me eventually, but that came later. The second time I had cause to know something was wrong was about 6 weeks after I found the photograph. I was in the office late, working through a deadline, and I went down to the compliance floor to find a physical document that should have been filed and wasn't. The floor was mostly empty. 7 in the evening, only a few people still at their desks. Priya was one of them, which wasn't unusual. She often worked late. What was unusual was that when I came around the corner of the partition near her desk, she closed her laptop with a speed that was clearly a reaction to being caught at something rather than a natural movement. And when she looked up at me, her face had an expression on it that was not the expression of someone who'd just been startled by a colleague appearing unexpectedly. It was fear, specific and undisguised. In the half second before she registered it was me and adjusted. She adjusted immediately, said something about being jumpy, laughed it off, asked what I was doing there so late. I said the thing about the document, found it, said goodnight, went back upstairs. In the lift I thought about her face, the specific quality of that fear, not the mild alarm of someone caught looking at something embarrassing, but the fear of someone in an ongoing situation they can't see the end of. I went home. I fed Gerald. I made dinner I don't remember eating. I thought about ringing her and couldn't find the sentence that would open the conversation. I thought about speaking to HR and couldn't get past the image of Priya finding out I'd gone to HR about something she hadn't disclosed to me, and what that would do to her sense of control over her own situation. I told myself I still didn't know enough to act usefully. I am being honest about all of this because I promised myself I would be, and because listing the decisions and the reasoning makes it harder to pretend the reasoning was sound. The truth is that I was afraid of the conversation, not for dramatic reasons, not because of any concern for myself. Just the ordinary, undignified fear of saying the wrong thing to someone I cared about in a situation I didn't know how to navigate. That fear looked, from the inside, like thoughtfulness and caution. From the outside, looking back, it was just fear. Priya told me in May. We were at a wine bar near the office on a Friday evening, just the two of us. Something we did once a month or so. And she was 2 glasses in when she said there was something she needed to tell someone, and she'd decided it was going to be me. She'd been receiving emails since January. The emails contained the photograph, or photographs, There were several, all taken in her bedroom without her knowledge over what appeared to be a period of weeks, which meant the device had been planted and retrieved, which meant someone had been inside her flat. The emails demanded money, specific amounts, at irregular intervals, to accounts she was given no information about. The first demand had been modest enough that she'd paid it, hoping it would end there. It hadn't ended there. By May, she'd paid out a total that represented most of her savings, and the demands were continuing. She hadn't gone to the police because the emails had contained a specific threat about what would happen if she did. A threat that named her employer, her parents, specific platforms on which the photographs would be distributed. The threat was detailed enough that she believed it. She'd been making calculations every day for 4 months about whether paying was better than the alternative, and the calculations kept coming out the same way. And she was running out of money and running out of what she described as the ability to keep doing this, and she needed someone else to know. I sat across from her and I listened, and I held the knowledge that I had known something since March, and I said nothing about that. I've thought about why, and the answer is that telling her would have made it about me, about my guilt and my failure to act at a moment when it needed to be entirely about her. That's the most honest version. There's a less honest version that's also partially true, which is that I was ashamed. I told her she needed to go to the police. She said she was frightened. I said I understood she was frightened, and that I would go with her, and that the police had specialist units for exactly this situation, and that what was being done to her was serious crime, and the people doing it were counting on her fear to keep her from reporting it. She didn't say anything for a while, and then she said she'd been telling herself the same things and still hadn't been able to do it, and maybe having someone come with her would make it possible. We went the following morning. The specialist officer who dealt with the report was thorough and clearly experienced with this category of crime. She explained, in terms I found both reassuring and deeply unsettling, that what had been done to Priya followed a pattern they'd encountered many times, a pattern that had a specific infrastructure behind it, a network of people operating across multiple victims simultaneously. The bedroom device approach, one of several methods used. The irregular payment demands calibrated specifically to be sustainable enough that victims kept paying, rather than reaching a crisis point that forced them to report. The photographs, the officer explained, were likely stored on infrastructure that the people doing this used across multiple operations. Dark web hosted, designed to be difficult to trace and easy to threaten with. The threat of distribution was the mechanism, and the mechanism was effective because the victims understood correctly that the capability to distribute was real. Priya had paid nearly £8,000 over 4 months. I sat in that room and I thought about March, about the Tuesday afternoon and the misfiled attachment, and the decision I'd made over the following weeks to wait and see. I did the arithmetic I hadn't been willing to do before. If I'd said something in March, she might have reported it in March, and the £8,000 might have been considerably less, and 4 months of daily fear and calculation might have been considerably shorter. I don't know that for certain. I'm aware I don't know that for certain. The specialist officer, when I told her later that I'd known something since March, was measured about it, said that disclosure was complicated, that victims often didn't want intervention, that I couldn't have known what Priya's response would have been. All of that is true. It's also true that I didn't try. The investigation has been ongoing for several months. I'm not going to describe its progress in detail because it's Priya's situation to disclose and not mine. And I've already disclosed more than she knows I'm disclosing here, which is its own thing I'll have to account for eventually. What I can tell you is that the device in her bedroom was identified and its origin traced to a degree that gave the investigation a direction. What I can tell you is that she has not paid anything since May, and the photographs have not been distributed, which the officer had assessed as likely because distribution defeats the mechanism, and the mechanism is the asset. What I can tell you is that Priya is still at the firm, still comes for lunch on Thursdays, is not completely fine, but is more fine than she was, and that she told me recently that going to the police was the right decision, and that she was glad someone had made her do it. I haven't told her about March. I've constructed reasons for this that are partially legitimate. It would upset her to know. It would complicate a friendship that is currently stable. It would introduce information that doesn't change anything practical. These reasons sit alongside the less legitimate reason, which is that I'm not ready to say it out loud to her face. To watch her process the fact that someone who was eating sandwiches across from her on that Thursday in March was carrying knowledge that they hadn't shared. I'll tell her. I've decided I'll tell her. I've been deciding this for several months with a consistency that has not yet produced the conversation, which I recognize is a pattern I've demonstrated before in this account. What I'm hoping is that writing this down makes it more real, makes the not telling a more visible thing that I have to move past, rather than a background condition I can keep arranging around. That's probably too much to expect from an account like this, but it's what I've got. The guilt is not dramatic. That's the thing about this kind of guilt. The guilt of having looked away, of having chosen the comfortable interpretation, of having been afraid of a conversation, rather than afraid for a person. It doesn't arrive as a wave. It arrives as a quality of certain moments. A Tuesday afternoon at my desk, a Thursday lunch, the specific silence after someone tells you something they've been holding alone for 4 months, and you sit with the knowledge that you could have halved that weight and didn't. Gerald is on the sofa beside me while I write this. He's not friendly, but he's present, and tonight that's something. I'm going to ring Priya tomorrow. I mean it this time. The silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, like watching something through glass that you knew you shouldn't be seeing, but couldn't quite stop yourself from observing. I was 18 and halfway through my A-levels when I got bored with fictional horror and started looking for something real. Not that the creepy pasta forums I'd been frequenting were particularly scary. Most of the stories were obviously made up by teenagers trying to one-up each other with increasingly ridiculous scenarios involving supernatural entities and impossible situations. What I wanted was genuine fear, the sort that comes from knowing something terrible actually happened, rather than just imagining it might. Real footage, authentic documentation, evidence of events that would make you lose sleep because they were part of the actual world, rather than someone's creative writing exercise. The transition from fictional horror to real content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage from accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't broadcast. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just material that was too graphic or disturbing for regular platforms. Each community led to recommendations for others, and the content kept escalating. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked investigation footage, material that existed in legal grey areas. The sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, accessible if you knew where to look, but hidden from casual browsers. One forum I discovered was dedicated to what they called authentic extreme documentation. The participants approached it like academic research, verifying whether violent content was genuine or staged, discussing production techniques, and analyzing geographic indicators with more professionalism than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most participants were skeptical, discussing the technical and legal barriers that would make such operations nearly impossible to maintain. But a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting red rooms might actually exist. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. What made me pay attention was the level of detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, content distribution, and audience management with expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by Archive Seeker, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He was cautious about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity before providing access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just seeking sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Archive Seeker finally shared some files from his archive. The material was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archive Seeker explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing viewers. Not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about finding authentic horror stories, not witnessing actual crimes. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Archive Seeker assured me that observation didn't require participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and strapped to that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, with people making suggestions and placing bets on various outcomes. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour, using headphones so my parents wouldn't hear anything from my bedroom. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak. But no audio was coming through the stream, just silence that made everything feel more immediate and real. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed ordinarily, jeans, plain shirt, work boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various apparatus that wasn't fully visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me lean closer to my laptop screen. The figure had moved to adjust one of the cameras, and for a moment I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall was a fire safety certificate, the sort of official documentation you see in commercial buildings to show they meet safety regulations. The certificate was issued by a company I recognized, a local fire safety firm that did inspections for businesses around Essex, where I lived. I'd seen their signs on various shops and offices in my town, including at the college where I was studying, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere relatively local to where I was sitting. I took screenshots of the certificate and researched the fire safety company online. They serviced commercial properties throughout Essex and East London, including warehouses, offices, and industrial units. Hundreds of potential locations where someone could set up streaming equipment without attracting attention. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the local connection, looking at commercial property listings, checking business directories, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The man from the stream bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just what had obviously happened to him, but the way he'd looked around that room with growing understanding of his situation. The moment when confusion had turned to genuine fear. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but I knew how that would sound. Sixth form student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing a fire safety certificate from a local company. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. Archive Seeker had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my A-level coursework instead, but the idea that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and real than just another piece of extreme internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This location was clearer in terms of identifying features, not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted workshop or garage with distinctive elements that made it easier to place geographically. Most importantly, there was a window visible in the background that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Terraced houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive lamp designs, road markings that suggested British rather than foreign location. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those house designs, the streetlight style, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Essex I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within about 20 miles of where I lived. The realization that red rooms might be operating locally, rather than in some distant country, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign locations. They were people who might live in my area, shop in the same places, use the same roads. I started paying more attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. But without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. What I did find were several reports of people who disappeared without trace over the past year. Not enough to establish any pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a relatively small geographic area. One case particularly caught my attention. A man in his 30s been reported missing about 2 months earlier, after failing to return from what should have been a routine evening out. The physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archived streams Archive Seeker had shared. The missing person report included a photograph that looked very similar to one of the victims, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the age, build, and general appearance were consistent enough to be disturbing. I researched the circumstances of his disappearance more thoroughly. He'd left home around 7 p.m. to meet friends at a pub in town, but had never arrived. His car was found the next morning in a supermarket car park about 5 miles away, with no signs of struggle or obvious explanation for why he'd abandoned it there. The location where his car was discovered was interesting because it was near an industrial estate with several empty units that had been vacant for months. The sort of place where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors or regular foot traffic. I decided to visit the industrial estate, using college work as an excuse to take the bus in that direction. Most of the units were legitimate businesses, small manufacturing, logistics companies, vehicle repair shops, but several were clearly empty, with to-let signs and boarded windows. One unit particularly caught my attention because it had been vacant longer than the others, according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, electrical connections that suggested power was still connected despite the property being officially empty. From the road, everything looked normal. Just another vacant commercial unit waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit, despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or streaming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where some of the streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether anyone would take a sixth form student seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports, document activity at the property, record when lights were visible, note which vehicles visited and when, build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that changed my approach entirely. One of the regular visitors to the vacant unit was someone I recognized from college. Not a student, but one of the part-time maintenance staff who worked around the buildings and grounds. Someone who had access to areas students didn't normally go, who could move around without attracting attention, who would know which parts of the college were empty at different times. Someone who would have seen me around campus regularly and could easily find out my personal details from college records. The realization that someone from my own college might be involved in Red Room operations made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about the situation. This wasn't just about finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about discovering that someone from my daily environment was potentially involved in torture and murder. I stopped visiting the industrial estate after that realization. If the maintenance worker was involved and had noticed my interest in the vacant unit, then I'd potentially identified myself as someone who knew too much about their activities. The next day at college, I found myself paying attention to the maintenance staff in ways I never had before, watching how they moved around the building, which areas they accessed, whether they showed any unusual interest in particular students or staff members. The worker I'd recognized seemed to be watching me too. Not obviously, but I caught him looking in my direction more often than felt normal, and he seemed to be working in areas near my usual routes, between classes more frequently than before. That evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Curiosity can be dangerous. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was just coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every glance from the maintenance worker at college felt threatening. Every unexpected sound at home made me check the windows and doors, but nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just a persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped participating in the extreme content forums and tried to focus on my A-level coursework instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The maintenance worker left the college about 2 weeks later. According to the staff I asked, he'd found better employment elsewhere and given standard notice. Nothing suspicious about the circumstances, just normal staff turnover. But I noticed that the lights stopped appearing in the vacant industrial unit around the same time. I never reported what I'd discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for university. But I still think about that first stream and the silence that had made it impossible to look away. How the lack of audio had somehow made everything feel more real and immediate than if there had been sound. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial units and empty buildings across the country, operated by people who work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives when they're not broadcasting real violence to paying audiences. Silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, but sometimes the most disturbing thing about extreme content isn't what you can see and hear. It's realizing how close it might be to your own everyday world. Imagine being 15 and desperate enough to impress someone that you pretend to know about things you'd only read about in forum posts, until pretending becomes something much more dangerous than you ever intended. I was in year 11 at a comprehensive in Manchester when I started chatting with someone who seemed infinitely cooler than anyone I knew in real life. She went by the username Dark Explorer and claimed to be 18, studying media at university, with access to parts of the internet that most people never discovered. We'd met in a forum dedicated to discussing banned films and censored content, where she posted detailed reviews of documentaries and footage that had been pulled from mainstream platforms. Her knowledge seemed encyclopedic. She could discuss technical aspects of film production, legal issues around content distribution, and historical context for material that I'd barely heard of. I was immediately intimidated and fascinated. Here was someone who seemed to understand the internet's hidden corners in ways that made my own browsing habits feel childish and superficial. I wanted to seem equally knowledgeable, equally sophisticated in my interests, so I started exaggerating. When she mentioned underground streaming sites, I claimed to have accessed them. When she discussed extreme content that existed in legal grey areas, I pretended to have seen it. When she referenced technical concepts I didn't understand, I nodded along and tried to contribute insights that made me sound more experienced than I actually was. The lies started small but escalated quickly as our conversations continued. She seemed impressed by my apparent knowledge, which encouraged me to embellish further. I created stories about content I'd supposedly discovered, shared fictional accounts of browsing sessions that had never happened, built an entire persona around being someone far more worldly than a 15-year-old from suburban Manchester actually was. After about 2 months of increasingly elaborate fabrications, Dark Explorer mentioned something that made me panic about maintaining my false image. Red rooms. She brought them up casually, as if they were just another type of content she'd encountered during her explorations of hidden sites. Live streams where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time, broadcast from various locations on the dark web. Most people dismiss red rooms as urban legends, she explained, but anyone who'd spent serious time exploring the internet's darker regions knew they existed. The technical barriers weren't as insurmountable as skeptics claimed, and there was clearly sufficient demand to make them economically viable. I should have admitted ignorance at that point, should have explained that I'd heard of red rooms but never actually encountered one. Instead, I found myself claiming not only to have seen them, but to have opinions about their authenticity and technical implementation. Dark Explorer seemed intrigued by my supposed expertise. She asked detailed questions about specific aspects of Red Room streams, video quality, interface design, audience interaction methods, questions that made it clear she expected me to have first-hand knowledge rather than theoretical understanding. I improvised answers based on things I'd read in forum discussions, trying to sound authoritative while hoping she wouldn't notice the gaps in my knowledge. The conversation felt like a test I was barely passing, with each question pushing me further into territory I didn't actually understand. After that discussion, I spent hours researching red rooms online, trying to learn enough to maintain the facade I'd created. Most of what I found was obviously fictional or second-hand speculation, but a few sources seemed to have genuine knowledge about accessing hidden streaming sites. The research was supposed to be about covering my lies, but I found myself genuinely curious about whether red rooms actually existed, If Dark Explorer was right about them being real phenomena rather than internet mythology, then documenting them would provide the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my reputation as someone worth knowing. I started exploring parts of the internet I'd never visited before, following leads from the more credible sources I'd discovered. The process was more complex than I'd expected, involving software I'd never used and sites that required specific access methods. After about a week of persistent searching, I found something that looked promising. A site hosting what appeared to be live streams from various hidden locations. The interface was basic but functional, with video players showing feeds from different rooms. Most showed empty spaces or static scenes, but a few had activity that suggested they were genuinely live. One stream showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage with someone strapped to a metal table. The video quality was poor and there was no audio, but the timestamp suggested it was happening in real time, rather than being pre-recorded content. I watched for about an hour, telling myself I was conducting research rather than witnessing something genuinely disturbing. The person on the table would occasionally move or struggle against their restraints, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame and began making preparations that suggested the stream was about to become considerably more disturbing than passive observation of a restrained person. I should have closed the browser at that point and pretended I'd never found the site. Instead, I took screenshots and saved details about how to access the stream, thinking this would provide evidence to share with Dark Explorer that would prove my claimed expertise was genuine. The next day, I messaged her with carefully edited details about what I'd supposedly discovered. I described the site and its content in ways that demonstrated I'd actually accessed it, while avoiding specifics that might reveal how recently I'd found it, or how little I actually understood about what I was seeing. Dark Explorer seemed impressed but also concerned. She pointed out that witnessing real violence, even passively through online streams, could have legal implications that I might not have considered. She suggested I be more careful about what I accessed and how I documented it. Her concern felt genuine in ways that made me realize she might actually care about my well-being, rather than just being impressed by my supposed knowledge. For the first time since we'd started chatting, I considered telling her the truth about how inexperienced I actually was, but I was too invested in the persona I'd created to back down now. Instead, I assured her that I was being careful and knew what I was doing, while privately resolving to be more cautious about what I accessed online. Except I kept going back to the streaming site. Not because I enjoyed watching disturbing content, but because I'd become fascinated by the technical aspects of how it functioned. The site seemed to host multiple streams from different locations, suggesting either a single person with access to various properties or multiple people contributing content to a shared platform. The streams I'd initially found were replaced by new ones every few days, always showing different rooms and different victims. The production quality varied considerably, from professional setups with multiple camera angles to amateur recordings from single static positions. What disturbed me most wasn't the violence itself, but the mundane details that suggested these streams were being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Background sounds that seemed typically British, architectural details that looked familiar, even glimpses of packaging or signage that suggested UK origins. The possibility that red rooms were being produced somewhere near Manchester, rather than in abstract foreign locations, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't distant criminals operating in places I'd never visit. They could be people who lived in my area used the same shops, traveled the same roads. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was around my own age, a 16-year-old who'd been reported missing about 2 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The circumstances were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for them to disappear voluntarily. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing person had lived in an area of Manchester I was familiar with. They disappeared while walking home along a route that passed through several areas where someone could be intercepted without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own city might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about impressing someone online or maintaining a false persona. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. 15-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while trying to impress someone online. They'd probably assume I was making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified their activities. I'd been accessing their content for weeks, potentially leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Dark Explorer had mentioned that serious exploration of hidden sites required understanding how to protect your identity and location from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite claiming to be experienced with this type of browsing. I decided to be more honest with her about my actual level of expertise, hoping she might provide guidance about staying safe online while continuing to access unusual content. But when I tried to message her, I discovered that her account had been deleted. Not just inactive or abandoned, but completely removed from the forum where we'd met. Her previous posts were gone, her username was available for new registration, and there was no indication that Dark Explorer had ever existed. I checked other platforms where we'd occasionally communicated, but found the same thing. Every trace of our conversations had been eliminated, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of our interaction. The sudden disappearance felt ominous in ways I couldn't quite articulate. Either Dark Explorer had decided to completely reinvent her online identity for reasons I didn't understand, or something had happened that required eliminating her digital presence entirely. I stopped accessing the streaming site after that, telling myself I'd learned enough to satisfy my curiosity and prove my claimed expertise to myself, if not to anyone else. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than I'd initially understood. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered later than usual. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved slightly. Sounds outside my bedroom window that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or paranoia, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing concern that I'd attracted unwanted attention through my online activities. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking to college, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made it clear this wasn't a random incident. Stop pretending. No signature, no explanation. Just those two words that referenced the fundamental dishonesty that had led me into this situation. Someone knew I'd been fabricating knowledge about things I didn't understand, and they'd apparently been monitoring my activities closely enough to document my real-world movements. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a prank or coincidence. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained my home address or managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. I never tried to contact Dark Explorer again or access any more hidden streaming sites. The whole experience had taught me that pretending to knowledge I didn't possess could lead to consequences I wasn't prepared to handle. But I still think about that photograph and the casual way someone had documented my movements without me noticing anything unusual. How long they might have been watching me before deciding to reveal their surveillance. And I think about Dark Explorer and whether she'd been real at all, or just part of an elaborate process designed to draw people like me into situations they didn't understand. Whether other people had received similar guidance and encouragement to explore content they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if the whole thing had been a game from the beginning, just not the kind of game I thought I was playing. Whether my attempts to impress someone online had made me a target for people who were considerably more experienced at manipulation than I was at detecting it. I want to tell you about something that happened to me last February. It's pretty messed up, and I haven't really told anyone about it until now. I figured it might be worth sharing, both to get it off my chest and because, well, maybe it could prevent someone else from falling into the same trap I did. It all started when I received an invitation to test out a new VR experience at a place called Sensory in Manchester. What was supposed to be a simple tech preview turned into one of the most disturbing experiences of my life and opened my eyes to a dark reality hiding behind cutting-edge technology. I've always been into tech, especially gaming and VR. I studied computer science at university but dropped out in my final year when my anxiety got too overwhelming. Since then, I've worked various tech support jobs, most recently at a mobile phone shop in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills and kept me connected to the industry I loved. In my spare time, I ran a moderately successful gaming blog where I reviewed indie titles and new VR experiences. It wasn't huge, maybe 5,000 monthly readers, but enough that I occasionally received invitations to preview events or beta tests. That's how I ended up at Sensory last February. Their PR team emailed me about a new VR experience center they were opening in an old industrial building near the Northern Quarter. According to the email, they were pioneering next-generation haptic feedback technology that promised to blur the line between virtual and physical sensation. They were offering free sessions to selected tech enthusiasts in exchange for feedback before their official launch. No obligation to write positively about it, just an honest assessment of the experience. I'd heard vague rumors about Sensory on some tech forums, whispers about military funding and experimental neural interfaces, but nothing concrete. What caught my attention was a comment on a dark web discussion board I occasionally monitored for my blog, where someone claimed Sensory had developed technology based on classified research into pain response management. At the time, I dismissed it as the usual conspiracy nonsense that circulates in those spaces. Now, I wish I'd paid more attention. The Neosensory building itself was impressive. A converted textile factory with the original brick exterior, but completely modernized inside. The reception area featured minimalist white furnishings, ambient electronic music, and staff dressed in matching grey uniforms. I remember thinking it felt more like a high-end spa than a gaming center. The receptionist scanned my invitation QR code, had me sign a digital waiver on a tablet without really giving me time to read it, and then directed me to a preparation room. This first room contained what looked like standard VR equipment, headsets, haptic gloves, and the usual motion sensors, but with some modifications I hadn't seen before. Most notably, each set included what they called neural feedback pads that attached to your temples, wrists, and the base of your spine. The staff member explained these would enhance sensory immersion by creating precise neurological feedback loops. It sounded impressive but vague, the kind of technobabble that tech companies often use to make simple concepts sound revolutionary. After a brief orientation, I was led to a private booth, a space about 3 meters square with padded walls and a suspended harness system that allowed free movement while preventing you from hitting anything. The staff member helped me into the full gear, headset, gloves, feedback pads, and a lightweight exosuit that applied pressure to various muscle groups to simulate physical resistance. Once everything was connected and calibrated, they left me alone in the booth. The VR environment loaded up, presenting itself as Consequence Level 1. The virtual space appeared to be a stark white room with various objects on pedestals, a glass of water, a candle, a rose, a block of ice. A floating interface invited me to explore physical consequences in a safe environment. It seemed like a basic haptic demonstration program, designed to showcase the system's ability to simulate different textures and sensations. I began interacting with the virtual objects and immediately noticed the extraordinary fidelity of the sensations. When I touched the virtual ice, my fingertips felt genuinely cold. The candle flame produced actual warmth. The rose petal's texture was impossibly realistic. I tried dozens of haptic systems before, but nothing came close to this level of sensory precision. I remember thinking this technology must have cost millions to develop. After about 10 minutes of these basic interactions, the environment changed. The white room dissolved, replaced by what appeared to be a realistic apartment interior. On a virtual screen on the wall, text appeared explaining that this was Consequence Level 2, where I would experience emotional and physical cause and effect in a realistic environment. The objectives seemed simple: complete everyday tasks, while the system created appropriate sensory feedback. As I moved through the virtual apartment, interacting with objects, I began to notice something odd. Occasionally, when I performed certain actions, dropping a plate, closing a drawer, turning on a tap, I would hear faint sounds that didn't seem to match the virtual environment. Something like muffled gasps or sharp intakes of breath. At first, I assumed it was just part of the ambient sound design. But the sounds occurred inconsistently, only following specific actions. The system guided me through increasingly complex tasks, eventually introducing stress elements like time challenges. During one timed cooking simulation, I accidentally knocked over a virtual pan of boiling water. The haptic feedback delivered a mild sensation of heat to my arm, but more disturbingly, I distinctly heard what sounded like a cry of pain from somewhere outside the simulation. The sound was quickly masked by the program's audio effects, but it left me unsettled. When I completed Level 2, the environment shifted again. Consequence. Level 3 transported me to what appeared to be a sterile laboratory setting. The interface explained this level would explore physical consequence escalation and test my threshold for causal comfort. The objectives became more bizarre. Use various implements on test subjects represented as featureless mannequins. Adjust environmental controls that cause visible discomfort to these figures. Manipulate emotional states through physical stimuli. The disembodied sounds became more frequent and distinct, definitely human reactions corresponding to my actions in the simulation. When I used a virtual scalpel on a mannequin, I heard a stifled scream. When I adjusted temperature controls to extremes, there were sounds of shivering or panting. The haptic feedback to my own body remained mild and manageable, but something about the audio felt increasingly wrong, increasingly real. I tried removing the headset, suddenly uncomfortable with whatever I was participating in, but discovered it wouldn't detach. The neural feedback pads seemed to have formed some kind of temporary bond with my skin. I called out for assistance, but no one came. Instead, the program advanced automatically to consequence level 4. The laboratory environment expanded, revealing glass-walled cells containing actual human figures rather than mannequins. Each person wore equipment similar to mine, but with more extensive neural pads covering much of their bodies. With sickening clarity, I realized what was happening. My virtual actions were controlling real physical sensations being delivered to actual people. The haptic feedback I was receiving was merely a fraction of what they were experiencing. An interface appeared, explicitly confirming my suspicions. Direct neural stimulation now linked. Your actions equal their consequences. Premium dark web streaming active. Current viewers, 152. Current Bitcoin revenue, 3.28. I wasn't merely a tester of new VR technology. I was an unwitting torturer providing entertainment for paying viewers on the dark web. The sensation of ice on my fingertips corresponded to freezing pain for someone else. The warmth from the candle translated to burning agony for my involuntary partner. Every interaction I'd found so impressively realistic had caused genuine suffering to someone being held in this facility. In horrified panic, I tried again to remove the equipment, pulling frantically at the headset and gloves. This triggered what the system called a non-compliance protocol, a brief but excruciating electrical shock delivered through the neural pads. A message informed me that removing the equipment prematurely would cause terminal feedback to both myself and my connected subjects. For what felt like hours, but was probably only 40 minutes, I was forced to continue participating, trying to minimize the actions that seemed to cause the most severe reactions. Eventually, a countdown timer appeared, indicating the session was nearing completion. When it reached 0, the system began a shutdown sequence, and the equipment finally released its hold on me. As the headset lifted away, I caught a glimpse of multiple screens on the booth's wall that had been hidden before. They showed various angles of rooms containing people connected to equipment similar to mine, their bodies responding to whatever was happening in their corresponding simulations. Some were clearly unconscious, others writhing in obvious distress. One screen displayed what appeared to be a bidding interface with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. I stumbled out of the booth, dizzy and disoriented, to find the preparation room empty. The reception area was similarly deserted, with no sign of the staff who had greeted me earlier. The building's main door was unlocked, and I fled into the street, gasping for air that didn't reek of sanitizer and fear. I spent that night deliberating whether to contact the police. By morning, I convinced myself I should, but when I returned to the address with 2 officers, we found the building completely empty. No VR equipment, no booths, not even the reception desk. Just an empty industrial space with bare walls and a concrete floor. The officers took my statement but clearly didn't believe me, especially when they couldn't find any record of a company called Neosensory, registered at that address or anywhere in Manchester. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an encrypted address containing only a video file. The footage showed me during my session, my face contorted with fascination and then horror as I gradually realized what I was participating in. Below the video was a message. Level 5 access granted. Premium controller status available. Your unique neural signature has been catalogued. Distance operation now possible. I destroyed my laptop, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and moved to a different city. But I can't escape the knowledge of what I participated in, or the fear that somehow, through that brief neural connection, they still have access to me. Sometimes my fingers tingle unexpectedly, as if holding phantom controllers. Sometimes I feel the ghost of those neural pads against my skin. And sometimes, when I pass someone on the street who winces suddenly or gasps in unexpected pain, I wonder if somewhere, someone is playing a game with real consequences, using the neural signature they harvested from me as their unwitting proxy in the physical world. So the thing is, I nearly didn't take the Peckham Rota at all. That's what I keep coming back to. It wasn't even my area. I was covering Lewisham mostly, had been for about 2 years, knew the routes and the clients and which corner shops would let me use the toilet on a long shift without buying anything. Taking on extra work in Peckham meant longer travel, meant reorganizing my whole week, and I'd been trying to cut back if anything, not expand. My supervisor Denise asked me as a favor, said they were short-staffed after 2 people left in the same month, said it would only be temporary. I said yes because I always say yes, which is something I've been told is both my best quality and my worst, depending on who's doing the telling. That's how I ended up with Dennis. I should say something about the work first, because I think people outside it have a particular idea of what care work looks like that isn't quite right. I'm 28. I've been doing domiciliary care in Southeast London for 5 years, since I finished the health and social care course at Goldsmiths that I started because I didn't know what else to do, and stayed for because it turned out I was actually good at it. Not good in a sentimental way. I'm not the type who talks about giving back or calling. I'm good at it because I'm practical and patient, and I don't get flustered when things go wrong. And in this job, things go wrong constantly. And what matters is what you do about it, rather than how you feel about it in the moment. My clients are mostly elderly, some with physical care needs, some with dementia, a few with both. I do, on average, 6 or 7 visits a day, mornings mostly, starting at 7 and finishing early afternoon. Personal care, medication prompts, breakfast, a bit of light domestic help if the visit is long enough. Each person gets between 30 minutes and an hour, depending on their package. It's not enough time mostly. It's never enough time. That's a structural problem with the whole system and not something I'm going to solve. So I do what I can with what I have and try not to think too hard about what I don't have. Dennis was 79. He lived in a first-floor flat on a side street off Rye Lane, above a nail bar, in a block that had probably been social housing originally, and had that specific quality of having been maintained to the minimum required to avoid being condemned and nothing beyond. Lift that worked maybe 60% of the time. Stairwell that smelled of something I never identified. His flat, though, was his own. Clean, ordered, the kind of space that had been arranged by someone who cared about it and had been maintaining that arrangement for decades. Books everywhere, a good rug that had been expensive once, family photographs on every available surface, and I mean every surface, the walls and the shelves and the top of the television and the windowsill. He'd been married for 41 years to a woman called Gloria, who died 3 years before I met him, and the photographs were mostly of her or of both of them together. He had mild COPD and some mobility problems following a fall the previous winter that had left him unsteady on his feet and not confident about the stairs. His daughter lived in Croydon and visited on weekends. His son was in Canada and rang on Sundays. He was sharp, completely. Good memory, quick sense of humor. Read the newspaper every day front to back and had opinions about all of it. He just needed help with some personal care in the mornings, medication management, and someone to check that everything was as it should be. I liked him almost immediately. He had the quality that some of the older clients have, especially the ones who've been through a lot, of being genuinely interested in other people without making it feel like an interrogation. He'd ask about my week and actually listen to the answer. He'd remember things I told him the previous visit and ask follow-up questions. After a few weeks, I found that his was one of the visits I didn't mentally count down, which is rarer than it should be. The first thing I noticed was in my third week on the Peckham rota, a Monday morning, Dennis's first visit of the week, and when I came in, he was at his kitchen table with a mug of tea he'd managed to make himself, which he did on the mornings he woke early enough, and he looked tired in a specific way I hadn't seen on him before. Not unwell, just depleted, like he'd been up in the night. I asked if he'd slept all right, and he said fine, not quite meeting my eyes, which was unlike him. I noted it on his care record. Client appeared fatigued, sleep possibly disrupted, and moved on, because one bad night is not a story. The second thing was a fortnight later. I arrived at my usual time, and he answered the door looking flustered, which was also unlike him. Dennis was usually settled in his chair by the time I arrived, the morning routine something he'd adapted to without difficulty. He'd been at the desk in his sitting room, the one in the corner by the window that I'd assumed was purely decorative because I'd never seen him use it. The desk had his laptop on it. The laptop was closed, but recently. I could tell because the screen was still slightly warm when I rested my hand near it a few minutes later, getting something from the shelf above. He saw me notice. Just for a second, a flicker of something across his face that wasn't quite guilt and wasn't quite fear and was somewhere between the two. I didn't say anything. It was his laptop and his desk and his flat. And whatever he was doing at 7:30 in the morning was entirely his business. People are entitled to their private lives regardless of how old they are or how many carers come through their door. But I thought about it on the bus home. Over the next month, the pattern repeated enough times that I couldn't not notice it. Roughly twice a week, never the same days, which made it feel less like a schedule and more like an appetite that came and went. Dennis would have that quality when I arrived. The fatigue, the slight flustering. Once I came in and heard him closing the laptop as I knocked, a sound I recognize because I've got the same model at home and the hinge makes a specific noise. I started paying attention in a way I wasn't entirely comfortable with because it felt like overstepping. But I'm trained to notice changes in clients and to document them, and what I was noticing was a change, even if I couldn't yet say what it was a change toward. By December, I had a hypothesis, the simplest and least alarming one available. Dennis was watching something on his laptop late at night and into the early mornings, something he found either embarrassing or private, and the fatigue was simply from not sleeping. A box set he'd become absorbed in maybe. Old films, something he didn't want to explain to a 28-year-old he saw every weekday morning. I decided to leave it alone, not my business. He was well, his medication was being taken, his mobility was no worse. Whatever he was watching in the dark was his own affair. That resolution lasted until the Thursday morning in January, when I let myself in and found him asleep in his chair with the laptop open on the desk and the screen still lit. I should have closed it without looking. I should have made his breakfast and waited for him to wake and never mentioned it. I've told myself this many times since. I did not close it without looking. I looked, and what I saw took me a moment to understand. And then it took me considerably longer to understand what understanding it actually meant. It was a forum. Dark background, text heavy, the structure familiar from things I'd seen mentioned in news articles without ever having seen directly. Nested threads, dense with posts, a specific vocabulary I couldn't fully pass on a single glance. But the glance was long enough. What the forum was organized around announced itself in the thread titles, in the language of the posts I could see, in the category headings down the left-hand side of the screen. It was organized around the documentation and sharing of harm to real people. Not fictional harm. Real, filmed, catalogued, discussed. I closed the laptop carefully and went to the kitchen and stood at the sink for a while. Dennis woke about 10 minutes later. I was making his breakfast by then, and I had my back to him, and I kept my voice ordinary because it was the only thing I could control in that moment. He didn't know I'd seen it. He came to the kitchen doorway and apologized for dozing off, and I said something normal about it being early, and I finished making his breakfast, and I left at the end of the visit, and I sat in my car. I was using Denise's pool car that week, and I stared at the steering wheel. Here is the question I sat with for the next 3 days. What exactly had I seen? A forum, dark web adjacent by the look of it. Content relating to real harm, real people. Dennis, 79 years old, sleeping in his chair in front of it at 7:30 in the morning, having apparently been on it through the night. Possible explanations, and I ran through all of them. He'd clicked onto something by accident and didn't know how to close it. Someone else had access to the laptop and was using it while he slept. He'd been trying to find something unrelated, and the forum had come up somehow. All of these were possible. None of them fully held together. The one I kept arriving at and moving away from was the straightforward one. That Dennis, a man I'd grown to like, was choosing to spend his nights on this. I went back on the Monday and he was his usual self, and nothing felt different, and I convinced myself I'd misread what I'd seen, or at least misread enough of it that my conclusions were premature. Then in February, his daughter rang Denise. Not about anything alarming on its surface. She'd noticed her father had been more tired lately on her weekend visits, had been a bit vague, had seemed distracted in a way that was new. She wanted to flag it in case it was something medical. Denise passed it on to me as the primary carer, asked me to monitor and document. I documented what I'd been noticing for 2 months, and then I sat on my sofa at home and thought about what I was actually dealing with here. The daughter visiting weekends, the son ringing Sundays, Dennis most evenings and most nights, apparently alone with his laptop and whatever was on it. I thought about the family photographs, Gloria on every surface, 41 years of marriage, the flat that had been maintained by someone who cared about it, the man who asked follow-up questions and remembered what I'd told him the previous week and had a good rug that had been expensive once. I thought about how grief operates in people who are very private, how it goes underground in certain men of a certain generation, how it finds things to attach to that you'd never expect. I'm not making excuses. I want to be clear about that. I'm trying to understand, which is different, even if the line between the two is thinner than I'd like. I went back on a Wednesday, and he was at the desk when I let myself in. He hadn't heard me on the stairs. The flat has a thick front door, and I have a key. And he was looking at the screen, with a quality of attention I hadn't seen on him before. Absorbed isn't quite the word. Fixed. The way someone looks at something that has become necessary rather than chosen. He heard me come through the hall and close the laptop and turned, and there was a moment, just a moment, maybe 3 seconds, where neither of us pretended quite hard enough that I hadn't seen what I'd seen. Then it passed, and we were back to normal, and I made his breakfast and did his medication, and noted on the care record that he had appeared distracted on arrival, and that this was consistent with recent pattern, and I left. On the pavement outside, I rang the safeguarding team directly, not Denise first, the safeguarding team, because what I'd been trained to do when I had a concern about a client's well-being or about harmful activity was to report it, and I'd been not doing that for 2 months, and the call I made that morning was already overdue, and I knew it, and that knowledge is something I'm still carrying. What came after was not quick, and most of it wasn't mine to be part of. There was a safeguarding referral. The police were involved, not because Dennis was immediately suspected of anything, but because the nature of what I'd reported required it to be assessed by people with the right expertise. I was interviewed twice, asked to describe what I'd seen in as much detail as I could provide, which wasn't as much as I'd have liked because I'd seen it in fragments over weeks and in one longer look that I'd ended by closing the laptop. What they found, working through the laptop with people who knew what they were looking for, was more extensive than I'd understood from my glimpses. Dennis had been active on multiple forums over a period of at least 18 months. The content on those forums included material that the investigating officers described to me in language careful enough to tell me they were protecting me from the full detail. He hadn't created anything. He hadn't, as far as could be established, commissioned anything. But he had been a sustained and engaged consumer of content that documented harm to real people, and he had been part of communities that existed to share and discuss it. His daughter was told. That conversation I wasn't part of and don't know the shape of, except that Denise told me later it had been very difficult. The son flew over from Canada. Dennis was moved out of the flat and into a care arrangement that I had no part in arranging. I never saw him again after the Wednesday I made the call. I still work the Peckham rota, which might seem strange, but actually makes complete sense to me, because the rota is mine now, and the clients on it need consistency, and none of them did anything wrong. And I'm not going to make their lives harder by transferring out because I had a difficult experience. That's not how I think about the work. What I think about, on the bus in, and on the bus home, and in the odd in-between moments during the day, is the photographs. Gloria, on every surface, the good rug, the man who asked follow-up questions and remembered what you told him. I'm not going to tell you I understand it, because I don't, and I've stopped trying to construct an explanation that makes it make sense. People do things that don't resolve into a coherent picture of who they are, and that's an uncomfortable fact about people in general, that this particular experience has made concrete in a way that I can't unfeel. What I keep coming back to, the thing that sits with me in a way the rest of it doesn't quite, is the fatigue, the twice-a-week depletion, the sense of a man who was spending his nights in something that was costing him something, physically, visibly, and going back anyway. That's the detail I wish I'd acted on earlier and didn't, and I've asked myself enough times whether acting earlier would have changed anything to have accepted that I don't have an answer to that question, and probably never will. I said yes to the Peckham rota, because I always say yes. I'm still on it. I still always say yes. Some things the job changes in you, and some things it doesn't. And that particular quality, the saying yes, the showing up, the doing what you can with what you have, I think that one's staying put. The rest of it I'm still sorting out. I expect I will be for a while. It felt like a game at first, but I quickly learned it wasn't, and what followed would change my life. My parents worked long hours, and I was an only child, which meant most evenings were spent alone in my room in our terrace house in Reading, supposedly doing GCSE coursework, but actually scrolling through whatever caught my attention online. The internet was more entertaining than television, and considerably more entertaining than the homework I was meant to be doing. I'd started with the usual social media platforms, but they got repetitive quickly. Same people posting the same types of content, same arguments about the same topics, same manufactured drama that felt hollow after a while. I wanted something more authentic, more immediate, more real than the polished nonsense everyone was sharing. That's when I discovered image boards, not the mainstream ones that everyone knew about, but smaller, more obscure communities where people shared content that wouldn't survive long on regular platforms. Raw, unfiltered material that felt genuine in ways that social media never did. The sort of places where people posted without worrying about maintaining personal brands or managing public images. The content was hit and miss, sometimes interesting, sometimes disturbing, often just random nonsense that someone had found amusing enough to share. But there was an authenticity to it that I found appealing. People weren't performing for audiences the way they did elsewhere online. They were just sharing whatever they'd encountered or created. One image board I frequented had a section dedicated to what they called rare finds, unusual content that people had discovered in the deeper parts of the internet. Not necessarily illegal material, just things that were difficult to find or access through normal browsing. The discussions were more sophisticated than you'd expect from random internet users. People analyzed the authenticity of footage, discussed technical aspects of content creation, shared methods for accessing hidden or restricted material. It felt like being part of an exclusive research community. That's where I first encountered mentions of red rooms. The concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web, where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible urban legends, but a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. What made me pay attention was how casually these discussions happened. People weren't treating it like creepypasta or horror fiction. They discussed red rooms the same way they discussed any other type of online content, as something that probably existed somewhere, even if it was difficult to access. One regular poster, who went by Streamfinder, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine red room broadcasts. He was selective about who he shared content with, requiring people to contribute interesting finds before he'd provide access to his collection. I spent several weeks proving my interest by sharing unusual content I discovered on other platforms. Nothing extreme, just rare or hard to find material that demonstrated I was serious about documenting authentic internet phenomena rather than just seeking sensational content. Streamfinder eventually shared some files from his archive, video clips that showed dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times, Streamfinder explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't easy to find through casual browsing. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in unusual internet content was supposed to be about finding authentic material, not witnessing actual crimes. But the way Streamfinder described it made it sound like an academic exercise rather than participation in something illegal. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software to download, rotating passwords that changed every few hours, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream during a quiet evening at home, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player embedded in a simple web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 150 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere felt industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who'd stopped fighting against their situation. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages. People discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole thing like interactive entertainment. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour while my parents were downstairs watching television, using headphones so they wouldn't hear anything from my room. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 9 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked methodically, following what appeared to be a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 200. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details in the video feed. On the wall behind the table was a local business calendar, one of those promotional items that companies give out to customers at the beginning of each year. The business name was partially visible, and it looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the calendar. The company name was for a plumbing supplier in Reading, the same town where I lived. I'd seen their van parked outside houses in my neighborhood when they were doing repair work or installations, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere local rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and real. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It was potentially occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in my bedroom. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the plumbing company and their customer base. They serviced residential and commercial properties throughout Reading and the surrounding areas, including industrial units and warehouse spaces that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. I started paying attention to their vans when I saw them around town, noting which properties they visited and whether any locations seemed unusual or suspicious. Most were obviously legitimate, houses and businesses that needed normal plumbing work, but I noticed they'd done work at several commercial properties that appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their external appearance. Empty office buildings, unused warehouse units, the sort of places where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors. One location particularly caught my attention because it was in an industrial area about 20 minutes from my house, and the plumbing company had visited several times over the past few months, according to the work schedules visible on their website. I decided to take a look at the area during a weekend, using revision time as an excuse to get out of the house. The industrial estate was mostly legitimate businesses, but several units were clearly vacant with to let signs and boarded windows. The unit that had received multiple plumbing visits was officially empty according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, utility connections that suggested power and water were still active. From the road, everything looked normal, just another vacant commercial property waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time, there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or broadcasting. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the stream I'd watched was being produced. Streamfinder had mentioned that what I'd observed wasn't an isolated incident. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my GCS-ES instead, but the discovery that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and important than just another piece of unusual internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time, the identifying details were clearer. Not just a local business calendar, but a window that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive designs, road markings that were obviously British. The architectural style looked familiar because it was similar to houses in my own neighborhood. Those Victorian terraces, the specific streetlight designs used by the local council, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Reading I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within the town where I lived. The realization that Red Rooms might be operating in my own community, rather than some distant location, made everything feel more dangerous and immediate. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign countries. They were people who might shop in the same places, use the same roads, possibly even live on streets I walked down regularly. I started researching local missing person reports, looking for cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. But I did find several reports of people who disappeared without obvious explanation over the past year. Not enough to establish any clear pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a town the size of Reading. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was someone around my own age. A 17-year-old who'd been reported missing about 3 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The physical description and age were similar to someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archive streams Streamfinder had shared. The circumstances of the disappearance were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for the person to leave voluntarily, and no evidence of where they might have gone. They'd simply vanished between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. I researched the route they would have taken and found it passed through several areas with vacant commercial properties, including the industrial estate where I'd noticed the suspicious activity. It would have been easy for someone to intercept them in a relatively isolated area without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own town might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about documenting unusual internet phenomena. It was about real people from my community suffering for the entertainment of online audiences. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that would sound. 16-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local business calendars and street architecture. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the red rooms discovered that someone had identified their activities. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect themselves from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. Document activity at suspicious locations, record when lights were visible in supposedly vacant properties, note which vehicles visited and when. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I started noticing that I might not be the only person watching these locations. Other people seemed to be taking unusual interest in the same properties I was monitoring. Not obviously suspicious behavior, just individuals who appeared more often than random chance would suggest, positioned where they could observe the vacant units without being obvious about it. One person I noticed regularly was someone who looked like they might be around college age, watching the industrial estate from different positions over several days. Not someone I recognized from my own college, but possibly a student from elsewhere in Reading. The possibility that other people had discovered the same connections I had made me realize that my investigation might not be as secret as I'd assumed. If multiple people were monitoring these locations, then whoever was behind this might already be aware that their activities had been identified. That evening, I found a note that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Just a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Games should stay games. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. The word games particularly bothered me because it echoed my own initial reaction to finding the streams. Someone had been watching me closely enough to know how I'd approach this situation, what my motivations were, possibly even what I'd been thinking. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't explain how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped visiting the industrial estate and tried to focus on my GCSE revision instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The lights stopped appearing in the vacant units around the same time I stopped conducting surveillance. Either the activities had moved elsewhere, or whoever was responsible had decided to suspend things until the attention died down. I never reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. The evidence was too circumstantial, and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for my exams. But I still think about that first stream and how it had felt like a game until I realized the victims were real people from my own community. How the distance created by computer screens and internet anonymity had made it easy to treat serious violence as entertainment. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial properties across the country, operated by people who look and act like ordinary members of their communities when they're not broadcasting real suffering to paying audiences. Sometimes I wonder if other people my age have stumbled across similar activities in their own towns, thinking they were just exploring unusual internet content, until they realized the victims were real people from their own communities, whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too scared to risk becoming the next person to disappear between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. It's funny how sometimes the thing you think will make you feel less alone ends up making you wish you'd stayed isolated. But by then, it's too late to go back to not knowing what you know. I was 19 and in my second year studying English literature at a university in Leeds. When I stumbled into the chat room, that changed everything. Not literally stumbled. I'd been looking for somewhere to belong for months, trying different online communities and forums where I might find people who shared my interests without the awkwardness of face-to-face interaction. College hadn't turned out the way I'd imagined. The other students on my course seemed effortlessly confident, forming friendship groups within the first week, while I struggled to contribute to conversations about books I'd read but couldn't discuss with the casual intelligence they all seemed to possess naturally. I spent most evenings in my tiny student flat, reading for seminars and browsing the internet for distraction. Social media felt performative and hollow, but smaller online communities seemed more genuine. Places where people discussed literature, philosophy, and ideas that were too complex or controversial for mainstream platforms. The invitation to the private chat room came through someone I'd been talking to on a forum about banned books. They'd noticed my posts about censorship and literature that existed in legal grey areas and suggested I might be interested in a more exclusive discussion group. The chat room was small, maybe 15 regular participants, and focused on what they called authentic, extreme content. Not fictional horror or theatrical violence, but real documentation of events that mainstream media wouldn't show. Academic discussion of material that revealed truths about human nature that most people preferred to ignore. For the first time since starting university, I felt like I was part of something intellectually stimulating. The other participants were clearly well educated and thoughtful, approaching disturbing content with the sort of analytical framework you'd expect from graduate students or academics. They discussed everything from leaked investigation footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. The conversations were sophisticated, focused on technical analysis and historical context rather than sensation-seeking. I felt privileged to be included in discussions that demonstrated a level of critical thinking I rarely encountered elsewhere. Most importantly, I felt accepted. When I contributed observations about content they'd shared, people responded thoughtfully rather than dismissively. When I asked questions about things I didn't understand, they provided detailed explanations without making me feel ignorant. After about a month of regular participation, one of the more experienced members mentioned something that made me pay closer attention to what we were actually discussing. Red rooms. He brought them up casually, as if they were just another category of extreme content that serious researchers occasionally encountered. Live streams broadcast from hidden locations where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants seemed to accept their existence as established fact, rather than urban legend. They discussed technical aspects of hosting such content, legal barriers to maintaining streaming services, and ethical questions about documentation versus participation. I'd heard of red rooms before, but always assumed they were internet mythology. Too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually maintain. But the way these people discussed them suggested genuine familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by the username Observer, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was selective about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. I spent several weeks proving my commitment to academic analysis of extreme content, sharing thoughtful observations about material others had posted, and asking questions that showed I was thinking critically rather than just seeking sensational material. Observer eventually shared some clips from his collection. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Observer explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't something you could find through casual browsing of the dark web. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be academic, focused on understanding censorship and documentation, rather than witnessing actual crimes. But the opportunity to access something that most people believed didn't exist felt like the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my place in this community. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software downloads, rotating access codes, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement space, with a simple chat function below where viewers could communicate. The video showed a concrete-walled room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with comments from maybe 50 viewers, people discussing what they expected to see happen, making observations about the setup, treating the situation like academic analysis rather than entertainment. The tone was clinical and detached, which somehow made it more disturbing than if people had been obviously excited about violence. I watched for about an hour while supposedly working on an essay about censorship in contemporary literature. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more analytical as preparations continued. People were discussing technical aspects of the setup, comparing what they were seeing to previous streams, making observations about the location and equipment being used. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details visible in the stream. On the wall behind the table was a small notice board with various papers pinned to it. Most were too far away to read clearly, but one appeared to be a health and safety poster with text that looked familiar. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the poster. The formatting and language were definitely British rather than foreign, and the specific wording seemed like something I'd seen before in university buildings or public spaces, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere in the UK rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within the same country where I was sitting in my student flat, possibly even in the same region. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching British health and safety regulations, trying to identify the specific poster I'd seen and determine whether it might indicate a particular type of building or location. I also started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person was a student from a university not far from Leeds. They'd been reported missing about 6 weeks earlier, after failing to return to their accommodation following a routine trip to the library. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing student had been studying a subject similar to mine, lived in comparable accommodation, and followed daily routines that weren't that different from my own. The sort of person who could have been me if circumstances had been slightly different. The possibility that someone my own age with a similar lifestyle might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about academic analysis of extreme content. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. University student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while participating in online discussions about extreme content. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified potentially incriminating details. I'd been accessing their content and participating in related discussions for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Observer had mentioned that accessing hidden content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. I decided to be more cautious about what I accessed and how I participated in chatroom discussions. But I also found myself unable to stop thinking about what I'd seen and whether there were more victims who hadn't been reported missing yet. The chatroom discussions continued as normal, with participants sharing new material and analyzing content with the same academic detachment they'd always displayed. But I started noticing details I'd missed before, references to local events, knowledge about British institutions, familiarity with UK geography and culture. The people I'd been chatting with weren't distant foreign academics studying extreme content from a safe distance. They were British, possibly even local to my area, with genuine knowledge about events that were happening in my own country. One evening, about 2 weeks after accessing the livestream, I received a private message from Observer asking whether I'd found the recent content educational and if I was interested in accessing additional material. His tone was friendly, but felt more personal than previous communications, as if he knew something about my response to what I'd seen that he hadn't mentioned in our public discussions. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting, but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain my place in the community while expressing some reservations about the content. His response came back within minutes, which suggested he'd been online waiting for my reply rather than just checking messages occasionally. He said he understood my concerns but reminded me that serious academic study sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. He offered to provide access to additional streams that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of the subject. Something about the way he phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my participation was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing such disturbing content. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect. The next morning, I found that I'd been removed from the chat room, not just blocked or suspended, but completely eliminated from the participant list. When I tried to reconnect using the original access method, I found that my credentials no longer worked and there was no way to regain entry. I checked other platforms where I'd occasionally communicated with chat room members, but found that all my contacts had either deleted their accounts or were no longer responding to messages. Within 24 hours, every trace of my connection to the chat room and its participants had been severed, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of my involvement. The sudden exclusion felt ominous rather than disappointing. Either I'd failed some test I hadn't known I was taking, or someone had decided that my continued participation represented a risk they weren't willing to accept. I tried to convince myself that being excluded was actually fortunate, a way out of a situation I'd gotten into without fully understanding the implications. But I couldn't shake the feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secrecy might take additional steps to ensure former participants didn't become problems. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively made me uncomfortable. Posts delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds in the corridor outside my door that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at the university library. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking across campus, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Some discussions are meant to stay private. No signature, no return address. Just those words that made it obvious someone knew about my previous participation in the chat room and wanted to ensure my continued silence about what I'd seen. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger on campus felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I never tried to reconnect with the chat room or access any more hidden streaming content. The whole experience had taught me that some forms of belonging come with prices you don't discover until it's too late to back out safely. But I still think about that health and safety poster and how such a mundane detail had revealed that extreme content wasn't being produced in distant foreign countries, but potentially in buildings I might walk past every day. And I think about the missing student whose case I'd researched, wondering whether they'd also been looking for somewhere to belong when they encountered people who were considerably more dangerous than they appeared. Sometimes I wonder if the chat room is still active with new participants, and whether other isolated students are being drawn into discussions that seem academic and intellectual until they realize they've become part of something they can't safely leave. So this is going to sound like nothing for a while. I want you to know that up front, it's going to sound like a fairly ordinary account of a fairly ordinary woman living a fairly ordinary life in the north of England. And you're going to wonder where the horror is, and then you're going to find it. And when you do, I want you to remember that you thought it was nothing. That's the point. That's always been the point. My name is Rachel. I'm 32. I live in a mid-terrace in Harrogate that I bought with my ex-boyfriend 3 years ago and kept after we split, because I could just about cover the mortgage on my salary, and because the alternative was moving back to my mum's in Ripon, and I love her, but I couldn't do it. The house is on a quiet road about 15 minutes from the town centre. 2 bedrooms, a small garden. I've been meaning to do something with since the day I moved in, and haven't. It suits me. It's mine in a way that nothing had been mine before, not completely, and I'm attached to it in a slightly embarrassing way that I've stopped apologizing for. I work in marketing for a company that makes industrial filtration systems, which is exactly as interesting as it sounds. I write copy about products I will never fully understand for clients who need to feel confident in things they've already decided to buy. It pays well enough, it's mostly remote, and it allows me the kind of quiet, structured working day that suits my temperament. I like routine, always have. My ex said I was boring, which was partly true and partly just a thing people say when they've stopped finding you interesting. and want the fault to live somewhere other than in themselves. My two closest friends are Becca, who I've known since university and who lives in Leeds, and my colleague Jess, who I see less often now we both work from home, but who I speak to most days. I have other friends, in the looser sense, people I see for birthday dinners and occasional Sunday pub lunches, and whose company I enjoy without feeling essential to. I go to a yoga class on Tuesday evenings. I run along the Stray on Saturday mornings when the weather allows. I read a lot of crime fiction and feel slightly guilty about not reading more literary novels, and never quite get around to rectifying this. I am, by any reasonable measure, a contented and well-adjusted person living a full and unremarkable life. I need you to have all of that in your head before I tell you anything else. The fullness of it, the ordinariness. Because what happened didn't happen to someone isolated or vulnerable or at a low point. It happened to me, in my house, in my ordinary life, on an otherwise normal Tuesday in February. And the fact that it could happen in those conditions is the thing that has stayed with me longer than anything else. It started with a link. Becca sent it to me on a Wednesday evening in January, in a WhatsApp message that said, "Only have you seen this," followed by a string of laughing emojis. The link was to a Reddit thread, one of those compilation posts where people share strange or unsettling things they've found online. I read it with half my attention while the television was on, the way you consume most things on your phone after 9 in the evening. It was mildly interesting. A few entries were genuinely odd. I replied to Becca with a screenshot of the one I'd found funniest. We exchanged a few more messages, and I put my phone down and went to bed. What I didn't do in that first session was reach the bottom of the thread. I went back to it the following evening because I was procrastinating on a piece of copy that wasn't coming together, and my brain needed something low stakes to do for 20 minutes. I read further this time, past the entries I'd seen the night before, into the later comments where the contributions became progressively more obscure. Most of it was still in the register of internet curiosity. Strange websites, odd subcultures, the kinds of digital corners that exist for no apparent reason, but are ultimately harmless. And then, about 2/3 down, someone had posted a link with a description that was vague enough to be intriguing and specific enough to be unsettling. The description said only that it was a forum, that it was invitation only, that someone had got hold of an invite, and what they'd found inside was unlike anything they'd described before. I clicked it because I was procrastinating, and because the description was well written, and because I am, despite everything, curious by nature. The link resolved to what appeared to be a standard-looking forum interface. Muted colors, plain text. The kind of design that hasn't been updated in years and doesn't need to be, because function is the point, rather than appearance. There was a registration page. I didn't register. I read what was visible without logging in, which was limited. A few thread titles, some category headings, nothing that revealed much about the content. The thread titles were odd, not explicit, not immediately alarming, but odd in the way that certain things are odd when the language is slightly off, when the register doesn't quite match what the words appear to be saying. I closed the tab and finished the copy and went to bed. The yoga class that Tuesday was good. The instructor had put together a sequence that was genuinely difficult in the right places, and I drove home afterwards with that particular physical contentment that comes from having used your body properly, pleasantly tired, thinking about nothing more significant than what I was going to eat when I got in. The road was quiet, the house was warm. I made pasta and watched something on television and read for an hour before bed. I slept well. I always sleep well. The next day was Wednesday, and I had a call with a client in the morning that went better than expected. And Jess and I had a long debrief about it over a video call that made us both laugh. And in the afternoon, I finished a piece of work I'd been chipping away at for a week and felt the clean satisfaction of completion. I ran a bath. I rang my mum. I was in bed by 10 and asleep before 11. Thursday, I went back to the forum. I'm not going to pretend I don't know why. The thread titles had stayed with me in the way that certain things stay when your brain hasn't finished with them, turning them over at the edges of other thoughts. I told myself I was going back to look properly, to satisfy the curiosity and move on, which is what you tell yourself in these situations. I registered with an email address I use for mailing lists and nothing important. Chose a username that had no connection to anything real about me and got in. The forum had perhaps 30 active threads across several categories. Most of the categories were vague. Discussion, resources, recommendations, which could have meant anything and turned out to mean very specific things once you read into them. I spent about an hour reading without contributing, moving through threads in the way you move through a new environment, getting a sense of the geography before committing to any particular direction. The community had its own language, abbreviations, references, shorthand that assumed shared knowledge, the kind of internal vocabulary that develops in any closed group over time. I didn't understand all of it on that first session. I understood enough to know that what the community was organized around was the documentation and discussion of real-world harm, not hypothetical harm, not fiction. Events that had happened or were happening, recorded and shared and discussed with the analytical interest of people who had developed a framework for this that placed it outside the register of ordinary moral consideration. I closed the laptop at about 11 and sat on the sofa for a while. Then I reopened it and kept reading. The Saturday run was good, cold but dry, the Stray empty enough at 8 in the morning that I had long stretches of it to myself, the trees bare against a pale sky, my breath visible, my mind clearing in the way it clears with sustained physical effort. I ran further than usual, closer to 8 miles than my standard 5, and came home feeling scraped clean, which was what I needed. Becca came for lunch on the Sunday. We sat in the kitchen with the heating up and talked for 4 hours about everything and nothing. Her job, her complicated situation with a man she'd been seeing, my ex, whether I was going to do anything with the garden this year. It was the kind of afternoon that reminds you why certain friendships matter. The ease of being known, the absence of performance. She left at 5, and I waved her off from the doorstep and felt genuinely, straightforwardly happy. That evening, I went back to the forum and found a thread that had been posted while Becca and I were having lunch. The thread was in the discussion category. It was structured around a specific event, something that had happened, the poster said, within the past week in the north of England. The details were partial and deliberately vague in places, but the location references were specific enough to be identifiable if you knew the area. I knew the area. I had grown up 20 minutes from the place being described. The event itself, and I am going to be plain about this without being gratuitous, because the details are necessary, and because dressing them up would be its own kind of dishonesty, involved a woman, alone, in her home. What had happened to her was described in the thread with the same analytical, slightly detached register I'd been reading for 2 weeks, clinical in its precision, interested in the methodology rather than the person. There were photographs. I won't describe them except to say that the photographs were real, and the woman in them had not consented to any of what they showed, and what had been done to her was thorough and deliberate, and had clearly taken a long time. The thread had 27 replies. The replies were not expressions of horror. They were expressions of interest, questions about specifics, requests for additional material. One reply, posted that afternoon while Becca and I were talking about the garden, asked whether there was footage as well as photographs, and whether it could be shared to a specific subforum I hadn't found yet. I closed the laptop. I sat in the kitchen where 4 hours earlier I'd been happy in an uncomplicated way that now felt very far away. And I thought about the woman in the photographs, and I thought about the north of England, and I thought about the 20 minutes between where I was sitting and where the thread said it had happened. And then I thought about the last 2 weeks, the registration with the throwaway email, the username with no connection to anything real. I thought about whether that was actually true, whether the account was as disconnected from me as I'd assumed when I created it, whether I actually knew enough about how these things work to be confident of that. I opened the laptop again, not to read, but to think through what I'd done and what it meant, and whether I had, in 2 weeks of curious and increasingly absorbed browsing, left any trail between the throwaway account and the person sitting in a terrace in Harrogate who knew exactly how far 20 minutes was from where that woman had been photographed. I thought about the thread titles I'd found odd on that first evening, the register that was slightly off. I understood now what the register was. I understood that I had been reading for 2 weeks the ongoing documentation of real harm committed against real people. And I'd kept going back, and the community I had been reading had systems in place for the vetting of new members that I hadn't found yet and didn't fully understand. And I did not know what information they had gathered about me in the process of allowing me access. I rang the police at 9:10. I was on hold for a while, and then I spoke to someone and explained what I'd found, what the thread contained, the location references, the photographs, the date. They took it seriously. I gave them everything I could, the URL, the thread title, my account details, all of it. The woman in the photographs was identified. She was alive, which I learned 3 weeks later from a follow-up call I'd asked for, and which the liaison officer said was unusual to share, but that she felt, in this case, was warranted. She had been found. She was receiving care. The investigation was ongoing. I deleted the throwaway email account the same night I made the call. I don't know if that was the right decision or whether it destroyed something that might have been useful. I made it because I needed to do something concrete, and that was the thing available to me. It's been 8 months. The yoga class is still on Tuesdays. I still run the Stray on Saturday mornings when the weather allows. The garden is still unfinished, and I've accepted that I'm probably not a garden person, and that's fine. Becca still comes for lunch occasionally, and we still sit in the kitchen for 4 hours talking about everything and nothing, and those afternoons are still the thing they always were. What's different is smaller and harder to name. It's a quality of attention I carry into ordinary things now that wasn't there before. A knowledge about what exists, what is documented, what is discussed in certain places with a casualness that I still find, 8 months later, almost impossible to fully absorb. I knew in the abstract that terrible things happened and that some people organize their lives around the commission or consumption of those things. Knowing it in the abstract is entirely different from having spent 2 weeks reading the specific language of those people, the particular way their interest presents itself on a page, the ordinary sounding sentences in which extraordinary harm is discussed. The woman in the photographs is alive. I repeat that to myself sometimes when the knowledge gets heaviest. She's alive and receiving care, and the investigation is ongoing, and I made the call at 9:10 on a Sunday evening 8 months ago, and those facts are real, and they matter. What I can't fully resolve, and I've stopped trying, mostly, is the 2 weeks before the call. The evenings I went back, the hour on the Thursday, the session after Becca left, the accumulation of sessions between the first link and the Sunday night when everything became undeniable and I picked up the phone. I wasn't looking for harm. I wasn't seeking out content of that kind. I was curious, and then I was absorbed, and then I was in something I hadn't seen the edges of until I was already well inside it. That's the part that stays. Not the horror of what I found, though that stays too, but the ease of the path in. How unremarkable each individual step was. How little any single evening felt like a decision. How thoroughly ordinary my life remained on either side of those sessions. The yoga, the run, the client calls, Becca in the kitchen, my mum on the phone, while I was reading things that had no business existing in the same world as any of that. The house is still mine. The road is still quiet. I still sleep well mostly. I just know things now that I didn't know in January, and some of them I'd give a great deal to unknow. And the option to do that has never been available and never will be. That's the deal, I suppose. That's what curiosity costs you when it takes you somewhere you weren't equipped to go. I remember it like it was yesterday, though it's been 8 months since I found the laptop hidden behind the water tank in our loft and discovered that the man I'd been married to for 6 years wasn't who I thought he was. David and I had what everyone considered a stable relationship. We'd met through mutual friends in Manchester, moved in together after about a year, got married 3 years later in a small ceremony that felt perfect for both of us. He worked in logistics for a mid-sized company. I taught primary school. Ordinary jobs, ordinary lives, the sort of comfortable domesticity that most couples aspire to. We lived in a Victorian terrace in Chorlton that we'd bought together, splitting the mortgage payments and household responsibilities in ways that felt fair and sustainable. David handled most of the practical stuff, bills, maintenance, the technical side of running a household, while I focused on the social aspects like keeping in touch with friends and family. It was a good arrangement that worked well for both our personalities. David was naturally private and preferred dealing with systems rather than people, while I enjoyed the interpersonal side of life that he found draining. We complemented each other in ways that made the relationship feel balanced and secure. The only thing that occasionally bothered me was how secretive David could be about his computer activities. Not suspicious secretive, just protective of his digital space in ways that seemed excessive for someone with nothing to hide. Separate user accounts, passwords I didn't know, laptops that he'd close when I entered the room. He explained it as work-related confidentiality requirements and general preference for privacy, which seemed reasonable enough. I had my own phone and computer for personal use, and it's not like I needed access to his devices for any practical reason. But after 6 years of marriage, the casual secrecy started feeling less like reasonable boundaries and more like active concealment, especially when he'd receive messages at odd hours that would make him immediately reach for his phone with an urgency that seemed disproportionate to routine work communication. The discovery happened by accident while I was looking for Christmas decorations in the loft. David was away for a few days on a work trip, and I decided to get the house ready for the holidays while he was gone. The decorations were stored in boxes near the water tank, and while moving them, I knocked over a small holdall that I'd never seen before. Inside the holdall was a laptop I didn't recognize. Not David's work machine or the personal computer he used downstairs, but a third device that he'd apparently been keeping hidden from me. It was password protected, But David had always been predictable with passwords, variations on dates and names that were significant to our relationship. I shouldn't have tried to access it, should have put it back where I'd found it and pretended I'd never seen it. But curiosity got the better of me, especially when the password turned out to be a combination of our wedding date and my middle name. The desktop contained folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, streaming software, communication applications I'd never heard of. Nothing obviously illegal at first glance, but arranged in ways that suggested activities David had never mentioned to me. One folder contained what appeared to be technical documentation for broadcast equipment, cameras, lighting, audio recording devices. Professional quality gear that would cost thousands of pounds and wasn't the sort of thing David had ever shown interest in owning. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of streaming and content creation. The conversations were carefully worded, but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal or socially acceptable. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list. Recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures, the sort of content that explained why David had been keeping this laptop hidden. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something David had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate and professional. The lighting was carefully arranged, and in the background I could hear David's voice giving instructions to someone off camera. The video showed a basement space that I'd never seen before, but with architectural details that suggested it was local rather than foreign. British electrical fittings, building materials that were common in the UK, background sounds that seemed typically Manchester. Most disturbing was the casual way David spoke during the recording. Not the voice of someone being forced to participate in criminal activity, but someone who was clearly in control and experienced with this type of content creation. I closed the file and sat in the loft trying to process what I'd discovered. The man I'd been married to for 6 years, who taught me to drive and remembered my birthday and helped me mark schoolwork in the evenings, was apparently creating violent content for audiences on hidden parts of the internet. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of David's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing activity that he'd been maintaining throughout our relationship. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and locations that made it clear David wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and expertise. Though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific geographic details, what bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what David was doing, but the systematic way he'd been concealing it from me. Separate bank accounts I'd never known about, rental agreements for properties I'd never visited, equipment purchases that hadn't appeared on our joint financial statements. He'd been living a completely separate life that required significant time, money, and planning. The sort of elaborate deception that takes years to establish and maintain without detection. I put the laptop back where I'd found it and spent the rest of the day trying to decide what to do with what I'd discovered. Reporting David to the police would destroy our marriage and probably result in serious criminal charges. But continuing to live with someone who created violent content felt impossible now that I knew what he was capable of. When David returned from his work trip, I tried to act normally while observing him more carefully than I'd ever done before, looking for signs of the person I'd seen in those recordings, trying to reconcile the loving husband I thought I knew with someone who spent his free time creating content that most people would find horrifying. He seemed exactly the same as always, affectionate, considerate, interested in my work and our shared plans for the future. If I hadn't seen the evidence myself, I'd never have suspected he was involved in anything more disturbing than occasional overtime at his logistics job. But I found myself paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The times when he worked late or went out for drinks with colleagues whose names he never mentioned. The phone calls he'd take in another room, the messages that arrived at unusual hours. Most unsettling was realizing how much of our life together had been structured around David's hidden activities without me recognizing it. Weekends when he'd encourage me to visit friends or family while he stayed home to catch up on work. Evening plans that would be cancelled at short notice because something urgent had come up. I'd always assumed he was just busy with legitimate work responsibilities. Now I understood that he'd been managing our relationship around his criminal activities, ensuring I wouldn't be present when he needed to focus on content creation. About 2 weeks after discovering the laptop, I decided to follow David when he said he was going out for drinks with work colleagues. Not because I wanted to confront him, but because I needed to understand the scale of what he was involved in. He drove to an industrial area on the outskirts of Manchester, parking outside a warehouse that looked abandoned from the road. But there were other cars in the car park and lights visible through windows that had been covered from inside. I watched from a distance as David let himself into the building with his own key, suggesting he had regular access to the property. Other people arrived over the next hour, all entering the same way, all behaving like they were attending a routine business meeting. That's when I realized David wasn't just creating violent content. He was running some kind of organized activity that involved multiple people and significant infrastructure. The warehouse, the equipment, the regular schedule suggested something much more substantial than I'd initially understood. I drove home and spent the evening researching what I could find online about the type of content David was creating. Most sources dismissed red rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. David would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement, which meant the mild-mannered logistics worker I'd been married to was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks and complications that implied for anyone connected to him. Over the next few weeks, I found myself becoming increasingly paranoid about our safety and my own legal liability. If David's activities were discovered by police, would I be considered an accomplice for having lived with him? Would our shared finances implicate me in funding criminal activities? More immediately, I was worried about what David might do if he discovered that I knew about his hidden life. The violence I'd seen in those recordings demonstrated he was capable of extreme actions when the situation required it. I started making preparations to leave without telling David directly what I'd discovered. Opening my own bank account, researching rental properties, making excuses to spend more time away from home, building the foundation for escape while trying to maintain the appearance of normal married life. But David wasn't stupid, and after 6 years of marriage, he knew my habits well enough to notice changes in my behavior. He started asking questions about why I seemed distracted, whether something was bothering me, if there were problems with work or our relationship. I tried to deflect his concerns with vague references to stress and tiredness, but his questions became more specific and persistent. as if he suspected I'd discovered something that explained my change in attitude, but wasn't sure exactly what I knew. One evening, he mentioned that he'd been thinking about making some changes to his work situation, maybe taking on different responsibilities that would require less travel and evening commitments, spending more time at home with me. The conversation felt like a test to see how I'd react to the prospect of David being around more often, whether I'd welcome the increased time together or seem uncomfortable with the idea of closer observation. I tried to respond positively while internally panicking about what it would mean to have David monitoring my activities more closely while I was planning to leave him. That night, I couldn't sleep for thinking about the trapped feeling of being married to someone who created violent content for entertainment and who might become violent himself if he felt threatened by exposure. The next morning, I found that the laptop in the loft had been moved. Not obviously disturbed, just positioned slightly differently than I'd left it after my initial discovery, as if someone had checked to see whether it had been accessed recently, which meant David knew I'd found it, knew I'd seen the evidence of his activities, and was now deciding what to do about my knowledge. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching emergency accommodation and legal advice for people in dangerous domestic situations. But how do you explain to support services that your husband isn't physically abusive, but creates content that demonstrates he's capable of extreme violence against strangers? That evening, David came home with flowers and suggestions for a weekend away together. A romantic trip to the Lake District, just the two of us, no distractions from work or technology. The offer felt like an ultimatum disguised as a romantic gesture. Either accept that our marriage would continue as if nothing had changed, or face consequences that I wasn't prepared to contemplate. I told him the weekend away sounded lovely and started planning how to disappear before we were supposed to leave together. But I'm still here, 8 months later, sleeping next to someone who smiles when he kisses me goodnight and creates violent content in hidden locations during his free time, because leaving would mean acknowledging what I know, and acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that the last 6 years of my life were built on foundations I never understood, and because I'm not sure someone who's invested this much time and effort in maintaining a secret life would simply let me walk away with knowledge that could destroy everything he's built. I need to tell someone about what happened 3 months ago. I've been keeping it to myself, trying to pretend it never occurred. But after seeing a news story yesterday about a missing person who looks eerily similar to someone I saw, I can't stay silent anymore. Maybe by sharing this, I can warn others about how quickly curiosity can turn into complicity. I'm a 29-year-old network security analyst based in Manchester. I've always been fascinated by technology, built my first computer at 12, taught myself coding by 14, and spent my university years exploring the more obscure corners of the internet. This background eventually led to my current job, where I help companies identify and patch vulnerabilities in their systems. The irony of what happened isn't lost on me. Someone who gets paid to protect others from digital threats becoming entangled in one himself. My interest in the dark web began professionally. Understanding how attackers operate means knowing where they gather. So I'd occasionally browse certain forums using security precautions, VPNs, Tor browser, dedicated laptop that never connected to my home network. Nothing illegal, just observational research that sometimes proved useful for work. I'd visit cryptocurrency discussions, hacking forums, marketplaces, always as a silent observer, never participating. On this particular night in April, I was using my old ThinkPad, a battered machine I'd kept specifically for these browsing sessions. It was around 1 a.m., and I was slightly drunk after a night out with colleagues celebrating a successfully completed project. Rather than going straight to bed, I decided to catch up on some security forums I frequented, partly out of professional habit and partly out of that restless curiosity that sometimes takes hold when you're just intoxicated enough to make questionable decisions. I was browsing a relatively benign forum discussing encryption methods when I noticed a thread titled Interactive Security Demo, Vulnerabilities in Real-Time Monitoring Systems. Given my field, it caught my attention immediately. The thread described a demonstration of security flaws in surveillance systems that would allow viewers to better understand how to protect their own networks. There was a link promising a live demonstration, along with assurances that it was educational content hosted through secure channels. I should have been more cautious. Any sober security professional would have recognized the red flags. The thread was new from an account with minimal history. The timing was odd for a legitimate demonstration, and the link structure didn't match standard formatting for the forum. But a combination of alcohol, late-night poor judgment, and professional curiosity led me to click through. The link redirected several times, passing through what I now recognize were multiple proxies and authentication checkpoints. Eventually, it loaded what appeared to be a video feed alongside a command terminal interface. The video showed what looked like a storage room or basement: concrete walls, metal shelving units, harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person seated on a metal chair, their hands apparently secured behind them. Their head was covered with what appeared to be a dark cloth bag. My first thought, embarrassingly, was that this was some kind of role-playing scenario or staged educational demonstration. The command terminal beside the video displayed green text on a black background with the header Admin Demonstration Interface and a prompt reading Enter Command. Below this was a scrolling feed of what appeared to be commands already entered by other viewers. Things like status and check restraints and remove hood. I hovered my cursor over the command line, still not fully comprehending what I was seeing. I typed help, thinking it would display available commands for whatever security demonstration this was supposed to be. The system responded with a list of options, categorized by type: environmental controls, subject management, physical testing, and termination protocols. Each category expanded into specific commands with brief descriptions. It was the clinical nature of these descriptions that first triggered my unease. Apply electrical stimulus to assess subject response thresholds under physical testing. Adjust ambient temperature to evaluate environmental stress factors under environmental controls. The language was detached, technical, but hinted at something deeply disturbing. As I watched, someone else entered a command: remove hood. A moment later, a figure entered the frame, someone wearing dark clothing and a featureless mask that covered their entire head. They approached the seated person and removed the hood, revealing the face of a young man, perhaps in his early 20s. His eyes were wide with unmistakable terror, darting around frantically. His mouth was covered with tape, preventing him from speaking. The horrible reality dawned on me slowly, then all at once. This wasn't a demonstration or role-playing scenario. This was a real person, being held against their will, and the command interface was allowing viewers to dictate what happened to them in real time. I had unwittingly accessed what dark web researchers call a red room, a live stream of actual violence and torture, but with an interactive element that made viewers active participants rather than passive observers. My stomach lurched. I moved to close the browser immediately, but as my cursor hovered over the X, a new message appeared on screen. User validation required. Command or disconnect penalty will be applied. Below this was a countdown timer starting from 30 seconds and text explaining that disconnection without participation would result in my IP address an identity being flagged in the system. I froze, uncertain whether this was a genuine threat or a bluff to keep viewers engaged. As a security professional, I knew they likely had my IP address already. Despite my VPN, some exploits can reveal a user's true address by forcing connection through alternate channels. The risk that they had deployed such methods seemed high given the sophisticated setup. The countdown ticked to 15 seconds, and panic took hold. I told myself I would enter the most innocuous command possible, then properly shut down and secure my system. I scrolled frantically through the command list, looking for anything that wouldn't cause direct harm. Under environmental controls, I found lights 50% and entered it, reasoning that dimming lights couldn't cause physical pain. The lights in the room dimmed immediately. The masked figure turned slightly toward the camera, as if acknowledging the command's execution. A message appeared. Command accepted. User validated. Session extended. I should have closed the browser immediately, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching for a few more moments. Other commands were being entered rapidly now. Users adjusting the room temperature, requesting close-up camera angles, specifying restraint adjustments. Each command was executed methodically by the masked figure, who moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this many times before. When someone entered Begin Phase 2 and the masked figure approached a table containing what were clearly implements of torture, I finally snapped out of my horrified trance and closed the browser. My hands shook as I shut down the laptop, removed its battery, and disconnected my router. For the next week, I was consumed by guilt and fear. I couldn't stop thinking about the young man in the chair, about how by entering even an innocuous command, I had validated the system and become complicit in whatever happened after I disconnected. I considered going to the police but was paralyzed by several fears that I wouldn't be believed, that I could be implicated somehow, that the people behind this clearly sophisticated operation might retaliate if they discovered I had reported them. 2 weeks after the incident, I received an email to my personal account, not my work address or anything connected to my research activities. The subject line was Command History, and the body contained only a still image from the video feed showing the room with dimmed lighting, exactly as it had appeared after my command. Below the image was text reading, "Your contribution has been noted. Premium command access available upon request." I changed all my passwords, formatted my devices, moved flats, and even considered changing jobs. For weeks, I jumped at unexpected sounds and avoided using any computer unless absolutely necessary for work. The fear has faded somewhat with time, but never the guilt. By entering that command, even one as seemingly harmless as dimming lights, I became part of whatever happened in that room. I helped validate and perpetuate a system designed to transmute human suffering into entertainment. Yesterday, I saw a news report about missing persons in Greater Manchester. One face looked disturbingly familiar. A young man in his early 20s, last seen 3 months ago. The report mentioned he had a distinctive scar on his left eyebrow, exactly like the person I'd seen on that feed. I've spent the last 24 hours debating what to do, knowing that coming forward now means admitting my involvement, however peripheral. What haunts me most isn't just the clear and present horror of what I witnessed, but the clinical interface that transformed it into something almost mundane. A command line where atrocities become just another function to execute, where real suffering is abstracted into system operations. The dark web isn't just a marketplace for illegal goods or a forum for forbidden information. Its darkest corners transform violence into participation, making complicit anyone who enters even a single command. I don't know if the young man in the news report is the same person I saw. I don't know what happened after I disconnected. But I know that somewhere, that command interface is still running, still accepting inputs from people who may not fully comprehend that every command they enter, even ones that seem inconsequential, makes them active participants in something monstrous. And I know that somewhere in a database, my username is stored alongside the command I entered, permanently linking me to whatever happened in that room with the lights dimmed to 50%. Late-night browsing has a way of making everything feel less real, especially when you're stuck indoors with nothing but painkillers and time to kill. I'd been laid up for about 3 weeks after having my appendix out. One of those emergency surgeries that goes from feeling fine in the morning to being wheeled into theatre by evening. The operation went smoothly enough, but the recovery was taking longer than expected, and I was getting proper cabin fever being stuck in my flat in Brighton, with nothing to do but watch television and scroll through my phone. The first week was bearable. Plenty of people visiting, get well cards to read, catching up on shows I'd been meaning to watch. But by the second week, the novelty had worn off, and I was getting restless. My sick pay was covering the basics, but there wasn't much money for entertainment, so I was spending more time online than usual just to have something to occupy my mind. It started with the usual social media time wasting, then moved to forums and discussion boards I'd never bothered exploring before. True crime communities, conspiracy theory groups, places where people shared unusual content that you wouldn't find on mainstream platforms. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of rabbit holes you fall down when you've got too much time and not enough to do. One forum I discovered was dedicated to investigating internet mysteries and urban legends. The participants took a scientific approach to debunking hoaxes and documenting genuine phenomena, treating it like collaborative research rather than entertainment. They had ongoing investigations into everything from viral videos to disappeared websites. That's where I first encountered detailed discussions about red rooms. The basic concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real violence and murder happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible and economically unviable, but a few claim to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. The discussions were more academic than sensational. People analyzed the technical requirements for hosting live violent content, discussed the legal and practical barriers to maintaining such operations, debated whether the demand was sufficient to justify the risks involved. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some participants seemed about the hidden parts of the internet. They discussed hosting infrastructure and content distribution with the sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by Document Keeper, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than morbid curiosity before he'd provide access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After about 2 weeks of conversation, Document Keeper finally shared some screenshots and video clips from his archive. The material was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, interface elements that suggested live streaming. It could have been elaborate fiction, created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates, when cross-referenced with other sources. Document Keeper explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing participants, not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real or fictional, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during recovery, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But being stuck indoors for weeks had left me desperate for anything that felt engaging and immediate. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 200 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour while taking my evening medication, using the laptop propped up on my bed. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, regular shoes. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any ordinary job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 300. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me pause the stream and look more carefully at the background details. On the wall behind the table was a small window positioned high up near the ceiling. Through that window, I could see a section of what appeared to be a residential street. Terraced houses with distinctive Victorian architecture, a street light with a particular style of lampshade, a road sign that was partially visible. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those terraced houses, that street light design, even the particular shade of brick used in the construction. It all looked very much like my own neighborhood in Brighton. I minimized the stream and opened a mapping application on my phone, comparing the street view images of my area with what I'd seen through that basement window. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere relatively local. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Brighton connection, looking at property records for houses with basements, checking planning applications for building modifications, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The woman from the stream had bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just the violence she was obviously going to suffer, but the way she'd looked resigned rather than terrified. As if she understood exactly what was going to happen and had given up trying to prevent it. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Someone recovering from surgery claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local architecture through a basement window. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time. Instead, I decided to research missing person reports for the Brighton area, looking for cases that might correspond to the woman I'd seen in the stream, but without knowing when she'd been taken, or her physical description beyond what was visible in poor lighting. It was impossible to identify any specific cases. Document Keeper had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and tried to forget the whole thing. But being stuck indoors with nothing but recovery time had left me with an unhealthy level of curiosity about things I shouldn't be investigating. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time the location was clearer. Not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted garage or workshop with distinctive features that made it easier to identify. Industrial shelving along one wall, a particular type of concrete flooring, electrical installations that looked like commercial rather than residential work. And most importantly, a calendar on the wall from a local business in Hove. I recognized the business name because I'd used their services about 6 months earlier when I'd needed some electrical work done in my flat. A small company that specialized in domestic and light commercial installations, the sort of local tradesman you'd find through recommendations rather than online advertising. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the location had been in use for an extended period, rather than being set up specifically for streaming. Someone had been operating from this converted garage for at least several months. I spent the rest of the weekend researching the electrical company and their previous customers. Their website showed they'd worked on various residential and commercial properties throughout Brighton and Hove, including several garage conversions and workshop installations. One project particularly caught my attention, a garage conversion in Hove that had been completed about 8 months earlier, transforming a standard residential garage into what was described as a home workshop. The sort of project that would require extensive electrical work and might provide cover for installing equipment that wasn't related to traditional workshop activities. The property was registered to someone whose name didn't appear in any obvious online searches. No social media profiles, no business listings, no public records beyond the basic property ownership information. Either someone who was extremely private or someone who was deliberately maintaining a low profile. I decided to take a walk past the property, using my recovery as an excuse to get some gentle exercise outside the flat. The house was in a quiet residential street, about 20 minutes from where I lived, unremarkable except for the recently renovated garage that had been converted with new electrical installations and what appeared to be sound insulation. From the street, everything looked completely normal. Just another terraced house with a converted garage, the sort of home improvement project that happens all over Brighton every year. But knowing what I potentially knew about how that space was being used made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next few days, varying my route and timing to avoid looking suspicious. Most of the time, there was no activity, but occasionally I'd see cars parked outside that weren't there regularly, suggesting visitors who didn't live at the property. One evening, I noticed that the garage had light visible around the edges of what appeared to be blackout curtains or covers over the windows. Not workshop lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the Red Room streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether I'd be taken seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated they were willing to commit serious violence for the entertainment of paying audiences. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. Document the activity at the property, record when lights were on in the garage, note which vehicles visited and when. Build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that made me reconsider my approach. One of the regular visitors to the property was driving a van from the electrical company, whose calendar I'd seen in the stream. The same local business that had done work on my flat 6 months earlier, which meant they had my address, knew where I lived, and possibly had records of when I'd be at home recovering from surgery. I stopped walking past the property after that realization. If the electrical company was involved in the Red Room operation, then they potentially knew I was taking an unusual interest in one of their clients' properties, and they had access to personal information that would make it easy to find me. The next day, I received a get well card in the post. Nothing unusual about that. People had been sending cards throughout my recovery. But this one was different. No return address, generic message inside, and a photograph tucked behind the card. The photograph showed me walking past the house in Hove. Not a casual snapshot, but a deliberate surveillance image taken with a proper camera from a concealed position. Someone had been watching me watching them, documenting my interest in their property. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten note with just a few words that made it clear this wasn't a friendly gesture. Recovery going well? I threw the card away immediately and spent the rest of the day checking that my flat was properly secured. But I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my address and how long they might have been monitoring my activities. That evening, I noticed a car parked outside my building that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my windows. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside, and checking behind me when I walked to the local shops for groceries, and sleeping with furniture pushed against my bedroom door. I never reported what I discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on completing my recovery. But I still think about that woman in the first stream and the resigned way she'd looked around that concrete room. Whether she'd known she was being watched by hundreds of people who were paying to see her suffer. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in converted garages and basement workshops across the country, operated by people who look like ordinary tradesmen and business people. Late-night browsing has a way of making everything feel less real, until you discover that some of the most disturbing content online is being produced much closer to home than you ever imagined. I don't think I ever really believed the footage was real until I recognized the wallpaper in the background. At 17, I spent most of my time online looking for things I wasn't supposed to see, not porn or anything like that. My mates could handle that side of things well enough. I was after the stuff that got removed from platforms, the videos people whispered about in college corridors, the content that lived in the spaces between what was legal and what wasn't. It started with a mate showing me some grainy footage on his phone during lunch break. Something about a car crash in Russia, supposedly real CCTV footage that had been leaked online. Turned out to be fake, obviously, but it opened up a whole world I hadn't known existed. Forums where people shared banned documentaries, sites hosting films that had been pulled from cinemas, archives of news footage that broadcasters didn't want circulating. My bedroom became my research station. Mum and Dad thought I was just being antisocial, which was partly true. They'd call me down for dinner, and I'd mumble something about having coursework. Most of the time, they left me alone. Dad was usually in front of the television anyway, and Mum had her own programs to catch up on. The progression was natural enough. What shocked me one week became boring the next. I needed something more authentic, more immediate. The obviously fake stuff stopped working once you learned to spot the tells. Bad audio mixing, theatrical blood, actors who couldn't quite sell the fear convincingly. That's when I first came across mentions of red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Some versions claimed you could influence what happened through donations or chat commands. Most people dismissed it as internet mythology, the sort of thing that sounded plausible enough to generate discussion, but was too complicated and risky to actually exist. I spent months following leads across different platforms, encrypted messaging apps, obscure forums, recommendation chains that led nowhere most of the time. The deep web wasn't as mysterious as people made it out to be, mostly just marketplaces and file sharing. But finding specific content required patience and the right connections. The breakthrough came through someone calling themselves Deep Watcher on a forum dedicated to documenting real violence. He claimed to have access to exclusive content that would make everything I'd seen before look tame. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have secret access to the internet's hidden corners. But his approach was different, more cautious. He'd share screenshots rather than links, timestamps from conversations rather than direct invitations. The images were disturbing. Basement rooms with concrete walls, metal furniture, figures in shadow, but they could have been from anywhere. What convinced me was a detail in one of his screenshots, a streaming interface with a viewer counter showing 847 people watching. It was such an ordinary detail, the sort of thing you wouldn't think to include if you were creating a hoax. After proving my interest over several weeks, Deep Watcher sent me instructions for accessing what he called a private stream. Not a simple link, but a series of steps involving specific software and rotating passwords. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers. The interface was basic when I finally connected. A video player on a black web page, chat window below, viewer counter on the side showing about 600 people online. The video showed what looked like an industrial space, Concrete floor, harsh lighting, metal chair in the center. There was someone strapped to the chair, male, maybe 30s, conscious but not moving much. The chat was active with comments in various languages, mostly discussing what they wanted to see happen next. I watched for nearly an hour before anything significant occurred. The man occasionally tested his restraints or looked around the room with the confused expression of someone trying to work out where they were. The chat kept a running commentary, placing bets, making suggestions, treating the whole thing like entertainment. Then someone entered the frame. Ordinary clothes, jeans, dark hoodie, regular trainers. Nothing theatrical about the appearance. No mask, though the camera angle meant I never saw their face clearly. They moved around methodically, adjusting equipment, checking camera positions like they were following a routine. The chat became more excited. Numbers appeared. Not pounds or dollars, something else entirely. People were making requests in multiple languages. The viewer count climbed past 800. What happened next was systematic and deliberate. The figure selected tools from a nearby table, held them up for the camera, then approached the chair. The victim became more alert, struggling against the restraints with increasing desperation as he understood his situation. The violence was different from anything in the films I'd collected. Those had been fiction, however convincing. This was immediate and unfiltered. The sounds were raw, the responses genuine. When the man screamed, it wasn't performance. The figure worked slowly, aware of their audience, responsive to the chat comments. The viewer count passed 900. People were clearly enjoying themselves. About 20 minutes in, the camera angle shifted, and I got a partial view of the figure's profile. Nothing distinctive, but something about the jawline and ear shape seemed familiar. Someone I'd seen before, though I couldn't place where. The realization came gradually. College maybe, or around town. Someone I'd passed on the street or seen at the bus stop. A face I recognized without knowing the name attached to it. My hands started shaking as I tried to remember where I'd encountered him. The knowledge was there, but just out of reach. Someone local, someone from Leeds. The chat had noticed the clearer camera angle too. Comments appeared about recognizing the person from previous streams. Someone posted a screenshot highlighting the profile view. That's when I saw the reflection. In the victim's eyes, staring directly at the camera, was the faint outline of a computer screen, the glow from a laptop display in a dark room. And in that reflection, barely visible, but definitely there, was a face. Mine. I closed the laptop immediately and sat in my dark bedroom, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, that it had been a trick of the light or my mind creating patterns where none existed after hours of watching something disturbing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that those eyes had been looking specifically at me, not at the camera generally, but at me personally, as if the victim somehow knew exactly who was watching and where I was sitting. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound from outside made me check the window. Every creak from the house made me verify my door was locked. I kept thinking about that familiar face, becoming more certain I knew exactly who it was. The next morning, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It could have been an elaborate fake, the sort of sophisticated production someone with serious technical skills might create. The reflection could have been added digitally. The familiar face could have been coincidental. But when I checked my messages, I found something that made my stomach drop. A private message from Deepwatcher, sent 3 hours earlier. Thanks for watching last night. Always nice to have local support. See you around. I deleted everything immediately. Account, browsing history, downloaded software, written notes. I told myself the message could have meant anything, that he probably sent similar notes to lots of viewers. But that word, local, stuck with me. I started paying attention when I left the house, looking for that face in crowds, checking behind me more often. Every person in the hoodie made me nervous. Anyone who seemed to look in my direction for too long made me change route. 3 weeks later, I saw him outside college, standing by the gates, looking at his phone like any other student. Same jawline, same build as the figure from the stream. He glanced up as I approached, and our eyes met briefly. He smiled, nothing threatening, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give someone you'd seen, around, but didn't know well. Casual and normal. But I recognized something in that smile. He knew who I was, just as I now knew who he was. I changed my route to college after that, started taking different buses, varying my schedule, avoiding places where I'd seen him. My parents noticed I was more withdrawn, but assumed it was college stress. Because I was being followed, though subtly, he was always just far enough away to seem coincidental, in places where he had legitimate reasons to be. Outside shops I used, on buses I called regularly, in the background of places I visited, never approaching or threatening, just present often enough to let me know he was paying attention. I couldn't tell anyone about it. How do you explain being stalked by someone you encountered through watching illegal content online? How do you report to police that someone you saw committing crimes on the internet is now following you around town? You don't. You learn to live with it, sleep with furniture against your door, carry something sharp in your pocket, check behind curtains before sitting down, and you try not to think about what they might be planning. Whether you're going to be the next person in that chair, staring into a camera while strangers watch online. Whether your own reflection is already visible somewhere, waiting for the right moment. I still don't sleep well. Every night I listen for sounds that don't belong, watch for movement that shouldn't be there. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still being monitored through devices I haven't thought to check. But mostly I think about those eyes, how they seem to look through the screen directly at me, how they reflected not just my face, but something deeper that suggested the distance between watching and being watched isn't as secure as I'd assumed. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I wonder if I'm still connected to that stream somehow, if people are still watching somewhere, still waiting. "7 months. That's how long I looked at the light under his door before I understood what it meant. A thin white line on the dark hallway floor, 2 centimeters of gap between the bottom of the door and the boards. I saw it almost every night and did nothing. And everything that happened next is the consequence of that. Brighton does something to your sense of what's normal. 4 years of seafront shifts and transient housemates, and a city that runs on people minding their own business will calibrate you toward accepting things without examining them. And I'd been there long enough that the calibration had become invisible to me. The bar I managed was on the seafront, mid-sized hotel, the place that fills up with hen parties in summer and conference delegates in winter, and which demands a patient, slightly detached attention that I'd got good at without noticing. Thursday through Monday, long shifts. The week turned inside out, so my days off fell on Tuesdays and Wednesdays when the city was quiet and slower and felt like it might belong to the people who actually lived there rather than the ones passing through. I'd come for a summer season at 24 and stayed, which is a Brighton story so common it barely counts as a story. The city collects people who arrived for 3 months and never quite found the moment to leave. And after 4 years, I'd stopped looking for that moment and started assuming it wasn't coming. I had a life there, not a dramatic one. The hotel, a handful of friends scattered across the city in the loose way that happens when everyone has arrived at different times from different places. The sea, which I walked along on Tuesday mornings when the tide was out and the beach was empty, except for dog walkers and the occasional runner. The roof terrace at the house on summer evenings when it was warm enough, with a can of something cold, and the rooftop spread out below and the coastal light that made everything look slightly more considered than it was. The house on the street behind the lanes had 4 bedrooms and 3 of us in it. Me, Nina, who was doing a postgrad at the university, quiet and pleasant, since moved to Bristol, and Patrick, who had the room at the end of the hall, and who'd been with us about 7 months by the time the light started meaning something. I want to describe Patrick accurately, which is harder than it sounds, because the version of him I carry now is contaminated by what I found out later, and I have to work backwards to who he appeared to be before. Mid-30s, freelance web development, worked from the house most days. We got on fine. Easy housemates rather than friends. Kept the kitchen clean, didn't borrow things without asking. Occasionally, had a drink on the roof terrace in summer. He was private, in the way a lot of people in Brighton are private, keeping his door closed and not offering details about his life outside the house. And I didn't ask, because asking felt like an imposition, and also because I genuinely didn't think there was anything to ask about. He had a quality I've tried to identify more precisely since, and can only describe as deliberate pleasantness. Not warmth exactly. Not the warmth that comes from someone being genuinely interested in you. More like the consistent performance of an agreeable person, calibrated well enough that you'd miss the performance unless you were looking for it. I wasn't looking for it. He paid his rent on time and kept the kitchen clean. And in shared houses in Brighton, those are the metrics that matter. The light under his door. I noticed it consciously in late October, coming back from a closing shift, 2 a.m, out of the bathroom. A line of white on the dark hallway floor. White and steady, not a screen, an overhead light, or a lamp, something that lit the room rather than illuminated a corner of it. I registered it, went to bed, didn't think about it. Noticed it the following week, the week after. Then I started paying attention, not deliberately, just as background observation. It was there most nights on my late returns. There sometimes at 6 when I passed the bathroom on morning shifts. Not consistently there in the evenings when we were both awake and the house was making ordinary noise. The pattern, once it had assembled itself, was that the light was on most reliably in the hours when Patrick might reasonably have assumed the rest of the house was asleep. I did not find this alarming. Mildly curious, the way you find something curious when it doesn't quite fit, but doesn't fit badly enough to require action. Insomnia, night working, a preference for quiet hours. None of these required investigation, so none of them received it. This is the part I've replayed most. Not with guilt, not quite. More with a flat recognition that I was looking at something for months and choosing, without quite deciding to choose, not to look directly at it. There's a difference between not noticing and not examining, and I was doing the second one. I know that now. At the time, it felt like the same thing. The first crack in the ordinary came in December. Christmas season at the hotel means changed shift patterns and short staffing and more hours than I'd otherwise do. And I was tired through most of that month in a way that made the house feel like a place I moved through rather than lived in. Nina was away for most of December at her parents' in Leeds. Patrick was there quietly, as he always was, the light under his door doing what it did. What happened in December wasn't dramatic. It was a sound. I was awake at around 3 in the morning, back from a late shift, too tired to sleep in the way that happens when you've been on your feet for 9 hours and your body hasn't caught up with your brain yet. I was lying in the dark and I heard, from the end of the hall, a sound I couldn't immediately identify. Not loud, not the sort of thing that would wake you from sleep, but in the quiet of 3 in the morning, in a house where I'd believed myself to be the only person still conscious, it was audible. It was rhythmic. That's the only way I can describe it without projecting onto it what I now know. A low, rhythmic sound, slightly mechanical, lasting perhaps 30 seconds and then stopping. Then silence. Then, after a few minutes, the light under the door going out. I lay in the dark and listened to the house settle and eventually went to sleep. And in the morning, I didn't mention it because I had no language for what I would have been mentioning. A sound from a housemate's room. At 3 in the morning, there's nothing there to say. I'm writing about it now because it matters, because when I eventually understood what it was, those 30 seconds became one of the most disturbing details in an account that has several disturbing details, and I want it on record that I heard it and couldn't place it and went to sleep, because that's what actually happened, and the accurate version is the only one I can stand to give. What I understand now, and didn't then, is that the sound was a hard drive. A portable drive being connected or disconnected, the spin-up of something reading or writing a large amount of data. He was transferring files in the middle of the night when he thought the house was asleep, moving whatever he'd accumulated across the preceding days onto external storage. 30 seconds of mechanical rhythm, the light going out, the house going quiet. I slept through it and got up in the morning and made coffee. And Patrick was already at his desk when I passed his door on the way to the kitchen, and he looked up and said something about the weather, and I agreed with him, and that was our morning. January. Nina came back from Leeds, and the house returned to its usual 3-person rhythm. I did my shifts. Patrick did whatever Patrick did. The light was there most nights. The thing about a routine that contains something wrong is that the routine itself becomes the protection. If every Tuesday morning is the same, and every Friday closing shift is the same, and every return home at 2 in the morning involves the same dark hallway and the same thin line of light, the wrongness just becomes part of the texture, and the texture becomes invisible. I wasn't ignoring the light. It had become as unremarkable as the noise the boiler made or the way the third stair creaked. I've thought about this a lot since, about how the ordinary conceals things not through active deception, but through sheer accumulation. You stop seeing what you see every day. That's not stupidity. It's just how attention works, how the brain filters in favor of the new and lets the familiar slide into background. Patrick understood this. I think now that he relied on it, that the deliberate pleasantness and the clean kitchen and the reasonable conversation were all part of the same project, the construction of an ordinary surface that the brain could file away and stop examining. He was good at it, not as an excuse, just a fact. In February, I had a week of mornings, which almost never happened but did that week because of a staffing reorganization. And the morning shifts meant I was home by 4 in the afternoon and awake in the evenings for the first time in months. On the Wednesday, I was in the kitchen making dinner at around 7 when Patrick came in from his room, which was unusual. He tended to appear in short, purposeful visits rather than lingering. He made tea and leaned against the counter, and we actually talked, for about 40 minutes. About Brighton, about the hotel, about a planning dispute on our road, that had become a minor neighborhood obsession, about a book he'd been reading that he described well enough to make me want to read it. He was good company, funny, well-read, asked questions that showed he'd actually listened rather than just waited to respond. At one point, he asked about my family, where I was from originally, whether I missed the Midlands, and I told him about growing up in Coventry and about why I'd stayed in Brighton, and he listened, in the way that makes you feel like what you're saying is worth hearing. I came away from that conversation, having revised upward my sense of who he was, which now feels like its own particular kind of horrible. The following week, I was back on lates. The light was under the door. March brought the thing that broke it open. From the most mundane possible direction, the Wi-Fi went down. Not catastrophically. The router needed a restart, which required accessing the box in the cupboard under the stairs, which meant opening the network management app on my phone to check everything had reconnected. The app showed devices on the network. I'd looked at it before, and the list had been unremarkable. My phone, my laptop, Nina's various devices, what I'd assumed were Patrick's work machines. That evening, the list was longer than usual, much longer. 15 devices, some named, some showing only as manufacturer codes. The named ones included what I recognized as Patrick's laptop and his phone. The unnamed ones were a cluster of small devices that the app categorized, when I looked them up, as microcontrollers. Small computing hardware, the kind used in home automation or custom-built electronics projects, or in cameras. I stood in the cupboard under the stairs for longer than was necessary to check the Wi-Fi, and then I closed it and went back to the kitchen and stood at the counter where Patrick had leaned in February, making tea and being good company and asking where I was from. And I thought about the light under the door and the sound in December and the fact that a freelance web developer with an apparent interest in custom hardware had 15 network devices in a 4-bedroom terraced house with 3 occupants. And then I thought about where those devices might be. My brain tried several more comfortable explanations before it settled on the one that fit. Home automation, a work project involving multiple test devices, something related to his development work that required a network of small computers for reasons I didn't understand and which were entirely innocuous. I ran through all of them and found that each one dissolved when I pressed on it, because none of them explained why the devices were unnamed, why they'd been there for months without being mentioned, why the timing of certain sounds and certain lights corresponded to hours when he might reasonably have believed himself unobserved. The explanation that fit all of those things was the one I stood in the kitchen and tried not to arrive at, and arrived at anyway. I didn't confront him. I've asked myself whether I should have, and I've landed on no. Not because I was afraid of him specifically, but because if I was right about what I was thinking, then a confrontation was exactly the wrong move. If I was right, those devices weren't just in his room. The house had communal spaces, a bathroom, a hallway, a kitchen where he'd leaned against the counter in February, being good company and asking careful questions and listening to the answers. I thought about Nina. She was in her room. She'd been in that bathroom every morning for months. I went to Nina's door and knocked and asked if I could use her bathroom because mine was having a problem, which was not true, but was the kind of thing you say. She said, of course. I went in and looked at the room with an attention I'd never applied to it before. At the smoke detector on the ceiling, at the small shelf by the mirror, at the join between the tiles and the wall around the window, at the extractor fan housing above the door. Nothing immediately obvious. Whether that meant there was nothing there, or whether I simply didn't know what I was looking for, I couldn't say. I went back to my room and sat on the bed and thought about the 40-minute conversation in the kitchen in February, about the book Patrick had described, and the question about Coventry and the quality of his listening, and I understood that what I'd identified as deliberate pleasantness was something more specific. It was research. He'd been finding out about my movements and my schedule and the rhythms of my week in the same way you research anything you need to understand in order to use. I rang the police at 9:30 and described what I'd found on the network and what I suspected, and was told someone would be in touch. The officer was calm and asked clear questions and took the details of the network app and said they'd send someone in the morning. I asked if I needed to leave the house that night. There was a pause that was probably just professional caution, and which I experienced as its own kind of answer. I said I'd stay. I locked my bedroom door and lay on the bed with my clothes on and listened to the house, the light under his door doing what it always did. The sea faintly audible outside, and I watched the ceiling for a long time before sleep came, if it came at all. 2 officers arrived at 8 in the morning. Patrick was home. I don't know what happened in the hour after they went upstairs, because I was in my room, and then I was asked to wait in the garden, and I waited in the cold, with a cup of tea that went cold, and a gull sitting on the fence looking at me with the complete indifference of something that has no idea what's happening, and doesn't need to. The devices were in 4 rooms: his bedroom, the hallway, the kitchen, and the bathroom. Small, professionally concealed. Not amateur work, the officers said. The installation showing familiarity with the process. All networked to his laptop. All operational. He'd been in the house for 11 months. I lived there for 7 of those months without knowing. The footage was on his laptop and on cloud storage, linked to a service operating outside normal accessible platforms. A repository, not just Patrick's material, a larger collection from multiple sources, the investigation subsequently establishing links to a network of similar operations across several cities. People who did what Patrick did, in shared houses and rented rooms and short-term lets, adding to a collective archive that was accessed and discussed and rated with the casual engaged interest of people for whom the horror had long since become routine. I was in that footage. I don't know what specifically or how much, and I've been told I have the right to know, and I've chosen, for now, not to exercise it, because knowing would give it a shape that not knowing doesn't have, and I'm not ready for the shape yet. Nina found out the same morning. I was in the garden when she came outside, and she didn't say anything, and we stood there together looking at the fence, and the gull had gone. I don't know what she's decided about what she wants to know. We haven't talked about it. We've talked about other things briefly since she moved to Bristol, and neither of us has brought it up, and I think we've both decided that's fine for now. I moved out in March. I'm in a different part of Brighton now, a studio flat on my own, no hallway, 1 main room, a window that faces a wall rather than a street. I chose it partly for those reasons, and I know that's not a healthy basis for choosing a home, and I chose it anyway, because healthy wasn't what I needed. I needed somewhere with no hallway and no communal bathroom and no other doors. I'm still at the hotel. The shifts are the same. The commute is different. The Tuesday mornings on the beach are the same. I walk down to the sea, and the tide is in or out, depending on the day. And the light does what it does here, that coastal quality that makes everything look slightly more considered than it is. And some mornings I can stand there and just be someone standing by the sea, rather than someone standing by the sea with all of this inside them. Some mornings. Patrick pleaded guilty. I know this because I was informed and asked if I wanted to attend, and I said no, and was told the outcome afterwards in a letter I read once in my lunch break, sitting in the hotel car park, and then put in the glove box. It's still there. I'll deal with it at some point. The network the investigation identified is apparently still being pursued, which means the people who accessed what Patrick contributed are mostly still unidentified and mostly still out there. And that's information I've had to find somewhere to put, and haven't entirely managed to. There isn't a right place for it. You just carry it and learn, over time, to carry it without it being the first thing you're aware of when you wake up. It was the first thing for a long time. It's not anymore, most days. The light under the door, 2 centimeters, 7 months. I looked at it most nights without thinking about it, and then I thought about it, and then I did something about it. And that sequence took 7 months, and I've stopped trying to decide whether that's a long time or not, because the question doesn't have an answer that does anything useful. The sea is still audible at night if I open the window. I'm trying to let it just be that. It only takes one bad click to end up somewhere you never intended to go. And once you're there, getting back out isn't always as simple as closing a browser window. I was working part-time security at an office complex in Nottingham, doing the weekend shifts that nobody else wanted. 12-hour days walking around empty buildings, checking doors that were always locked, watching CCTV screens that never showed anything more interesting than the occasional fox crossing the car park. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the boredom was crushing. Most of the time, I'd bring books or magazines to help pass the hours, but eventually, you run out of things to read. That's when I started spending more time online, using the free Wi-Fi in the reception area to browse whatever caught my attention. News sites, social media, the usual time-wasting activities that everyone does when they're trying to make 8 hours feel like less than 8 hours. The progression to darker content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage of accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't show. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of material that gets removed from regular platforms for being too graphic or disturbing. But each forum led to recommendations for others, and the content kept getting more intense. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked police footage, material that existed in the grey areas between legal and illegal, the sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, hidden from casual browsers but accessible if you knew where to look. One forum I found was dedicated to documenting what they called authentic extreme content. The participants claimed to verify whether violent videos were genuine or staged, approaching it like academic research rather than entertainment. They had detailed discussions about production techniques, geographic indicators, and technical analysis that seemed more professional than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as internet mythology, too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually operate. But the forum participants had evidence that suggested otherwise. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. The material was disturbing enough that I initially assumed it was elaborate fiction created by people with too much time and too much imagination. What made me reconsider was the level of technical detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, audience management, and content distribution with a sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by the username Witness X, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share evidence with people who could demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Witness X finally shared some of his archive. The files were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams themselves, there was no way to make a definitive judgment. Witness X explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations to access. Not the sort of thing you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was serious about understanding whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate hoaxes, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during boring security shifts, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Witness X assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the stream during one of my weekend shifts, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or converted garage, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion and fear. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like interactive entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes while continuing my security rounds, checking the stream whenever I returned to the reception desk. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around midnight, someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually. Jeans, dark hoodie, regular trainers. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around the space methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me stop mid-patrol and stare at the screen more carefully. In the background of the video, partially visible through what appeared to be a doorway, was a section of distinctive brick wall. Not the concrete walls of the main room, but older-looking brickwork with a particular pattern and color that seemed familiar. I recognized that brickwork because I'd been looking at it every weekend for the past 6 months. It was identical to the external walls of the office complex where I worked security. A building that had been constructed in the 1960s with a specific type of brick that wasn't common in modern construction, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere very close to where I was sitting. I left the reception desk and did a more thorough patrol of the building than usual, paying particular attention to areas I normally just walked past quickly. The office complex consisted of 3 connected buildings around a central courtyard, with various storage areas, maintenance rooms, and basement spaces that I rarely had reason to visit. In the basement of the oldest building, I found a door that was usually locked but was now slightly ajar. Beyond it was a staircase leading to a sub-basement level that I'd never explored, assuming it was just additional storage or building services. The staircase led to a corridor with several rooms branching off it. Most were filled with old office furniture and equipment, but one door was closed and had light visible around the edges. I should have called the police immediately, should have gone back upstairs and reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. Instead, I found myself approaching the door to confirm what I already suspected I'd find. Through a gap in the door frame, I could see the same concrete-walled room I'd been watching on the stream. The same harsh lighting, the same metal table, the same figure in the hoodie making final preparations for whatever they were planning to do, and the same man strapped to the table, who I now realized was in the basement of the building where I was supposed to be providing security. The live stream I'd been watching was happening directly below me, being broadcast to hundreds of viewers who had no idea they were watching events unfold in a Nottingham office complex. I backed away from the door and made it halfway up the stairs before I heard footsteps in the corridor behind me. Someone had heard me moving around and was coming to investigate. I reached the main basement level and tried to make it look like I was conducting a routine security check, but I could hear the person from the sub-basement following me up the stairs. When I turned around, it was the figure from the stream, still wearing the same hoodie, but now I could see their face clearly. Someone who looked completely ordinary. Could have been anyone you might pass on the street without giving them a second glance. They asked what I was doing in the basement, and I explained that I was the security guard conducting routine patrols. They seemed to accept this explanation, mentioning that they were doing some maintenance work downstairs and apologizing if they'd left any doors unlocked. The conversation was perfectly polite and normal, except for the context of what I knew they'd been preparing to do in that concrete room. They walked back towards the sub-basement, and I continued my patrol as if nothing had happened. But I could hear them moving around downstairs, and I knew that whatever had been planned for the live stream was either being postponed or relocated. I finished my shift and left the building at the normal time, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd discovered. Someone was using the office complex to create Red Room content, broadcasting real violence to paying audiences, and I was the only person who knew about it. The logical action was to contact the police with what I'd witnessed, but explaining how I discovered it would require admitting to accessing illegal content online, and I wasn't sure they'd believe such a bizarre story anyway. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running the operation realized I knew about their activities. They'd seen me in the building, knew I worked there regularly, could easily find out my personal details from the security company records. Over the next few days, I researched whether there had been any missing person reports that might correspond to the man I'd seen in the stream, but without knowing when he'd been taken or where from, it was impossible to identify any specific cases. I also started paying more attention to the other people who had access to the office complex: maintenance staff, cleaning crews, building management personnel, anyone who might have keys to areas that weren't normally accessible to security guards. The building management company had records of various contractors who'd worked in the basement areas over the past year. Electrical upgrades, plumbing repairs, installation of additional cabling for internet infrastructure. Any of these projects could have provided cover for someone to set up equipment in the sub-basement without attracting attention. One contractor particularly caught my interest, a small company that had done extensive electrical work throughout the basement levels, installing new power circuits and data connections, the sort of infrastructure improvements that would be necessary for running high-bandwidth streaming equipment. I looked up the company online and found that it was registered to an address that didn't seem to exist. The phone number went to voicemail. The website looked professional, but contained no useful contact information, and there were no customer reviews or business listings that suggested genuine trading activity, which meant either the company was a front for illegal activities, or someone had used fake credentials to gain access to the building for legitimate work that had nothing to do with the Red Rooms. The next weekend, I did a more thorough exploration of the sub-basement during my shift. The concrete room was empty now, but there was clear evidence of recent use. Power cables, camera mounting points, network connections that hadn't been there during the building's original construction. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting that space into a professional streaming facility, and they'd done it without the building owners apparently knowing anything about it. I found other evidence too. A schedule pinned to the wall showing dates and times over the next several weeks. Equipment lists that suggested multiple cameras and professional lighting. Contact details for what appeared to be other locations, possibly part of a larger operation. And most disturbing of all, a folder containing photographs and personal information about various individuals. Names, addresses, daily routines, the sort of detailed surveillance data that would be used for targeting potential victims. I photographed everything I could find and then left the area undisturbed. If this was an ongoing operation rather than a one-off event, there would be more activity in the coming weeks that I could document and report to the authorities. But as I was leaving the sub-basement, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Among the photographs in the folder was one of me. Not a recent photo, but one that had clearly been taken during one of my security patrols over the past few months. The image showed me checking doors in the main building, completely unaware that I was being observed and documented, which meant the people operating the Red Room knew exactly who I was, where I worked, and probably where I lived. I left the building immediately and spent the rest of the weekend trying to decide what to do. Going to the police would provide some protection, but it would also confirm to the operators that I'd discovered their activities and was willing to report them. Not going to the police meant allowing the operation to continue, potentially putting other people at risk, but might keep me safer if they believed I hadn't seen anything significant. In the end, I called in sick on Monday and sent an anonymous tip to the police about suspicious activity in the office complex basement. I provided enough details to justify a thorough search, without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, local news reported that police had discovered what they described as sophisticated criminal operation in a Nottingham office building. 3 people were arrested and various equipment was seized, but no details were provided about what exactly had been found. I never went back to that security job. Told the company I'd found other employment and needed to finish immediately. They weren't particularly bothered. Part-time security guards are easy to replace. But I still think about that concrete room and the casual way the person in the hoodie had spoken to me after I'd interrupted their preparations. How ordinary they'd seemed, despite what they were planning to do. And I think about that photograph of me in the folder, and whether there might be other security guards or maintenance workers in other buildings who've stumbled across similar operations without realizing what they'd found. I want to share something that happened to me about 4 months ago. I've been debating whether to tell anyone, but after seeing a news story last week about a similar app being shut down, I feel like I need to get this off my chest. Maybe it will help someone else avoid making the same mistake I did. I work as a night security guard at a self-storage facility on the outskirts of Glasgow. It's a solitary job, 12-hour shifts, 5 nights a week. Mostly spent doing hourly patrols and watching CCTV feeds of empty corridors. The place is practically deserted after 9 p.m, which leaves me with a lot of downtime. I'm 36, divorced for 3 years now, with no kids and not much of a social life to speak of. My background isn't particularly interesting. Left school at 17, bounced between retail jobs and warehouse work, before getting my security license 6 years ago. To combat the boredom of night shifts, I've developed a fairly unhealthy relationship with my phone. Social media, YouTube, mobile games, anything to make the hours pass. I've always been drawn to the more unusual corners of the internet, not necessarily illegal stuff, but definitely content that pushes boundaries. True crime podcasts, footage of real accidents, forums discussing unsolved mysteries. I suppose I was desensitized to a certain extent, which might explain my initial reaction to what I eventually discovered. It started with a recommendation from another guard at a different site. We occasionally text during night shifts to stay awake, and he mentioned an app called Netherstream that featured intense reality content you couldn't find on mainstream platforms. According to him, it operated through a modified APK file rather than official app stores, which immediately suggested it contained content that wouldn't pass content moderation standards. Out of curiosity and desperate for something new to pass the time, I downloaded the APK to a cheap burner phone I keep as a backup. I've always been cautious about cybersecurity, something I picked up from my brief stint in IT support before security work, and using a separate device for questionable downloads seemed prudent. The app installed without issues, presenting a minimalist black interface with red text, reminiscent of old-school hacker aesthetics. The content initially seemed like standard shock material, extreme stunts gone wrong, street fights from around the world, graphic medical procedures. Nothing worse than what you might find on certain subreddits, just aggregated in one place. The app had a simple upvote/downvote system and a chat function where users commented in real time. The community seemed to revel in the extreme nature of the content, challenging each other to find more shocking material. After about a week of occasional browsing, I noticed a section called Live Events that was locked behind a verification process. The app claimed this was to ensure users were genuine enthusiasts and not trolls or authorities. The verification required uploading a photo of my face illuminated by the screen, supposedly to confirm I was a real person and not using automated software. In retrospect, providing my image to an already suspicious app was incredibly stupid, but late-night boredom and curiosity overcame my better judgment. Once verified, the live events section opened up, revealing a schedule of upcoming streams with cryptic titles like Consequence 17 and Volunteer Scenario. Most were scheduled for late-night hours in various time zones. A notification system allowed users to be alerted when streams went live. Without giving it much thought, I enabled notifications for an event scheduled during my next shift, titled Audience Directive 23. 2 nights later, while making a cup of tea in the break room at around 3 a.m., my burner phone buzzed with a notification. The scheduled event was starting. I returned to my desk, propped the phone against my monitor, and tapped the notification. The stream loaded, showing what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. The lighting was dim but professional, clearly set up with care rather than hastily arranged. In the center was a person bound to a chair, wearing plain clothes and with a black hood covering their head. My first thought was that this was an elaborate prank or staged performance, the type of edgy internet content that simulates extreme scenarios for shock value. The stream had a view counter showing about 200 viewers, with the chat rapidly filling with messages. To the right of the video was an interface with the heading Directive Options and a series of buttons labeled with various actions. A text overlay explained the concept. Viewers would vote on what happened next, with voting periods lasting 60 seconds. The highest voted action would be carried out, followed by another round of voting. It resembled a dark version of those choose-your-own-adventure games, and I initially assumed it was all staged for entertainment, actors playing roles in an interactive horror experience. The first voting options were relatively tame. Remove hood, check pockets, explain rules, administer stimulant. Most votes went to remove hood, and after the countdown ended, a figure wearing a featureless white mask entered the frame and removed the hood from the captive. The revealed face belonged to a man perhaps in his late 20s, with a terrified expression that seemed too genuine to be acting. His eyes darted frantically around the room, and I could see tears streaming down his face. Something about his expression triggered the first real sense of unease in me. Either this person was an exceptional actor, or something truly sinister was unfolding. The chat exploded with messages, some expressing excitement, others discussing the subject's reactions as if analyzing a character in a film. New voting options appeared: question subject, physical assessment, psychological pressure, provide water. I told myself this must be an elaborate performance, like an extreme version of reality television, perhaps filmed in a country with looser regulations. The production value seemed too high for something truly illicit. Yet something about the raw fear in the man's eyes continued to disturb me. When physical assessment won the vote, the masked figure returned with measuring tools and began documenting the subject's height, weight, and various physical characteristics, narrating the findings to the camera in a voice that had been digitally altered to sound inhuman. The clinical nature of this assessment made it increasingly difficult to maintain the fiction that this was merely entertainment. The subject's reactions, flinching at every touch, silently pleading with his eyes, seemed far beyond what even a method actor would produce. Still, I continued watching, telling myself I was just witnessing an elaborate performance. The voting rounds continued, each option becoming progressively more disturbing. When pain threshold test won a round and the masked figure produced what appeared to be genuine implements of torture, the horrible reality became impossible to deny. This wasn't a game or performance. It was an actual person being tormented for the entertainment of anonymous viewers around the world, with those viewers directing the action through their votes. I felt physically ill, but instead of closing the app immediately, I hesitated. A notification appeared on screen. Participation detected. Viewer accountability protocol enabled. A small icon appeared next to my anonymous user ID, indicating I was being tracked as an active viewer. The implication was clear. Simply watching had made me complicit. and the system was now monitoring my engagement. In a moment of panic, I closed the app and turned off the phone. My hands were shaking as I tried to process what I had just witnessed. Had I just watched, and by my continued viewing, tacitly participated in, a genuine crime unfolding in real time? The thought was so disturbing that I spent the next hour trying to convince myself it must have been fake, despite all evidence to the contrary. When I turned the phone back on an hour later, thinking I would delete the app, I found a direct message waiting in the NetherStream inbox. Disconnection during active stream noted. Viewer accountability requires continuous participation once engaged. Your facial verification and IP data have been logged. Stream will resume on this device in 60 seconds. Before I could react, the app reopened itself and the stream resumed. The scene had changed significantly. The subject was still present, but now showed visible signs of the tests that had occurred during my absence. A text overlay announced, "Previous disconnection penalty applied to subject per protocol. Continuous viewing now required or further penalties will be administered." To my horror, a small window appeared in the corner of the screen, showing a feed from my burner phone's front-facing camera. They were watching me watch them. The voting options now included an additional choice: apply disconnection penalty to viewer. Several users in the chat immediately voted for this option, seemingly eager to punish someone who had tried to leave. I was trapped in a terrible dilemma: continue watching something unbearable or disconnect and potentially cause additional suffering through my absence. In desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped the phone into a mug of tea, shorting out the device completely. The next day, I destroyed what remained of the phone, throwing the pieces into various bins around the city. I convinced myself that without the device, they couldn't track me. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every unexpected noise, convinced that my involvement, however peripheral, had somehow marked me. 3 weeks later, I received a package at my flat, an address I had never provided to the app. Inside was a new phone, identical to my destroyed burner, but with a single modification. The NetherStream app was already installed, and its icon was prominently placed on the home screen. A note accompanied it: "Viewing participation required. Consequence stream number 24, featuring viewer penalty demonstration." I immediately moved flats, changed my phone number, and took leave from work. I've been staying with an old friend in a different city, using cash for all purchases and avoiding anything connected to the internet. But I can't escape the knowledge that somewhere these streams continue, with viewers voting on the fate of real people, each click and each vote deepening their complicity in something monstrous. The news story I mentioned, the one that prompted me to share this, reported on police shutting down an interactive criminal live streaming operation. They mentioned recovering equipment and voting interface software, but no victims. Sometimes I wonder if the person I saw survived, if any of it was real or an elaborate hoax designed to terrify viewers. But in my darkest moments, when I can't sleep, I remember the look in that man's eyes and know with sickening certainty that what I witnessed was genuine human suffering, packaged as entertainment, with the audience not just watching but directing the horror with each vote cast. Looking back, a lot of things about that site didn't make sense, even before the video started. I was in my second year at Birmingham, sharing a cramped terrace house with 3 other students. The sort of place where the heating barely worked, and you could hear everything through the paper-thin walls. My room was at the back, overlooking a car park and the bins, which suited me fine. Meant I could stay up late without bothering anyone. That's how I'd gotten into browsing the darker corners of the internet in the first place. insomnia had always been a problem. And after exhausting Netflix and YouTube sometime around 3 in the morning, I'd started exploring places I probably shouldn't have. The university's VPN made me feel safer about it, like there was this barrier between me and whatever I was looking at. Naive, really, but I was 20 and thought I knew better than everyone else. Most of what you find on the dark web is disappointingly mundane. Lots of broken links, abandoned forums, the occasional marketplace selling things that probably weren't what they claimed to be. But there's something addictive about it. This sense that you're seeing the internet's basement, all the stuff that's been swept under the carpet. I'd spend hours just clicking through random addresses, following breadcrumbs that led nowhere. The site I found that night didn't have a name, just a string of random characters in the address bar. The layout was basic, almost primitive. Black background, white text, a handful of links arranged in a simple list. What caught my attention was how recently active it seemed. Most hidden sites feel abandoned, like digital ghost towns, but this one had timestamps showing activity from just hours earlier. The main page advertised something called premium viewing experiences, with prices listed in pounds sterling, which struck me as odd. Most of these sites dealt in American dollars, or avoided currency altogether. There were maybe a dozen links, each with cryptic titles like Private Collection Number 47 or Exclusive Content Limited Time. Nothing explicitly stated what the content actually was, but there was an air of exclusivity about it all, like you were being invited into something special. What really didn't make sense was the technical side of things. The site loaded fast. Too fast for something supposedly hidden away on encrypted servers. The video player embedded in the page looked professional, with proper buffering and quality controls. These weren't the sort of features you'd expect from some back alley corner of the internet. It felt more like a legitimate streaming service that had been painted black and moved underground. I clicked on one of the middle links, something called Live Session Number 23. A payment screen appeared, asking for about £40, but there was also a guest access option in small text at the bottom. I wasn't about to hand over my card details to a nameless website, so I clicked the guest option instead. The screen went black for a moment. Then a new page loaded with a simple countdown timer. Next session begins in 12 minutes, it read. Below that was a chat box, already filled with messages from other users. Most were just timestamps and numbers, coordinates maybe, or some sort of code. But scattered between them were comments that made my stomach turn. People discussing what they wanted to see, placing what looked like requests or bets. I should have closed the browser then, should have gone to bed, or watched something normal, or done literally anything else. But there's something about forbidden knowledge that makes it impossible to look away. I told myself I was just curious, that I'd watch for a few minutes to see what all the fuss was about, then leave. The timer hit 0 and the screen changed again. This time it showed what looked like a normal living room. Beige carpet, a leather sofa, family photos on the mantelpiece. The quality was good, HD at least, and the camera seemed to be positioned somewhere near the ceiling, giving a wide view of the space. At first, nothing happened. Just an empty room with the soft sound of a television playing somewhere off camera. Then a woman walked in. She was maybe 40, wearing a dressing gown and slippers, carrying a mug of tea. Completely ordinary. She settled onto the sofa and picked up a remote channel surfing through what looked like normal British television. The whole scene was so mundane it was almost disappointing. The chat box beside the video was going mental though, messages flooding in faster than I could read them, users excitedly discussing what was happening. Some seemed to know the woman's name, her address, details about her life. others were making suggestions about what should happen next, and these suggestions were getting increasingly disturbing. That's when I noticed the woman kept glancing towards the camera, not directly at it, but in that general direction, like she could sense something was wrong. She muted the television and sat very still for a moment, head tilted slightly as if listening for something. The chat messages were coming even faster now, and I caught fragments that made my skin crawl. People talking about timing, about opportunities, about how long they'd been planning this. The woman stood up suddenly and walked towards what I assumed was the kitchen. The camera angle changed. There was more than one feed. This new view showed a hallway with stairs leading up to the first floor. I could hear her moving around, opening cupboards, the clink of dishes being washed. Normal evening sounds that now felt ominous given the context. One of the chat messages caught my attention. "Back door's been open for 10 minutes now." Another replied, "Give it 5 more, then we go." I felt sick. This wasn't just voyeurism. It was something much worse. These people weren't just watching this woman. They were coordinating something. Their room wasn't about what I'd expected at all. It wasn't some torture chamber or theatrical horror show. It was about real people in real danger, and I was watching it happen in real time. The woman came back into the living room, but she wasn't carrying her mug anymore. Instead, she had her mobile phone, and she was dialing a number. The chat exploded with panic and excitement. Messages about abort codes and backup plans, complaints about the timing being wrong, arguments about who was responsible for the failure. But the woman wasn't calling the police. She was calling someone else, and when they answered, she said something that made my blood freeze. "I know you're watching. I can see the visitor count on my stream." The camera feeds went black simultaneously. The chat box disappeared. Within seconds, I was staring at an error page claiming the site had never existed. I tried refreshing, typing in the address again, even checking my browser history, but there was no trace of what I'd just seen. I sat there in the dark of my room, listening to my housemate snoring through the walls, trying to process what had happened. Had I just watched someone's home being monitored by strangers? Had I witnessed the planning stages of a break-in or worse? Or had the whole thing been an elaborate fake, designed to mess with people like me who went looking for forbidden content? The worst part was the woman's final words. She'd known about the visitor count. That meant she was aware of being watched, maybe even complicit in it. But that raised even more disturbing questions about what kind of person would willingly participate in something like that, and what sort of people were paying to watch. I didn't sleep that night. Every small sound in the house made me jump. Footsteps on the stairs, the boiler clicking on, the wind rattling the windows. I kept thinking about that woman, wondering if she was safe, wondering if what I'd seen was real or just an elaborate performance designed to traumatize gullible students like me. The next morning, I tried researching red rooms properly, using the normal internet. Most sources claimed they were an urban legend, that no one had ever found genuine evidence of live-streamed violence or murder. But then I'd read forum posts from people claiming to have seen exactly what I'd witnessed, normal people in normal homes being watched by crowds of strangers with sinister intentions. What bothered me most was how professional the whole thing had seemed. This wasn't some amateur operation run by basement-dwelling psychopaths. The website, the video quality, the payment systems, it all suggested something much more organized and well-funded, the kind of thing that would require serious technical expertise and significant resources to maintain. I started paying more attention to true crime stories after that, looking for patterns that might connect to what I'd seen. Home invasions where the victims reported feeling watched beforehand, Burglaries where nothing was stolen but personal items had been moved or examined. Missing person cases where the last known activity was routine, domestic, ordinary. Sometimes I'd catch details that seemed familiar. A layout similar to that living room. A victim who matched the description of the woman I'd seen. But there was never enough to make a definitive connection, and I was hardly going to call the police to report something I'd witnessed while illegally browsing hidden websites. The university VPN felt less like protection after that, more like a thin curtain that could be pulled aside at any moment. I stopped exploring the dark web entirely, sticking to normal websites and trying to forget what I'd seen. But late at night, when the house was quiet and I was alone with my thoughts, I'd find myself wondering about that woman. Had she escaped whatever was being planned for her? Had she been part of it all along? Or had I witnessed something much worse? The moments before someone became a victim, broadcast live to paying customers who treated human suffering as entertainment. The worst part is that I'll never know. The site vanished without a trace, leaving me with nothing but questions and the horrible certainty that somewhere out there people are watching other people's lives unfold in real time, waiting for the perfect moment to step from observer to participant. Sometimes I catch myself checking the locks on my doors more carefully than I used to, or glancing towards the corners of rooms where a hidden camera might be positioned. I tell myself it's paranoia, that what I saw was probably fake, designed to mess with people exactly like me. But late at night, when I'm alone in my room and the house is quiet, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone might be watching me too, waiting for their moment, counting down their own timer until it's time to act. And the thing that scares me most, the thought that if it happened to me, there might be other curious students out there, browsing sites they shouldn't be browsing, watching it all unfold in real time, telling themselves it's probably just fake. I used to think online anonymity made you safer, until I found out how easy it is for someone to find you when they really want to. Working at TechFix in Birmingham city centre wasn't exactly what I'd planned when I dropped out of college halfway through my computing course. The pay was rubbish, and most customers treated you like you were thick, but it beat signing on and gave me something to do while I figured out what came next. Plus, Dave, who owned the shop, was decent enough and didn't ask too many questions about why I'd left uni. The work was mostly straightforward. Virus removals, hardware upgrades, data recovery for people who'd managed to delete their holiday photos. Nothing that required the sort of advanced knowledge they'd been trying to teach us at college. Just basic technical skills and patience with people who couldn't tell the difference between their desktop and their hard drive. It was a Tuesday afternoon in November when the woman came in with the laptop that changed everything. She was probably in her 50s, well-dressed but nervous, the sort of customer who clearly didn't feel comfortable in computer shops. Her laptop had crashed completely, wouldn't boot up at all, and she needed some files recovered before a business meeting the following day. Standard data recovery job. I explained it would take a few hours to extract the files safely, and she could collect the laptop the next morning. She seemed relieved and left after paying the deposit. I didn't start working on it until later that afternoon. When I opened up the laptop case to check the hard drive, I found a USB stick wedged inside, not properly inserted into a port, just loose in the casing like it had fallen out of someone's pocket during a previous repair. It wasn't the customer's. She'd been very specific about what files she needed recovering, and they were all work documents stored on the main drive. This USB looked older, more worn, like it had been used heavily over several years. I should have just put it in the lost property box and forgotten about it. But curiosity got the better of me, especially during a quiet spell when Dave had popped out to the bank. I plugged it into my work computer to see if there was anything that might identify the owner. The USB contained a single folder labeled with a string of random letters and numbers. Inside that folder were more folders, each named with dates going back about 18 months. And inside those folders were video files. The first few I opened were obviously downloaded from streaming sites. Poor quality, generic content, nothing particularly unusual. But as I worked through the folders chronologically, the content became progressively more disturbing. These weren't random downloads from public sites. Someone had been systematically collecting footage of real violence, organized by date and location. Police body cam footage from crime scenes. Security camera recordings from incidents that had never been reported in the news. Mobile phone videos shot by witnesses to events that looked genuinely traumatic. The timestamps suggested the material was recent, some of it from just weeks before. Either someone had remarkable access to law enforcement databases, or they were connected to the people creating this content in the first place. Buried deeper in the folder structure, I found something that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the files. Live stream recordings, multiple files, each several hours long, showing what appeared to be real-time violence happening in various locations. The video quality was better than the other content, suggesting professional equipment rather than security cameras or phone recordings. These weren't just recordings either. The interface visible around the edges of the video showed chat windows, viewer counters, control panels. Someone had been participating in live streams where people could watch real violence happening as it occurred. The most recent folder contained something even worse. Rather than just recordings of streams, there were planning documents, schedules, location details, equipment lists. Someone wasn't just watching this content, they were involved in organizing it. One document caught my attention because it mentioned Birmingham specifically, a location I recognized from the address, a warehouse district about 20 minutes from the city centre, where several businesses had closed down over the past year, leaving empty buildings that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. According to the schedule, something was planned for that location the following evening. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have handed over the USB and let them investigate whatever criminal operation was documented on it. But I knew how that conversation would sound. College dropout claiming to have found evidence of live murder streams on a random USB stick that may or may not have belonged to a customer. Instead, I copied some of the files to my personal laptop and spent the evening researching the locations mentioned in the documents. Most were commercial properties that had been empty for months, the sort of places where unusual activity might go unnoticed for weeks. The Birmingham warehouse was owned by a company that had gone into administration 6 months earlier. According to the business listings, it had been used for food storage, but satellite images showed it was now clearly abandoned, perfect for someone who needed a secure location away from residential areas. The planning documents suggested the operation was more sophisticated than I had initially assumed. Multiple camera positions, streaming equipment, backup systems. This wasn't amateur content. Someone was running what amounted to a professional production, just with considerably more disturbing subject matter than typical broadcasts. I found myself checking the documents obsessively over the next 24 hours, looking for more details about what was being planned. The scheduling information suggested regular events rather than one-off incidents, with different locations used on a rotating basis to avoid detection. By Wednesday evening, I'd convinced myself that I needed to see for myself what was happening at the warehouse, not to get involved or intervene, just to confirm whether the documents were describing something real or elaborate fiction. I drove out there around 8 o'clock, parking several streets away and approaching on foot through the industrial estate. Most of the businesses in the area closed early, leaving the roads empty except for the occasional lorry heading to the motorway. The warehouse was at the end of a cul-de-sac, separated from the other buildings by a car park that had been abandoned long enough for weeds to grow through the tarmac. From the outside, it looked completely derelict. Broken windows, graffiti on the walls, the sort of place teenagers might use for underage drinking. But there were fresh tire marks in the car park, and one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar, despite looking secured from a distance. I circled the building looking for a vantage point where I could see inside without being noticed. The rear of the warehouse had several broken windows at ground level, covered with boards that had gaps large enough to see through. What I saw inside confirmed everything from the documents. The warehouse had been converted into a filming space. Professional lighting, equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked like a television studio, except for the restraint equipment and the metal table positioned where you'd normally expect to see chairs or a sofa. There were 3 people setting up equipment, all dressed in ordinary clothes, like they were preparing for any normal work shift. Nothing theatrical or sinister about their appearance. They could have been setting up for a corporate video or product demonstration. The casual nature of their preparation was somehow more disturbing than if they'd been wearing masks or costumes. These were just people doing a job, even though that job involved creating content that would traumatize anyone with a functioning conscience. I watched for about an hour as they completed their setup and tested various pieces of equipment. Around 9:30, a van pulled up outside and 2 more people entered the building. One of them was carrying what appeared to be camera equipment. The other was supporting someone who seemed barely conscious. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing preparation. I was about to see the actual filming of whatever those documents had been planning. I should have called the police then. Should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. Instead, I stayed at the window, telling myself I needed more evidence before making accusations that could ruin innocent people's lives. The unconscious person was positioned on the metal table while the others made final adjustments to their equipment. Computer screens came alive showing what looked like streaming interfaces, though I couldn't make out the details from my position outside. Then one of the camera operators looked directly at the window where I was watching. Not in my general direction, but specifically at the gap in the boards where my face was visible. Our eyes met through the broken glass, and I saw him say something to the others while pointing towards my location. I ran, made it back to my car, and drove home as quickly as possible without breaking every speed limit in Birmingham. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to process what I'd witnessed and decide what to do about it. The logical action was to contact the police with everything I'd seen and copied from the USB. But I knew how weak my story sounded. I'd essentially been stalking people based on files I'd stolen from a customer's property, then trespassing on private land to spy on what might have been legitimate business activity, and now someone had seen me watching them. I spent the rest of the evening checking that my flat was properly secured and trying to convince myself that the person at the warehouse had no way of identifying me. They'd seen my face for maybe 3 seconds in poor lighting conditions. Even if they wanted to find me, how could they possibly know who I was or where I lived? The next morning, I arrived at work to find the woman from Tuesday waiting outside the shop. She seemed different from when she'd first brought the laptop in. More confident, less nervous about being in a computer shop. She asked about her data recovery with the sort of casual interest you might show when collecting dry cleaning rather than the urgency she displayed initially. I handed over her laptop and the recovered files, expecting her to check everything was in order before leaving. Instead, she just smiled and asked if I'd found anything interesting while working on her machine. The question was innocent enough, but something about the way she asked it made my stomach drop, as if she already knew what I'd discovered and was testing whether I'd admit to it. I told her everything had gone smoothly and that all her files had been recovered successfully. She thanked me, paid the balance, and left without checking any of the work I'd supposedly done. But as she reached the door, she turned back with that same smile and mentioned that she hoped I'd found the warehouse visit educational. Then she was gone, leaving me standing behind the counter, trying to work out how she could possibly have known where I'd been the previous evening. I checked our customer database after she left. The contact details she'd provided led nowhere. Disconnected phone number, fake address, credit card that had been declined when I tried to process the final payment later that day. She'd never been a legitimate customer at all, which meant the entire laptop repair had been a setup to get the USB into the shop, knowing that whoever worked on the machine would eventually find it and look at the contents. Someone had wanted me to see those files, wanted me to go to the warehouse, wanted me to witness what was happening there. The question was why. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every customer who came into the shop seemed suspicious. Every person who looked in my direction on the street felt like a potential threat. I started varying my route home, checking behind me more often, sleeping with furniture pushed against my bedroom door. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no suspicious phone calls, no obvious signs that I was being followed. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. A week later, I found another USB stick. This one was left on the counter at work while I was helping a customer in the back room. When I returned, it was sitting next to the till with a small note attached that simply said, "Next episode." I should have thrown it away immediately, or handed it to the police, or quit my job and moved to another city. Instead, I took it home and plugged it into my laptop. The files were similar to the first USB, but more recent. New locations, new scheduling documents, new recordings of events I didn't want to see, but couldn't stop watching. And buried in the folder structure was something that made my blood turn cold. Photos of me, not just from the warehouse. Dozens of images taken over the past week showing me walking to work, shopping for groceries, sitting in my flat with the curtains open. Someone had been documenting my daily routine with the systematic thoroughness of a professional surveillance operation. The final folder contained a single document with an address and a time. Tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock. The location was another abandoned warehouse, this one on the other side of Birmingham. And at the bottom of the document, a single line of text that made it clear this wasn't an invitation. Your turn. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. The police won't believe a story this bizarre without evidence I can't provide without incriminating myself. Moving away won't help if these people have the resources to track me down once already. Tomorrow evening, I'll have to decide whether to go to that warehouse or spend the rest of my life wondering when they'll decide to come and find me instead. Either way, I don't think online anonymity is going to keep me safe much longer. I haven't told my girlfriend this, not my family nor the police, definitely not the police. So I'm 29. I work in IT consulting in Birmingham. There's nothing special about my life really. I've got a decent flat, been with my girlfriend for 3 years, and I hang out with the same group of friends I've known since uni. My job is mostly remote troubleshooting for corporate clients, which is basically me spending all day on video calls telling executives how to restart their computers or find files they've misplaced. My friend Mark and I go way back to our first year at uni, where we both did computer science. He was always the one taking risks. While I went into boring corporate IT, he got into cybersecurity and now does penetration testing for a living. Basically, companies pay him to hack into their systems to find weaknesses. We don't work in the same field anymore, but we still game online most weeks and grab a pint when we can. So this Friday night in March, we're doing our usual thing, playing some online games. My girlfriend was away at her sister's for the weekend. Around 10, after a few rounds, Mark says he wants to show me something he found during a job. Nothing unusual there. He's always sending me weird coding stuff or security things he discovers. We switched to screen sharing on our voice chat. His desktop was a mess as usual, about 50 windows open because he never closes anything. He dug through some folders, then got all serious, asking if I was ready to see something intense. I laughed it off, thinking he was being dramatic about some security hole he'd found or something. That was just Mark's way, always making tech discoveries sound like he'd found buried treasure. He opened up this weird browser I didn't recognize. Not Chrome or anything normal, something with a bare-bones interface. When I asked about it, he said it was for accessing the dark web, all configured with security stuff and anonymizing features. That got my attention. I mean, I knew what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet, where all the dodgy stuff happens. But I'd never had any reason to go there myself. Mark explained that during a job, he'd found some login credentials that led him into some pretty dark places online. He'd found what he called mind-blowing, some live streaming site that showed reality without filters. The way he described it, I thought maybe it was just some extreme version of reality TV or banned content too graphic for YouTube or something. Looking back, I should have noticed something was off. Mark's usually pretty chilled, but that night he had this weird energy, like nervous, but excited at the same time. Not like him at all. But I didn't think much of it then, just went along, because I was curious what had got him so worked up. He went through a bunch of login screens and eventually got to this site. Black background, red text, very basic looking. It was set up kind of like Netflix, with thumbnails for different channels. Most were dark or just showing shadows, but one was active with what looked like a brightly lit room. Mark clicked on it and it filled the screen. What I saw was what looked like a basement or warehouse. Concrete walls, super bright, harsh lighting. In the middle was a bloke tied to a chair, blindfolded. Standing next to him was someone in dark clothes, wearing one of those plain white masks you see in horror films. My first thought was, this is some low-budget horror film or haunted house live stream. It looked staged, you know? Too perfect, like a film set. I made some joke about how bad the production was, but Mark didn't laugh. Instead, he pointed to a chat window where people with weird usernames were posting comments and what looked like requests for things to happen. Mark then told me, dead serious, that this was called a red room, a live stream of actual torture or violence that people pay to watch and sometimes even control. I told him to shut it off, that it had to be fake, that nobody would be stupid enough to broadcast themselves committing actual crimes. He insisted it was real, that he'd checked with some security contacts, and that this stream was apparently one of the trusted ones in these circles. The fact he used the word trusted for something like this made me feel sick. I was about to disconnect when the person in the mask walked over to the guy in the chair and took off his blindfold. The bloke blinked in the bright light, looking around, and when I saw his face clearly, I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I knew him. Not well, he wasn't a mate or family or anything, but definitely someone from my everyday life. He was the barista at the coffee shop near my office. I stopped there almost every morning. We weren't friends exactly, but we had that familiar thing you get with someone you see regularly. He always remembered my order, sometimes recommended new coffees. We'd chat about the weather or whatever. He'd mentioned once that he was working to save up for uni, and now here he was, tied up in what Mark was saying was a red room. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost on our video call, because Mark asked if I was okay. Without thinking, I blurted out that I knew the guy on screen. Mark laughed at first, thinking I was joking. When I insisted, telling him exactly who it was and how I knew him, Mark's face went completely white. He suddenly seemed to realize what this meant. Either this was some crazy coincidence, or somehow the people running this stream were in the same city as me. Then things got really freaky. The chat on the stream suddenly went crazy. People started posting messages asking if someone had recognized the subject, if there had been a security breach. I realized with absolute horror that our conversation was somehow being monitored. Either Mark's computer was compromised, or the streaming site had access to our voice chat. Mark started frantically trying to close the browser, but it froze up. Messages kept appearing in the chat, now directly addressing the viewer who knows the subject. One user with an admin tag posted coordinates that were scarily close to my neighborhood. Mark ended the screen share and hung up on our call. I tried calling straight back, but he didn't answer. A few minutes later, I got a text from him, telling me to turn off all my devices, not to contact him again, and to stay somewhere else that night. He said his system had been compromised, and whoever was running the stream now had info on both of us. I stayed at a hotel that night, paid cash, kept checking the news for anything about kidnappings or murders. Next morning, I went to the coffee shop, heart pounding the whole time. The barista was there, completely normal, serving customers like nothing had happened. He greeted me like usual, same as any other day. For a minute, I felt this massive relief. Maybe it was all fake, a prank, a lookalike, something like that. I actually managed to convince myself of this until I got back to my flat that afternoon and found an envelope that had been slipped under my door. Inside was a photo, a screenshot from our video call, showing my face exactly at the moment when I recognized the barista. On the back, written in red ink, "Viewers become participants eventually." I haven't heard from Mark since. His social media disappeared a few days later. Our mutual friends told me he suddenly quit his job and moved abroad. The barista worked at the coffee shop for about another week, then just vanished. According to his co-workers, he didn't give notice or anything, just stopped showing up. I've moved flats, changed my phone number, set up new online accounts, got security cameras, take different routes to work every day, but I never feel safe. Every night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I keep seeing that moment when I recognized him, and I can't stop thinking about how these people know exactly who I am and where to find me. The worst part is not knowing. Was this whole thing set up? Did they deliberately pick someone from my daily life, knowing I'd be watching? Or was it just some horrible coincidence that of all the people they could have grabbed, they took someone I would recognize? I honestly don't know which is worse, that I randomly stumbled across this nightmare, or that I was the target all along. The most dangerous button I've ever clicked wasn't labeled something like launch missile or even delete account. It was innocuously titled Recommended Darknet Experience. It turns out when a VPN service offers to show you what you're protecting yourself from, sometimes they're actually showing you who's coming for you next. 3 months have passed since I clicked that button, and I haven't slept through the night since. I work as a data analyst for a healthcare company in Birmingham. Nothing particularly exciting, just crunching numbers and generating reports about hospital efficiency and patient outcomes. I'm not technically a cybersecurity expert, but I know enough about computers to be the person my parents and friends call when their Wi-Fi stops working. My interest in online privacy started about a year ago after our company experienced a data breach. Nothing catastrophic, just some leaked email addresses and phone numbers. But it was enough to make me realize how vulnerable our digital lives really are. So I started researching ways to better protect myself online. I installed ad blockers, switched to more secure browsers, stopped using Google for searches, that sort of thing. I became increasingly uncomfortable with how much information I was giving away just through normal browsing. I'd read articles about VPNs, virtual private networks, and how they could help maintain anonymity online. So I decided to try one out. After comparing different services, I settled on one called Secure Shield VPN. It had good reviews, a reasonable price point, and offered a 30-day free trial with all premium features included. I downloaded the app, created an account with a new email address I'd set up specifically for privacy tools, and started exploring the features. The app was sleek and user-friendly, with the usual array of server locations to choose from and different protocols for connection. What caught my attention, though, was a section called Premium Experiences that was only available to trial users and paying subscribers. The description explained these were curated online experiences that showcased the importance of privacy and security tools. One in particular stood out. Recommended Darknet Experience. See what you're protecting yourself from. I was intrigued. I'd heard of the dark web, of course, but had never actually accessed it. I knew it required special browsers like Tor and wasn't something you could just Google your way into. The idea that this VPN would offer some kind of guided tour seemed educational, if a bit gimmicky. I figured it was probably just some pre-selected sites that showed off illegal marketplaces from a safe distance. The digital equivalent of a safari. It was a Friday evening when I decided to check it out. My girlfriend was away visiting her parents for the weekend, so I had the flat to myself. I remember it was raining heavily, drops drumming against the windows as I sat at my desk with a glass of whiskey beside my laptop. I clicked on the recommended Darknet Experience option in the app, which prompted a notification. This will configure your system for secure Tor access and guide you through selected Darknet locations. Continue. I clicked yes, expecting some kind of tutorial to appear. Instead, the app seemed to make some changes to my system settings, and then a custom browser window opened automatically. It looked similar to Tor, but had the Secure Shield logo in the corner. A welcome message explained that I was now browsing through a secure, anonymous connection and could explore the curated site safely. The interface showed a sidebar with different categories: marketplaces, forums, services, information, and one simply labeled Other. Each had several sub-entries with innocuous names like Alpha Market or Liberty Forum. It felt surprisingly legitimate, like browsing an app store rather than the infamous dark web. I started with the marketplaces section, curious about what was actually for sale in these notorious black markets. The first site looked like a bare-bones version of Amazon or eBay, with listings for drugs, counterfeit goods, and hacked account credentials. Nothing I hadn't expected to see. The next few sites were similar, though some specialized in specific categories like prescription medications or fake IDs. After about an hour of casual browsing, I switched to the forums section. These were more interesting. Discussions about privacy, politics, technology, and yes, illegal activities. I was careful not to create any accounts or interact, just observing from a distance. Then I noticed something odd. In the other category, there was a listing called Premium Access, with a small crown icon beside it. The description simply read, "Exclusive content for valued members." I assumed this was just some additional marketing for the VPN service, perhaps showcasing the kind of content you might accidentally stumble upon without proper protection. When I clicked on it, a loading screen appeared with text explaining that this area was being specially configured for my session. This struck me as strange. Why would one particular section need special configuration? But before I could reconsider, the page loaded. It opened to what looked like a streaming site, similar to YouTube but with a minimalist black interface. There were about a dozen video thumbnails arranged in a grid. Each had a vague title like Session 23 or Interview 7 and what appeared to be a date from the previous month. No descriptions, no view counts, no comments. I clicked on one titled Orientation 4, assuming it might be some kind of instructional video about the dark web or privacy tools. The video buffered for a moment, then began to play. It showed a room that looked like a basement or storage area. Concrete walls, no windows, harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person sitting in a chair, facing the camera. They were wearing ordinary clothes, but had a black hood covering their head. Behind them stood another figure in dark clothing, face obscured by shadows. My first thought was that this was some kind of mock interrogation scenario, perhaps a dramatization meant to illustrate the dangers of compromised privacy. But as the video continued, I realized with growing horror that this wasn't staged. The hooded person's hands were bound behind them, and they were visibly trembling. The standing figure began asking questions in a distorted voice. Questions about usernames, passwords, and access codes. I quickly closed the video, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real, could it? It had to be some kind of extreme roleplay or scare tactic designed to emphasize the importance of security. Yet something about the victim's posture, the genuine fear evident even through the hood, felt sickeningly authentic. Against my better judgment, I clicked on another video, this one titled Session 17. Similar setup, different victim. This time, the interrogation was more aggressive. I shut it down after less than a minute, feeling physically ill. I was about to close the entire browser when a chat notification appeared in the corner of the screen. Enjoying the premium access content. Your feedback is valuable to us. I froze, staring at the message. I hadn't logged into any chat system. I hadn't provided any way for them to contact me within this browser. Yet here was a direct message, clearly indicating that someone was aware of my presence, my actions, my viewing choices. I didn't respond, hoping they would assume I was away from my computer. Another message appeared. We notice you've accessed 2 of our exclusive videos. Your interest has been noted. Panic rising, I closed the browser completely and shut down my laptop. I unplugged my router for good measure, as if physically disconnecting from the internet could somehow erase what had just happened. I spent the rest of the evening in a state of growing paranoia, checking my locks, closing my curtains, jumping at every noise from the street below. By morning, I had almost convinced myself that I'd overreacted. The videos were probably just elaborate fakes, designed to shock users into taking privacy seriously. The messages were likely automated, triggered by my viewing activity, Nothing to worry about. I cautiously turned my laptop back on, but didn't reconnect to the internet immediately. Instead, I checked for any unusual files or programs that might have been installed. Everything seemed normal. When I finally reconnected and checked my email, there was nothing suspicious there either. I uninstalled the Secure Shield VPN app and decided to put the whole experience behind me. 3 days later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply my home address, nothing else. The body of the email contained a link. Despite every instinct screaming not to click it, my curiosity and fear got the better of me. I opened it in an incognito browser window. It was a Google Street View image of my flat building. But this wasn't from the public Street View database. This was a recent photo taken from across the street, showing my specific window. My curtains were open, and if I looked closely, I could just make out my silhouette sitting at my desk. Below the image was text that made my blood run cold. Premium members receive home visits. Your trial begins tomorrow. I left my flat that night, staying with a friend under the pretense that I had a plumbing issue. I reported the email to the police as a potential threat, but without more concrete evidence, they couldn't do much besides take a statement. I didn't tell them about the dark web videos. How could I explain that without implicating myself in potentially viewing something illegal? Over the next week, I received 3 more emails from different addresses. Each contained photos taken at increasingly close range. One from the street directly in front of my building, one from the entrance hallway, and finally, one that could only have been taken from inside my flat while I was away, showing my desk with my laptop closed on it. The final email had no text, just an attachment, a video file. It showed hooded figures entering an apartment that looked similar to mine, finding the occupant asleep, and I couldn't watch more than a few seconds. The file name was preview session24.mp4. I never returned to my flat. I quit my job, moved to a different city, changed my phone number, and created all new email addresses. I withdrew most of my savings in cash and found a place to rent that didn't require background checks or digital payments. I bought a new laptop and make sure it's never connected to any accounts that could be traced to my previous identity. It's been 3 months now. Sometimes I go days without thinking about it, almost convincing myself that I overreacted to an elaborate scare tactic. Then I'll notice someone looking at me too long on the street, or I'll receive an email to an account that no one should know about, containing nothing but a crown emoji. Last week, I woke up to find my new laptop open when I know I closed it before going to bed. The browser was open to a blank page with just a countdown timer showing 7 days. I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're government operatives running some kind of twisted surveillance program, criminals documenting their activities, or something else entirely. I don't know why they chose me or what happens when the countdown reaches 0. All I know is that the tools we use to protect ourselves online can sometimes connect us to things we were never meant to see. And once you've been granted premium access, there's no way to cancel your subscription. Okay, so this might just be me, but have you ever had a moment when your phone screen shows you something disturbing and you immediately check over your shoulder to make sure no one can see what you're looking at, even when you're completely alone? 4 months ago, I experienced something on the dark web that I've been unable to shake from my mind. So here goes. It started on an entirely ordinary Tuesday evening. I just finished a late dinner, microwave lasagna, nothing special, and was sitting on the toilet mindlessly scrolling through my phone as one does. I'd been fascinated with the dark web for about a year by that point. Not because I wanted anything illegal, mind you. I've always been the curious type, ever since I was a kid taking apart my toys to see how they worked. Studied computer science at university, worked in IT for 8 years now. I suppose that's why I first downloaded Tor. Professional curiosity, I told myself. A bit of a lie, that. I'd browse the dark web occasionally when bored, usually after a few drinks, mostly just looking at marketplaces selling counterfeit goods or dodgy pharmaceuticals. Nothing too sinister, though there was always that thrill of knowing I was somewhere I perhaps shouldn't be, like a digital urban explorer. That night, I'd had a couple of whiskeys after a particularly stressful day at work. My boss had been on my case about some server issues that weren't even my department. The bathroom was the only place my flatmate wouldn't disturb me. So there I sat, trousers around my ankles, scrolling through forums I had no business visiting. I'd found my way onto a forum I hadn't seen before. Black background, red text, very 90s web design. The site claimed to be for practical solutions to complex problems. Vague enough to sound legitimate at first glance. I was scrolling through thread titles, mostly stuff about bypassing security systems or creating untraceable identities, when I saw a post titled DIY Silence Methods. My finger hovered over it for a moment. The title was just ambiguous enough that it could have been about soundproofing a room or creating white noise to help with sleep. But something in my gut told me it wasn't. Still, curiosity got the better of me. It always does, doesn't it? I tapped the thread. The page loaded slowly. Tor's never been known for its speed. And what appeared made me physically recoil. The thread contained meticulously detailed guides for creating homemade torture devices. Not historical information or theoretical concepts, but step-by-step instructions with diagrams showing how to build tools specifically designed to cause pain, without leaving visible marks. Tools designed to extract information, while keeping the victim conscious. Tools designed for silence. I remember my bathroom suddenly felt very cold. The radiator had been on full blast. My flatmate always complained about my excessive heating bills. But I felt goosebumps forming on my arms. What disturbed me most wasn't just the content itself, but the clinical, almost academic tone, as if the author was explaining how to assemble IKEA furniture, not instruments of suffering. And worse still were the comments beneath each design, users suggesting improvements or sharing their field test results. I should have closed the app immediately, should have deleted Tor, reset my phone, and forgotten the whole thing. Instead, like a witness to a car crash, I couldn't look away. I scrolled further, reading through post after post. People were casually discussing the merits of different techniques, like they were reviewing kitchen appliances. This method is too messy for apartment use. This one tends to cause unconsciousness too quickly. I found adding this modification extends the process by several hours. My stomach churned. The microwave lasagna threatened to make a reappearance. Yet I kept scrolling, telling myself I was just documenting the depravity, as if I were some sort of digital anthropologist studying the darkest corners of humanity. What a load of rubbish. I was rubbernecking at human suffering. That's when I noticed the view counter at the bottom of the thread. Only 3 people were currently viewing this horrendous content. The forum administrator, someone with the rank field expert, and me. 3 people in a hidden corner of the internet that should require specific knowledge even to find. I suddenly felt very exposed, like I'd wandered into a private meeting I wasn't invited to. As I was about to close the app, a notification appeared at the top of my screen. A private message. The username matched the field expert, currently viewing the thread. My thumb hovered over the notification. Every instinct told me not to open it. But again, that damn curiosity. I tapped it. First time browsing our resources. I notice you've been on this page for 16 minutes, looking for something specific. I offer practical demonstrations for serious clients. My blood ran cold. 16 minutes. Had I really been staring at this horror show for that long? And what did they mean by practical demonstrations? I didn't respond, immediately closing the app and shutting off my phone entirely. I sat there in the bathroom, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. Trousers around my ankles, the faint drip of the leaky tap, the only sound breaking the silence. I finally gathered myself, washed my hands thoroughly, as if I could somehow clean away what I'd seen, and went to bed. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I kept thinking about how the person had known exactly how long I'd been viewing the thread. Was there some tracker embedded in the page? Had I compromised my anonymity somehow? I told myself I was being paranoid. The dark web is supposed to be anonymous. That's the whole point. This was probably just a scammer trying to frighten naive browsers into paying for services that didn't exist. The next morning, I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. Just another internet weirdo trying to seem more dangerous than they actually were. I went to work, had a relatively normal day, and had almost put the incident out of my mind by the time I got home. Almost. That evening, I received an email to my personal account, not my work email or any address I'd ever used with Tor. The subject line, regarding your interest in silence methods. The body contained only an attachment, a PDF. I scanned it with 3 different antivirus programs before opening it. It wasn't malware, it was worse. The PDF contained a customized silence method, tailored specifically for someone matching my exact physical description. Height, weight, even the small scar on my left wrist from a childhood accident. The document detailed how my apartment layout, which it described with disturbing accuracy, would provide optimal acoustics for the procedure. It mentioned how my neighbor's hearing impairment would be advantageous. It specified which of my kitchen implements would be most effective. I felt the world tilt sideways. How could they possibly know these things about me? I'd been so careful with my identity online. I'd used Tor correctly. I'd never entered personal information. My hands shook as I deleted the email, then emptied my trash folder, as if that would somehow protect me. I spent that night at a friend's house, making up some story about a water leak in my flat. I didn't sleep. Couldn't even close my eyes without seeing those diagrams, now with my face superimposed on the victim. The next day, I contacted my internet provider, changed all my passwords, and factory reset my phone. I convinced myself that someone had hacked my device, that it was all just an elaborate scam to frighten me. I almost believed it too. 3 days later, I came home from work to find my apartment door unlocked. Nothing was missing. Nothing was visibly disturbed. But on my kitchen table sat a small metal object I'd never seen before. It matched exactly one of the components shown in the torture device diagrams, a custom thumb screw with peculiar modifications. Beside it was a handwritten note. For your consideration, field testing appointment scheduled for Friday. I didn't pack. I didn't call the police. What would I even say? That I'd been browsing torture methods on the dark web and now someone wanted to demonstrate them on me. I grabbed my passport, wallet, and the clothes on my back. I drove straight to my parents' house in Scotland, 6 hours away, checking my rearview mirror the entire journey. I stayed there for 2 weeks, told them I was on holiday. When I finally returned to London, I moved to a new flat in a different area. I changed my phone number, email addresses, even deleted all my social media. I never went back on the dark web, never wanted to. It's been 4 months now, no more strange emails, no more unlocked doors or mysterious objects. I should feel safe, but I don't. Because here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. Whoever found me didn't do it through some dark web tracking. They found me in the real world. They had physical access to my home, which means they weren't just some distant internet bogeyman. They were close, possibly someone I know, possibly someone I still interact with every day. Sometimes, when I'm sitting on the toilet, scrolling through perfectly innocent websites on my new phone, I'll remember those diagrams. I'll remember how casually people discuss methods of causing unimaginable pain. And I'll wonder if the person who sent me that PDF is watching me right now, silently testing my new security, waiting for the perfect moment to reschedule our field testing appointment. Because that's the thing about the dark web. It's not just some abstract digital realm separate from our everyday lives. The people there are real. They live among us. They could be anyone. The friendly IT guy at your office. The quiet neighbor who always nods hello. And sometimes, when you glimpse their other life, they notice you noticing them. And they don't like it one bit.